The protagonist sat with his comrades at the table. He thought about whether it would be possible to work in a team because of the curse, whether he would be able to create something cursed today from the available materials. At that moment, the blonde guy called out his name. Gale looked up at him and then responded, to which he was informed that they were breaking the contract. The guy said that they were excluding him from the Wolf Pack team. The main character was shocked by his words. He did not understand what was happening. Gale scratched his head and wanted to know the reason why this was happening. To which Cash, the boss, said that he was fired and said it several times. The rest of the team started making fun of him. Melissa asked if she should console him one last time. Luke told her to stop. Nari said that it seemed like someone didn't think they could get fired. The protagonist immediately jumped to his feet and told them to wait, then asked why they had made such a sudden decision. Cash asked him again why it was sudden, then asked if he really didn't understand the reason. Gale thought about how they had formed a team 3 years ago. Because of his low rank, he contributed to the team by creating suitable curses. He said out loud that he didn't understand. Cash said that it took him a long time to understand. He said that his class is a terrible support. All he can do is weaken a mob with a consumable curse and nothing else. In addition, he is the lowest level on the team. The main character said that he knows that his class has no potential, but with his curses, quests can be easily completed, even though the curses are not very effective and priests can remove it. Gale said that he uses more than just consumables. He pulled out a decoration from under his collar and said that it works on mobs passively. To which his team said that it was terrible. Is he adequate if he wears something like that? After that, Cash said that they found a replacement for him. This is the support mage Mara. She can both buff and debuff. The girl said that she was glad to meet him. Gale thought she was beautiful. The rest of the team greeted her and said it was nice to meet her. After that, Cash turned to him and asked if he understood now and added that they didn't need him anymore. The protagonist asked them to wait and give him another chance. He has a powerful curse that he hasn't used yet and a lot of other things. However, he didn't finish his speech because he stumbled over his boss's gaze. Gale asked if they would regret it, to which he replied in the negative. He thought about how he had always supported them since the team's formation. Cash continued to hurt him and suggested that he give in and try himself in the curse shop. Melissa said that it was true, you can sell them to suspicious people. Norris said that he would advertise his store. Luke said that at least he didn't hate him. Mora stood silently at this time. Then the main character said that it was clear to him, he understood everything, after which he thanked them for everything and walked away. However, no one even looked in his direction. Gale wondered what was wrong with them. They had been together for so long. He also remembered what Cash had said about taking care of the rent, and he had also calculated the cost of his curse, so he would not get paid. The protagonist looked at the symbol in his hand and thought about how he couldn't tell them everything to their faces, but he enchanted their equipment to enhance their abilities. Gale thought that it was not his concern now, so he decided to cancel the spell. A magical seal appeared above him, which slightly hurt him. After a moment, it disappeared. The protagonist tried to catch his breath. He thought that cursed things are not only curses, there are also those that improve characteristics by a certain amount. After that, Gale felt that everything was fine now. His body felt better. The team was no longer cursed, but he didn't care anymore. He would join another team. Then he opened the stats window. He saw that Cash's level was around 50. Now his personal level had been raised to 48, and he was now in the Curse Master class. The other stats and personal points had also been raised. The protagonist said that Cash had about 5,000 attack and 3,000 defense, so he had leveled up quite well. The innkeeper asked how long he was going to stay there. Since he had checked out, he had to leave. He apologized to her. After some time, he left the hotel premises. He was thinking about what to do now. He has no money, but many curses. Then he heard the seller calling people and selling fresh apples. Gale has actually thought about opening a shop, but he doesn't want to hear people tell him that opening his own shop has always been his dream. He likes the idea of a tool shop in the middle of nowhere. But after that, the protagonist thought that now he is free, sleep and eat whenever he wants. He masks the curse and spends time on research that he likes. He is free to do whatever he wants. A smile appeared on Gale's face. He threw his hands up and shouted about his excitement. After that, he decided that first he would start making money from sales now. At this time, the Silver Wolf Pavilion in the hotel. Melissa sat on Cash's lap and began to talk about how the food was refreshing her very much and how nice it was that the main character had left. Nari's turned to Mora and said that he was spoiling her only because he was new. Luke said that they should have kicked him out a long time ago. The girl was silent at that time. The guys looking at her body immediately blushed and swallowed. Cash said that he and Gale had known each other since the team's formation. Melissa said that she felt like he was adjusting to each of them like a spell. At that moment, magical seals appeared over the entire team. Cash immediately jumped up and asked what it was. They started talking about their equipment shining. Mora asked if it was a dispelling spell. The seals started to disappear. The boys started talking about how they didn't know what it was, but each of them felt like their magic power was weakening and they felt heavier. Mora was shocked. She asked the boys what they had said and then said that she thought it was an advanced form of a dispel spell. They immediately asked her about it again. Cash immediately asked if it was really Gale. Melissa replied that it was probably true, he had done something to them. Nora said that they really thought he was taking revenge on them like that. Luke said that they should have killed him. Mora thought that it was strange. She didn't know if he had put a curse on them, but usually removing a curse didn't make a person feel bad. Cash said that he didn't know how they were, but he had no idea what Gale was capable of right now. Melissa agreed with him and said that if he tried to do anything, they would beat him to it. Mora said that it was not an attack but a spell. But no one listened to her. Cash said that he is the leader. If he sees him as an enemy and does not talk to him, then he is the enemy of the group. He quoted Tem, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Nari said that if he saw him again, he would just burn him to death with his magic. Luke said that he told him that he was becoming a devil, but it was even worse. The first said that it was just his imagination. Luke said that if he were in his place, he would chop off his fingers so that he could never cast another spell. He wants to see Gale living on the streets. Norman said that Luke is clearly capable of doing this. Mora thought that it wasn't just her imagination, she could feel it. She had a faint premonition after casting the spell. She fears that their status has been lowered. She thought about how it was as if they were always on top thanks to the main character. Mora turned her head. Melissa asked if something was wrong, then handed her a mug of drink. Mag thanked her. She thought that if the curse had such a useful function, it would be unusual. Mora thought that there was a cursor in this world who could do such a thing. Could the S-rank wolf pack group really do such a thing? She decided that it was definitely impossible. Then she remembered the member who had left. At the time, she didn't know that he had been kicked out of the team as a comrade and as the main force of the wolf pack. At the same time, Gale was walking through the forest and cursing at the owl about getting his curse back. After some time, the protagonist reached the Merchants Guild. He turned to a man. He asked him if he really wanted to open a kiosk, to which he answered positively. Then the man began to offer him options for placement. When they decided on the bench, the man said that it cost 4 gold coins a day since the area was popular and expensive. At that moment, Gale began to rummage through his pockets. He took out the coins and thought that 3 silver coins were all he had. And then the man said that the street stalls leading to the square were cheaper. The guy kept quiet and did not respond to this. After some time, he got to the place. The main character thought that the day was good. He stood in front of his stall, which was in a very shabby state. Gale thought with a smile that it was a bit dirty, but for him, it was enough. He remembered the conversation with the merchant who shared the starter kiosk kit with him, to which he thanked him and thought that he was kind. The protagonist thought that at this point he thought he could sell some magic tools and some interior equipment. He finished sorting his goods. Then Gale wondered what price he should sell it for. But anyway, if he could make more than the cost of the materials, it would be profitable. The main character, looking at his goods, thought that it really doesn't look attractive. At that moment, the merchant ran up to him and said that he forgot to explain to him. After that, he said that the appearance of his counter is bad. The man immediately rushed to help him. He said that he would fix it all. After a few moments, everything began to look much more attractive. The protagonist thanked him for this, to which the merchant said that the store can have its own individuality, but if it does not see what it sells, it cannot sell it. And if it cannot sell it, the store will have problems. The man said that now that the training was over, he was going to come back. Gale thought that he had many bad memories of the team, so it was very touching. The man was really kind. After that, the main character took his curse out of the gate. He thought that he really liked this talisman, but he could not wear it on his neck and then hung it on the counter like a product. Then Gale smiled and decided it was time to sell. He had never been in business before, so he was nervous. He wondered how the townspeople would react to the curses, whether they would accept it, whether they would be happy. The main character began to shout loudly that the adventurer was at their service. He had curses, all of them at a cheap price. One guy came up to him and asked if it was a curse, adding that it was unusual. Another girl asked if magic that could be weakened wasn't more effective than a curse. Gale said that the curse is a consumable item. It can be used by anyone. No magical power is required for this. Therefore, there is a demand for them among some seekers. One of the men said that 5 coins for the poison general was a good deal, to which the protagonist said that he would recommend buying it. He thought to himself that it was mainly because it was free. Gale said that there are also curses for various conditions, curses with debuffs to reduce status, and more. In addition to good performance, it is cheap, and he can buy it. Then the man's gaze fell on the weapon. He asked what it was. Gale said that it was a cursed dagger. When used, a debuff of decreased defense is imposed on the monster. As a side effect, the status will increase by 1.1 times. The man then took the dagger in his hands, after which he saw that there was a curse on its blade, after which he screamed. Gale was surprised by his actions. The man asked what it meant, to which the protagonist explained that it was a decrease in protection. Then the potential buyer said that he was finished since the dagger was cursed. Then the man turned to Gale and said that this was all well and good to be honest, but who would buy the damned goods? Then the main character decided to approach him from another angle. He demonstrated to him that this dagger could be used as an interior decoration. He asked the man if he thought the handle was very cool. The buyer said that it is not bad to use it in the interior. He is not against the design. He also chose other products and said that he would also buy this, as it is good as decoration to protect the house from evil. Then the main character gave him a bonus spell of Dispel, 3 pieces on the house. The man said that it was very thoughtful of him. He thanked him. That's exactly how Gale sold it, explaining the consequences. So for example, if you use this cursed item, all the indicators will be multiplied by 1.5, but people will be cursed. He understands that the design is fancy and beautiful. Of course, he will give them a spell to remove the curse. He also has cursed shoes. In exchange for increasing agility by 2.5 times, she will curse them. Make the servant wear them or remove the curse. Of course, yes. He also has a cursed crossbow. It has 1.3x all other stats and a must-hit effect, but it's cursed. It was sold for use at the annual hunting party. The protagonist exhaled from his thoughts. At that moment, another man asked about this curse. Then the guy smiled and said that he had heard it before. He remembered the story. The legendary hero was said to have a berserker in his team. He usually used cursed armor, which led to rumors that cursed equipment was very powerful. The word curse may sound disgusting, but that's why the spell set includes a curse remover, and he also added an explanation of the effects of the curse since it can be removed, and also the side effects, mood improvements. After his story, a large number of people gathered in front of the stall. They all started talking about how unusual it was and whether he really offered dispelling spells for his goods. After some time, the main character stood in front of an empty stall. He said that everything was sold. Today there were different people there. One of them said that his curse metal death is great. He thought he was quite energetic. Then Gale saw several people running towards him. They started asking if this was the only place that sold cursed items. They also asked if there were more, to which he replied that they were all sold out. The men fell to their knees before him. They asked him to do this curse here and now, to which the guy replied that the store would open tomorrow, after which he said goodbye to them and asked for forgiveness for today, and then quickly ran away. One of today's shoppers told his friend that he would put on the cursed ring they had bought at the kiosk and see, to which his interlocutor told him not to faint because of the curse. He replied that he had no intention of doing so. Then they saw together that his status had actually increased by 1.5 times. It was amazing that just one ring had affected this. They began to ask how it could be so good. After that, the buyer asked if he knew how much the Bogolyubov Dispel spell cost. He said that you can make a fortune reselling this spell, to which he replied that he should not dare to say that. The blonde said that there was a spell master there. The brunette said that no guild would miss this, to which the blonde said that he meant who this guy was. He was the most unusual spellcaster they had seen. The whispering and gossiping adventurers did not know that there was still a cursor who carried the curse of 4 people, and who, despite his poor health, continued to contribute to the team. And even more so, a cursor who can create a curse that will have such a huge effect that it will reach the rank of S. They will never guess that he was expelled from the team and sold cursed items on the streets as a cursor. At the same time, Cash and his team were fighting the monster. The leader was thrown into a tree where he hit his back hard. The rest of the team was in shock. They did not understand why all this was happening. Org started shouting loudly at these words. Cash, holding a sword in his hands, asked why this monster does not lose. Some time ago, the team asked if it was really okay to go on this quest with a newbie since it was an S-rank quest. To which the leader said that everything was fine, he had found out everything, and he had also heard that they were one of the best in the guild. Then the guy turned to Mora and said that it was good, just what they needed. Then they saw the huge org and decided to do it and deal with him. After some time, Melissa yelled at Luke about what he was doing, calling him a stupid person. To which the latter said that he was not succeeding. Then the girl said that he was a bad person, but at that moment she was blown away by a blow. At this time, Nari stood aside and read his spells. Cash asked him about how long he was going to sing, to which the guy replied that he would wait a little. At this, a magic seal appeared in front of him. However, when the seal disappeared, there was literally a small flame left in its place. Cash asked him what kind of magic it was and then said that he couldn't defeat the org with it. At that moment, the monster swung at him, but he used dodge. Mora said that she would do it. She would avenge everyone and use buffs one after another. The girl thought to herself that she was running out of mana. She picked up her staff and slammed it on the ground, causing a magical seal to appear under each member. She said that their stats were now twice as high as usual and told them to kill the monster. Cash was delighted by her words, after which he ran at the monster, swung his sword. But Org stopped him with literally one hand and asked in his own language if he really wanted to fight. At the same time, he was picking his nose. The team leader was shocked that his strike was stopped like that. At that moment, Org lifted the guy off the ground with his sword and then sent him flying. Cash was badly battered. When the monster wanted to strike, he ran away and Mora put up a small barrier. He told her that she was a bad support mage, then asked her to double her stats, saying that she was useless. Mora sighed, then said that she would use this cursed item left by the previous owner. The girl said that it would weaken the organ, to which Cash jumped up to her, grabbed her clothes and asked if she was really going to use Gale's curse. He also said that the curse would not work. She remembered the letter in which Gale had said that as part of the experience he was passing on to her, he was going to list some of the ways and methods of support he had used in the past, as well as share some curses. Mora said that she had learned that before she came, they were cursed before they fought anyone. Cash immediately let go of her, causing her to fall to the ground. The guy said that he knew it wasn't a spell, but a curse. The rest of the team agreed with him and said that he was right, they knew they were cursed. The boys continued to insult Gale with their words. Then they decided that they should continue their journey. They are still far from the mountains where the hippos live. At the same time, they forgot about Mora. Org asked if the game was really over. Cash thought about how this was a dangerous road full of A-class monsters. His comrades started saying that they didn't understand his disappointment. The curse meant that they couldn't even use their full power. They had to be in better shape. They started talking about how they weren't running away, they were just strategically retreating. Also, their opponent was now off guard. Cash said that was good. If it was the curse that worked, it didn't matter to him. Mora asked if they were giving up already, if it was too early. With a smile on his face, Cash said that they were shocked because she hadn't even given it her all. The girl was shocked by these words. The other team members agreed with him and said that she was new here and had hardly fought. After that, they decided to leave. Mora was angry at them for their words since she is a support mage and has no means of attack. She shouted after them that if it was true, they couldn't do that. They turned around with a smile and told her that she could do the rest, and then they ran away. The girl was left alone with the monster at that moment. Org told her that he felt sorry for her too. Mora stood there shaking with anger. She shouted that they must be joking, then threw a curse into the air. After that, she aggressively went to catch up with the guys. Out loud, she only said that these guys were wrong. After some time, Cash and the team made a rest. They began to share emotions. Someone said that they felt disgusting. Someone lost their favorite wand. Melissa said that she thought she was going to die. Nari said he usually had no problem with multiple spells. Luke said they shouldn't have gotten tired from a short run. Melissa said it was all Mora's fault and her great virtues. Nari said that this was not the only explanation. In any case, even before the supporting magic, everyone's movements were clumsy. Luke asked about how it didn't take him twice as long to cast the spell. That sucked. To which the guy replied that he went a bit overboard. If he was in a good mood, he would have burned it to the ground. Cash said that in any case, it was the protagonist's fault. He wondered how else he would take revenge on them. At that moment, Mora appeared in the clearing. She said that she had caught up with them. The leader told her that she was late, as if she had completed the task. Mora was very angry, and there was a small monster stuck to her cape. Cash asked her what it was, but she didn't answer. At this time, the main character was walking along the streets of the city. He was very happy and was singing different songs. He said out loud that being a street vendor is fun. There are people who look into the store, but they do not buy, they just stare. Even if curses are left to adventurers, many of them are just looking for spells. The merchant, seeing him, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which he asked how his business was going. Gale said that he was thinking about changing the location of the store. The man asked where he wanted to go. Gale immediately thought of the aristocratic quarter. He set up his stall 10 meters from the main street. Rich aristocrats want to be stylishly dressed, not like commoners. They like to be in the center of fashion. At this time, Mora was telling the other team members that she did not come to receive flattery. Behind her, the monster returned to its original form as the cursed item expired. Everyone immediately shuddered in fear. The girl shouted at them that she could manage somehow on her own, and now she was passing the baton to them and ran away. To which Cash told her that he didn't care what she was going to do. Then the whole team looked at the monster. Melissa immediately started telling the guys to do something, to which Luke told the monster that the meat is softer and tastier on women. After which they all decided to run away from him, to which the latter looked after them and said that he was a kind of vegetarian. 4 days passed, the team returned to the pavilion. They sat at the table, their faces buried in its surface. Cash was talking about wanting water, Melissa was talking about wanting a bath. They were talking about how they didn't think they'd be so desperate to escape that they'd end up in another forest. It was horrible, and they smelled really bad. At this point, the hostess asked Mara if they were from the same group, to which the girl replied that they deserved what they wanted. At this point, a voice came from the table, saying that it was all Gale's fault, after which they called the hostess. Cash asked the woman if she could give them water or a towel, and Luke supported him and asked where her service was. At that moment, a glass of water was placed in front of them. She said that she was ready to give only 1 glass of water because it was not free. They immediately began to be indignant at the way she spoke to them, who she took them for. The woman said not to refuse the expenses for accommodation. The landlady also told them that they were low-class clients. These words angered Cash. He asked her what she had said. The woman said that she had been paid in advance for the previous day. If they drank the water today, they would leave the hotel. Then she extended her hand and asked if they would like to pay extra for another day. Cash got angry and reached for the money. He realized that they had no money. His comrades asked him to pay already because the hostess shouldn't underestimate them. Then they saw that the guy's face turned pale. The guy tried to deny what was happening. He looked at Melissa. She had a new dagger because she likes new things. Luke had a full set of gear serviced, gloves broken in battle. Nari's had a new spell book and wand, all were lost. Cash's custom sword was repaired. The sword falls apart due to the same battle with the monster. It dawned on each of them that their group had no money. The hostess immediately asked them what had happened. She said that they would owe 5 silver coins per night for 5 people with excess op, 6 if with food. Then she asked if they could pay. The guys, in turn, were very angry. At that moment, Melissa glanced at the glass of water and thought that she was thirsty. She apologized to everyone and began to greedily drink the water. They tried to stop her. Mora didn't even look at them. She turned to the hostess and asked for a glass of ale and something to eat. Meanwhile, the crew watched Melissa finish all the water with an indifferent face. Then Mora saw that the whole team was looking at her. They said that they had problems. She had not paid a penny to the common treasury, to which the girl began to get nervous as it looked scary. She firmly told them that this was her personal money, and the group's treasury was collected from quest rewards. Mora remembered an old conversation when Cash said that she didn't need to worry about money since they would be paid well, and then they would figure it out themselves since they were Isranka. The leader told her not to talk nonsense, it was connected with the quest. Melissa confirmed his words, after which she grabbed the girl and said that everything was now hers and what was common belonged to everyone. Mora tried to stop them, but their faces were already bloodthirsty. Nari said that if she had a grudge, then she should be offended by Gale. After that, they took the bag of money and said that she would serve for everyone her money too. They opened the money bag and said that there was enough money in it, and also told her that she was rich for a support mage, to which Mora said that she would beat them all. Cash laughed at her and said that he would not believe that a support mage would attack, it would clearly be like a mosquito bite. At that moment, he received a blow. The guy flew to the side and snowed with him a chair and a barrel. Melissa immediately called out to him and then swung the chair to hit Mora. She said that you shouldn't let your great virtues get the better of you. Melissa struck, but in place of the girl there was only a robe. At that moment, Mora appeared behind her and struck her. Luke and Naris immediately called her name and asked her to calm down because such behavior is not appropriate for a girl. To which an angry Mora told them to shut up because they were small fry. Luke and Norris told her to stop joking because it was going to hurt. There was a clash between them during which the girl sorted things out with everyone. There was a satisfied smile on her face. She apologized to the owner for the pogrom and said that she would pay, to which the owner said that she shouldn't even pay. Mara was happy with these words. Then she went to the guys lying on the floor and said that she was leaving the group today. At this time, the main character was selling his goods. A blonde woman with a fan approached him and said that he had some strange antiques here. She especially emphasized the lizards, whose live performance was unusual but interesting. Gale thought they were basilisks. He told her out loud that she had a keen eye, it was his damned Cantera. She was surprised. The woman immediately began to panic and asked again about the cursed one, after which she added that it scared her a lot. Then a man with a mustache jumped up to the stall and asked to leave the matter to him. The main character was taken aback. The stranger told him that he dared to sell the cursed thing to a nobleman, to which Gale said that it was not so, it was just an interior decoration, to which the man immediately asked to tell more details. After he told everything, they left. The protagonist sat on the box and thought that she really was a noblewoman. Even if he had set a high price, they would have bought her for more than she actually cost. But even if they sell, it's his own creation. There's no interest in expendable spells for combat. Gale thought that everything was selling well, so he thought he could close. He remembered the situation today and thought that whoever it was, at the first sight of his damned items, people were shaking. Although every nobleman says that it is unusual and interesting, a bizarre design, but no one said that they liked it. He knew that his feeling, but he did not have time to think it out. The protagonist saw a young girl approach his stall. He thought that she was also a noblewoman but looked too simple. He assumed that she was hiding, but he saw someone spying on them from around the corner. The stranger asked him if he was working, after which she took a look at one item. She said that it was a strange design, but she liked it, after which she smiled dazzlingly. To which Gale said that he was surprised that she liked it. She was holding a ring in her hands. He thought that he didn't know who she was, but she was there on business. The protagonist said that he was closing so he could give it away for less. She was happy about this, but said that all the money was in the castle. Gale asked her again about the castle. She explained that she had forgotten her wallet at home, so she didn't have much money. He laughed. The main character said that the price was so high that she could afford it. The girl tried to argue, but he said that she was the first to praise his design, and besides, he had a discount for regular customers and winked at her. Then the girl gave him a big gold coin. Gale looked at her in shock and wondered if this coin was really too little for her. He just wanted to call out to her, but the girl had already run away. She waved at him with a smile on her face. It then dawned on him that he had forgotten to explain the curse's effect and its dissipation. He looked around, but the stranger had already vanished without a trace. He immediately grabbed his head and began to think about what to do. The effect is of course small and the defense power is tripled. Even if she only has instant death resistance, once she puts it on, she can't just take it off because it's cursed. Gale thought that because she looked rich, he was sure that she could break the spell in the temple. Next time he would apologize to her and give her the cursed spell. Then he remembered the castle and wondered what she meant. At that moment, the stranger was grabbed and pulled into the gateway. She screamed in surprise. She asked to let her go and then screamed about where she was being touched. The night girl said that she had finally been taken. After some time, they moved to the castle. The 4 guards were sitting on the floor. The knight told the stranger that she was not even worried about them, calling her Princess Kara. At this time, the main character was walking down the street. He was grabbed by the shoulder and told that a man was looking for a young guy with black hair and a blue jacket who was selling at a stall here. He looked very similar to him, so he asked to show his face. To which Gale turned around with a fresh face and said that he still looked young. The man said that it seemed he had made a mistake, so he asked for his forgiveness. It turned out that the protagonist used a cursed thing to change his appearance. He thought about why the royal guard was looking for him. He needed to prepare faster and leave this city. At this time in the castle, the princess was told that the item she had bought was blasphemous against the church, to which she replied that there was nothing wrong with that. The night girl looked around the room and said that she still couldn't figure out its design, to which the princess said that she was still far away, calling her Vivian. The latter said that they had a meeting with the ambassadors of the neighboring country in the morning, so it was better to get ready. At that moment, Kara put the ring on her finger. Vivian angrily asked if she was really going to go to a meeting wearing this ring, to which the girl replied that she was just trying it on. At this time, Gale was in the Adventurers Guild. He was eating delicious food and thinking about what he used to think about when he was alone. Now he can do anything and he is talented. And he needs to get the material soon. The quarry is on the brink, and collecting and repairing things that are on the brink of disposal is not difficult. At this time, Cash and his team were asking why they couldn't borrow money since they were an S-rank team. They asked to lend them 10 or 20 gold coins, to which the female administrator hesitated with her answer. She said that they had made no progress in their search since they were promoted, let alone funding. She asked if they had met with the client as they were getting complaints about their lack of presence. To which Cash replied that it was an unexpected monster. Then the administrator said that he was an A rank and they were S rank. The guys said that he was some kind of mutant, clearly unusual. The girl smiled at them and said that she knew that they and the others were training an org near the city, and they did something else. Did they really underestimate the guild? Cash got angry at her. She said that Mora had left the group a few days ago. They had a complaint and a bill from the innkeeper at the pavilion, and they had to pay her out of guilt. Gale watched them and thought that they were in deep trouble. The administrator's face became angrier. She asked about whether they really wanted to borrow money now. They were a little scared, and then Cash said that it was all Gale's doing, to which the latter was surprised. Melissa said that because of the protagonist's curse, their statuses had dropped and buffs were useless. Luke said that Mora was also useless. The administrator exhaled. Then she said that Mora is one of the support mages, which is among the top 5 in the entire capital. She had some problems with the previous group, so she suggested a new good group as a replacement for the old one. Cash and the team were surprised by her words. The protagonist thought that she was so good and they managed to lose her. The girl said that as for Gale, she doesn't know if he's bad, but few curse casters are as good as he is. She immediately thought of antidote spells and said she was curious about how much they cost. Gale remembered how he used to make spells for the guild. Cash didn't want to listen to it anymore, so he called the whole team and said that they needed to go. Melissa asked him about Gale. Nari said that they needed to choose a quest by teeth. Luke supported him. The leader asked them to shut up. They started asking if they were really Israngah now, to which Cash said that he thought so, but it seemed he was wrong. Gale wondered if they were okay, what they meant by the curse since he had lifted his long ago. The protagonist said that it was time to go as he did not want to run into them again. He thanked the cook for the food. When he went outside, he saw 2 guards running down the street. One asked where they were rushing to, was there really an enemy attacking them, to which the second replied that he had heard that the princess and Vivian were arguing again, and this time more fiercely. They were talking about how it would take a lot of adults to stop them. Gale thought about how even in such a case, the kingdom's army would be sent. He walked down the street and suddenly thought about it. At this time, the guards in the palace tried to stop Vivian, saying that she was in the palace and needed to calm down. The princess wrapped herself in a blanket and looked at her angrily. Vivian shouted that the ring was cursed. Everyone was scared. The knight remembered how the princess said that she would just try it on and then put it on her finger. Dark shadows immediately appeared near her. The girls were scared because they did not understand what it was. The older man sat down in front of Kara and asked her to quickly take off the ring, to which the girl replied that she could not take it off. Then Vivian said that there was no other choice but to cut off her finger. She grabbed the sword and swung it. Shouts immediately began to be heard from the room. Someone asked to protect the princess. After some time, the princess entered the hall. She apologized to the guests for being late, calling them dear guests. They told her that she looked beautiful, to which Kara thanked them. They asked about her finger, to which the girl replied that she had slightly hurt herself. The guards reported that guests from a neighboring country had arrived. The princess said that they were probably tired from the long journey and suggested having some tea, to which she was told that there was no need, after which they pointed to a large box and said that there was quality tea and delicious sweets in it. Kara commented that there seemed to be a lot of them there and then agreed to try them. She was told that they had indeed brought a lot of them. Then two bandits appeared from the box. They took out weapons and said that they should eat the taste of their empire. Vivian shouted that there were enemies here, we must prepare. The guests who came also took out their weapons. They said that the crossbow had a fast-acting poison on the arrow, so it would allow one to die quickly and without suffering. The guards immediately shouted that they needed to protect the princess. A large number of arrows flew towards Kara. She simply closed her eyes and covered her ears with her hands. However, none of them hit her. The enemies were surprised by this. Vivian was also shocked. Then they tried to attack her again. The arrows again seemed to hit an invisible barrier, and then they broke completely. Princess Kara opened her eyes and asked when she managed to put up the barrier. She thought it was all thanks to the protagonist. Vivian sat down in front of her and asked if she was hurt, to which the girl said that everything was fine and thanked her. The knight thought about why the guests were pretending to be an empire, but first they had to go to a safe place. After that, two men came to the princess. Vivian asked the opinion of Mr. Uriel and Arizul. Kara asked about whether it was a terrible curse, to which the priest Uriel replied that the removal of the spell itself is simple, it's just that the spell here is too advanced. It is likely that the person who made it has mastered the production of cursed things. This ring is given the highest level of complexity to maximize the benefits it gives in return. Of course, the status of the person will be extremely high. This ring has a couple of curses placed on it to make it disappear. The man also added that not only that, Arizul will take care of it next. The latter said that he apologizes to the princess. Then he took her hand. Vivian immediately called out to him. The guy looking at the ring said that it was a cursed relic class ring. He never thought he would see such a wonderful damn thing in his 10+ years of life. Vivian immediately hit him on the head and asked how long he was going to hold Kara's hand. She also said that she thought the church relic angel shield had a similar effect, to which Arizul said that if he was not mistaken, he also had this skill. The priest said that he had never heard of something of that size being able to provide instant resistance to death, to which the princess said that there was one, the treasure of the empire, called the Heart of the Demon King. It is an item that brings various high effects, such as increasing instant death resistance status and reducing magic casting time, but it takes away life force when used. It can kill. Vivian said that in order to get a high effect, you have to pay a high price. This is the truth of this whole world. The thing is that there is no price to pay. It is not a relic, it is more than a relic. The princess called Vivian by name. She asked her if she remembered that boy, to which she replied that she did, and then she realized that Kara had bought the ring from him. The knight smiled and asked if she really wanted her to catch him and kill him, to which the princess replied that she wanted to thank him, so he needed to be brought to the castle. Even though it's a cursed thing, this ring saved her life, and that's the main thing. That's why she wants to see him again. The protagonist bought new clothes, a coat with inner pockets, gloves, boots with built-in shin guards, durable clothes with steel wire. He thought it looked good. His baggage consisted of spells and a homemade dagger. Now he just needed to get them to where he was going. He looked at the city and decided it was time to move. He wondered what it would be like to see the royal capital after some time had passed. He exhaled. Gale was happily walking down the street when he noticed something in an alley. He stopped to look. It turned out that they were members of his former team. They were cold, they were trying to warm up. Melissa asked not to grope her, to which Norris said that there was nothing to grope. The girl started to get indignant that they called her a board, to which the guys replied that they didn't call her that. The main character thought that there was something familiar to him about these people. Gale reached the market. There he bought an apple and began to nibble on it. Suddenly he heard guards on horseback rushing past. They were talking about how they needed more men. The castle gates were guarded by guards, so everything would be fine. The protagonist looked at them and thought about why the royal knights were here. He also saw the royal guard. Then he turned around and saw a wanted poster for a young man who sells uninteresting jewelry with dark hair. Witnesses are asked to contact the castle. At this time, the knights asked the guards whether they had inspected the square, to which the latter answered positively and added that the royal capital army was patrolling there now, and they wouldn't miss a fly. These men were trying to figure out whether this young man was in the inn or the guild. Gale thought that it was exciting when he was stopped. This time he didn't fit the description. Suddenly one of the knights told him that he was a bit like him. He didn't have that feeling for jewelry and it didn't look like he was selling it, to which Gale said that it was rude. The knight continued and said that the guy was not dressed so neatly. The jewelry he was selling had destructive power, so it would look even dirtier. The man told Gale he could go. The latter was angry. He thought that he felt like an idiot for giving in to his feelings. He needed to get out of this city quickly. The protagonist looked around and thought that there were so many horse-drawn carriages here now, he could choose where to go. If he wanted to work, he needed to go to a big city. He looked at the map and saw that the nearby trading city of Imbalance and the military city of Gracias Fort were nearby. He could go to the ancient city of Grandstedt. Then he saw that there were only 2 months left. They were leaving soon, so they were offering a discount. The man started to entice, saying that for 1 silver coin they would take him to the agricultural city of Farm Age. Gale imagined a farm and a pile of vegetables. He immediately raised his hand and said that he would go. Then another hand appeared next to him. The protagonist looked at her carefully and thought that he had seen her somewhere. He tried to ask her about it. It was Mora. She took off her hood and asked with a smile if he was really Gale, to which the latter replied that she was in Cash's group. After that, they got into the carriage together. He remembered that he had said something unpleasant for which she had slapped him in the face. Gale had said that they would not be long. She had said that she hoped so too. The main character chuckled to himself. At that moment, the girl said that he was too close. They tried to move away from each other. He told her that there was nothing to be done. It was cramped. She turned away. He looked around, imported goods from neighboring countries and iron products for sale and an escort of mercenaries, plus a few ordinary civilians, and a strong girl who was not afraid of anything. He thought about her early departure from the team. The protagonist thought that he wanted to rest, but he couldn't. He said out loud to Mora that they had their own opinion, but they wouldn't interfere too much. The girl said something she hadn't even thought about. Gale thought that it wasn't because of the girl that he was mutilated. Most likely, Kasha was attracted by her beauty. From the way he was acting, it seemed like he had been trying to do something with him for a long time, so it was all for the best. The protagonist asked her why she left. Mora said what she wanted to tell him. She didn't know how he managed to stay with them for so long. The girl said that Cash was useless as a leader and couldn't fight, and the other 3 were so bad at wielding a sword, and she doesn't even mention wielding a bow. The protagonist asked her if it was really Cash, to which she answered positively, asking who else it could be. Therefore, she was taken by the guild and she cannot stay in the capital for some time. Mora said that whenever they have problems, they blame the other one and then forget about it. She is sure that he knows. She apologized to him for her words, to which he replied that everything was fine. He was sorry that they had caused her so much trouble. The girl said that he should not apologize. The protagonist looked at her and thought that she must have left the group and left the city lightly. He took food from his backpack, made a sandwich, and handed it to her. He said that they were both victims of that group, so he wanted to get to know her better, to which she smiled and said something that couldn't have been said better. She looked at the food and her mouth began to water. She thanked him. Gale handed out some sandwiches to the other passengers. Mora said it was delicious. She said he made it in such a short time, and he said he had great ingredients and wine. The girl immediately asked what he wanted to do with her, giving her wine to drink. She saw that it was expensive wine and asked if he was sure about drinking, to which he replied that he had earned money in his stall. Mora said that there was a lot of noise on the streets about the artifacts found in the stall. He immediately asked who it could be. To which the girl took a sip of wine and said that it seemed that the princess herself was looking for this man. That sweet girl immediately appeared before his eyes. Then he shook his head, thinking that it couldn't be. Mora said that she didn't know that he made money at the stall, to which he smiled sweetly and asked if he looked like the type to sell artifacts. The girl laughed and said he was right. He said it was terrible. He would have liked her to say it was true, even if she was lying to herself. Mora said that if you were going to do something great, you would have to go to a place more sacred than this city. Gale agreed, or said that you could be a hermit. Laughing, she agreed. They continued on their way. The girl said that he made her laugh and that she liked him, to which the main character said that he didn't find her disgusting either. They hit their palms. If one of them was a vanguard, they could unite. Mara would be in support and he with his damn spells. At that moment, the carriage stopped abruptly. The org stood in their way. It looks like they attacked the column. From the sounds outside, it seems that the combat situation is not very good. One of the men said that the mercenaries were killed and then asked for help. Looking outside, they saw several orgs there. Mora said that things were bad. It seemed that they had seen their carriage. The girl thought that even though she and Gale could be in the rear guard, it would be difficult, but there was no one else to fight here. She asked the protagonist if he had a weapon, after which she added that they had no other choice. She only had a magic staff and a small knife with her. To which Gale said that he had one-time debuff curses and a small dagger. Then she suggested going and dealing with the enemies. Mora said that dying without doing anything was much worse than falling in battle. She was confident in her support magic, so he should trust her. Gale said that he understood that he would be on the front lines, so she should take care of him so that they wouldn't come from behind. She agreed and apologized to him. He said that everything was fine. The protagonist smiled and offered to show the enemies the former power of the S-rank. They immediately jumped out. Gale thought that they were still underestimating them. They needed to attack immediately to kill at least one. Then he noticed something. The protagonist said that the protective wall could withstand several attacks. Mora told him to go and not worry, she would strengthen him. He agreed. Suddenly she saw something dark and incomprehensible reaching from his side. She asked what it was. Gale had a dagger in his hands. Mora said that the buffs don't work that fast, so timing is important. If they get the timing right, they can kill the org with one hit and then stop the enemy with a curse. In that time, they'll kill another one. Gale said what he understood. If they dragged it out, a patrol would come to see what had happened, so they couldn't lose. The girl was angry and thought about what she had just said. Mora asked him what the thing was in his hand. He said it was a regular dagger with a curse. She asked again, but he simply asked her to stay behind him. The girl tried to stop him. She dropped to one knee and began to draw a magic seal. It would not be as stable, but they would have to be stronger than them anyway. She used the skill increase maximum power. At this time, the main character was strengthened. He swung the object towards the org and said that this is a good position, good flight range. Now is the time to act. The object had writing on it that began to spread its effect on the monsters. Mora was shocked. She wondered if these were Gale's curses. They seemed to only work on monsters. The latter's condition was only getting worse. The protagonist started shouting that he would chop them into small pieces. Mora tried to stop him as it was too early. She saw that Gale was not completely suspended in the air. He swung at the org and took his head off with one blow. The girl was shocked. Mora couldn't even say anything. Meanwhile, the main character eliminated another enemy by cutting off his head. He ran on, dealing with every monster that stood in his way. They were scared. The protagonist looked at his dagger and laughed. He then turned to Mora and said that her buffs were great, to which she said that it wasn't because of the buffs. The girl thought that this debuff was an area curse. It was not easy to survive in such a place. ignoring the defense, stopping recognition. Even if this is true, it is not far from constant affect. And after that he still calls the legendary item ordinary. She doesn't understand. She puts her hand to her forehead and says that he is a stupid person. At that moment, Gale's body was enveloped in magic. He saw the seal beneath him. The effects of Mora's buff increased his status. He said that it was all thanks to her support. She said that he was wrong, it was not so. The protagonist said that he could continue to fight, to which the girl thought that he seemed to be doing so without buffs. Here she saw that his status had been lowered, but the guy didn't even notice. She apologized to him and said that she would fix everything now because the effect of the buff had worn off. The protagonist said that as long as their combination works, he is invincible. Mora asked if he has really gone crazy. Gale went to attack the orgs again. He dealt with another one, then turned around and saw several more. They made a nasty sound. He saw that there were more of them. After that, he threw an artifact in their direction, which, having hit their bodies, inflicted small wounds on them, and then their bodies began to dissolve. The protagonist immediately attacked them with a dagger. He said that thanks to Mora's buff, the orgs fell under his slowdown curse and froze. The girl, looking at this, thought that he seriously called it slowing down, although it was not. Then she saw how he ran to attack one of the largest monsters. He dealt with him rather quickly and cut off his head. At that moment, several skeleton spirits seemed to appear behind him. Mora thought that these were moments of death. It's a huge rarity and it's not something you can make by hand. She seriously doesn't get it. At this point, the protagonist said that they had won, to which she said that he had defeated them. Gale said that it was cool, especially Mora's support. The other passengers in the carriage peered out from behind it. Gale and Mora waved at them. They immediately ran towards them happily. After some time, they made a halt. The main character said that it was his first time fighting monsters. He was a little scared. Mora immediately remembered his actions and asked again. He nodded. The girl asked about the fact that he had been on the team with Cash for a long time, to which he replied that he was simply one of the first participants, nothing more. He was just a master of cursed objects. Mora said that Cash was wrong to kick him out. Gale said that he said the same thing, but he felt it was the only right thing to do. She said that he had too little self-esteem. The girl said that this dandelion coffee was delicious. He said that it could do many things. She said that it sounded like he was all-powerful. The guy said that she was exaggerating. Then she got up and said that she was going to bed and thanked him for the coffee. He wished her good night. Gale thought about how he was omnipotent. He had never thought about it before. Even today, everything went well thanks to Mora's support. The protagonist remembered the time in the group. Everyone fought while he was like a shadow behind them. Today, when he fought monsters, he did not feel bad. Then Gale laughed sweetly and said that the girl was very kind. There was a smile on his face. The girl was trying to sleep at that time. A new day dawned and they set off again. After a while, Mora said they had arrived. Gale was surprised by her words. Then they ran toward a rural town, a land where farms reign. They had to walk. When they got to the houses, they were very tired. The main character said that they had about an hour to the border. It would be better if he did not get off the cart. She said that, as expected, it was a continuous step. Mora asked him what he was planning to do. He replied that he would go to the guild, hand over materials from the orgs, and then look for quests. She said that they needed to check if anyone was looking for people to join their squad. Until then, they would be together. He agreed with her and said that he wanted to be in the company of ordinary people. Besides, their mission would not be that simple. After a while, they came to the Adventurers Guild at the edge of the farm. There, they began to study various quests. Mora asked if one person could handle it. He replied that it would be fine. Gale then asked if she could go with him to get rid of the undead. It's an A-class mission. To which she replied that they were both rearguards, so it was unlikely that they would succeed. He thought that she was ready to help him. He said out loud that this type of mission was his only salvation. Then a girl appeared next to them. She said that she didn't remember them, then asked if they were new. Gale said that they were from the royal capital. The stranger said that it was great. She held the protagonist's hand and looked at him sweetly. Mora was angry behind them. Then the girl asked the mage if they were friends. The latter answered that they were companions. Then the stranger smiled and said that they were a support link. This position is very popular. She asked Gale what his position was, to which he replied that he was also a rearguard, a master of curses. She perked up. Then he said that his main task was support, but he could also fight. To this, the girl apologized and said that it was just not often that one saw a master of curses. She must have chosen a suitable job for herself and then winked at him. She said that she would like to offer them a couple of missions so that they would get used to it. Then she studied the quest and said that they had chosen a good one. There are several more like it. Well, there were few priests here, not to mention any evil spirits who could destroy them. Especially now, few are ready to take on this mission. Then she said that maybe they would get lucky. The stranger asked if they wanted to take it on. It was like fighting death. He agreed. The girl also said that she would give them some advice. As she said earlier, whoever did not take on the mission, she also will not be able to send them a rescue team. The protagonist asked if she had a map of the area. She answered with a smile that she did and also offered other items, to which he replied that only a map was needed. After that, she put the guild seal on the mission. The stranger also added that there was something else. It was the skull of a man who had been found recently. It turned out that it belonged to one of the adventurers who wanted to go through this mission alone. She approached Gale and asked him to be careful, as they already had few avant-brists and the situation in the city was not very good. Then she looked at Mora and said with a laugh that they were really friends. Then the girl seemed to remember something. She greeted them in the town of Farm Edge and said that her name was Gimli. After that, Gale said that everything was fine now, they would start the mission tomorrow. Then Mora asked why they were in such a hurry. It would be better to rest after the journey. When they left the guild building, the girl was indignant that Gimli was so persistent that it was just awful. The protagonist asked what she was saying, but she said that she was doing nothing like that. Mora lowered her head and said that she was now obliged to go with him on the mission, to which Gale said that he was not against it but asked why she changed her mind. The girl immediately started screaming that she didn't care, she was just worried about him, that's all. Her face turned red. Then the main character said with a smile that it would be better for her to stay. There was no need to get her hopes up. It would be easier for him if he went alone. Mora said that people who challenge the undead are in great danger, so she is worried. To which the main character said that it was not a problem for him because the curses would help him. He was looking forward to tomorrow. At this time, Gimli sat and thought about Gale and his words. She was amazed that he was a master of curses, but at the same time he had no ordinary curse. A new day has come. The protagonist and Mora were having breakfast. She told him that he sleeps a lot and it's already lunchtime, to which he replied that he can't help himself. They noticed that others were watching them. There are practically no armed people or adventurers in the city. They are very rare people, that's why they are watched so closely. After some time, they came to the place where the mission was taking place. The main character said that they had to complete this mission to earn money. Gale asked her what she had brought with her. The bag contained a silver knife, an amulet of incense, and holy water. He said it was meager. Then the main character said that everything was fine, the undead were his specialty. The girl said that she was more worried about this area. They went down. Mora said that if something scary happened, she would run away. Gale agreed and said that it would be better if she was nearby since the dungeon was not simple. She said that he should run away with her. They walked towards the light at the end of the hallway. When they came out, they saw skeletons lying on the ground. Mora said it was horrible. Gale asked if it was the work of the undead. Then he started digging through the skeletons. There they saw tracks. The girl said that this place was once a dungeon and now it has turned into a cemetery. Quite a sad place. So many bones and no punishment for it. To which Gale asked if they went deeper, could she say the same thing? Mora at that moment wished the bones to rest in peace. The guy said that she was so religious. At that moment, the main character picked up the skull and brought it to the girl. She did not react. Then he began to move his jaw, after which she sharply hit the skull, screaming for him to die. Gale apologized to her for not wanting to scare her. She responded that they were monsters and asked him not to do it again. He thought that if she was so scared, she could have waited for him outside. The protagonist said that he wants to get more rewards, so he will go deeper. If she is scared, she can wait outside. Gale commented that it was a waste to use holy water, then handed her the lantern and apologized, saying that he was leaving. Mora was shocked that he just up and left, leaving her alone. She turned around and saw a dark corridor. After which she shook her head and immediately ran after the main character, telling him to wait for her. They found themselves among a pile of coffins. The girl pressed herself against him and said that she heard something, to which he replied that maybe she imagined it. She apologized to him and said that she was very scared. Then Gale said that it was just a bat, to which Mora said that she knew she was just a little surprised, and besides, there were a lot of undead here. At that moment, the girl turned her head and saw a skeleton behind her. It made sounds which scared her, and she jumped into the arms of the main character. She closed her eyes and said that they were moving. The guy asked her to calm down. She jumped to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. Mora said that it was impossible, asked not to scream so loudly, after which she saw the undead in front of her. Her panic attack turned on. The girl grabbed the main character by the collar and began to get rid of the skeletons with his body. The guy was shocked. After some time, when all the undead were defeated, he asked her if she was okay, if she had calmed down a little, to which she answered positively and apologized to him. The protagonist said that he was a little surprised if she was so afraid, then why did she follow him? To which Mora replied that she couldn't do otherwise because going on missions alone is dangerous. She said that she was worried, then Gale smiled and said that everything was fine, and besides, he liked fighting the undead. He thanked her with a smile for caring about him. The guy said that he was going to get to the very depths, so he asked her if she was ready to go with him. He suggested that she close her eyes. If she was scared, she could just take his hand and follow him. Mora actually listened to him. She closed her eyes and grabbed his hand. They both blushed. Gale thought that he was joking, but she really did it. At this time in the capital, shortly before the protagonist left the city, the action took place in a forge. Cash and his team asked if it was really a forge and then offered to buy the equipment from the man. He replied that they were too dirty, so they should leave. After a while, they were sitting near the wall, wrapped in rags. Cash was talking about being hungry, Melissa was talking about being cold, the others were talking about needing to get money. They would have to spend the night in the field again. Luke had brought several missions. Cash, looking at them, said that they were S rank and all the missions were too easy for them, to which Naris asked them to calm down. The man said that they were all exhausted today, so they would not be able to complete the difficult task. This was necessary to get back on their feet. Cash looked at the tasks again and said that there were only low-paying ones. The most expensive one was to kill an org, 60 coins. They remembered an old enemy. Then Melissa suggested taking the C rank task since D and E were too cheap. Others suggested doing the org. Cash said that they would take level C at most. The girl said that skeletons were easy. Luke thought that he hadn't thought that he would have to spend the night in the field on an empty stomach. Norris turned to him and said that they would do it since they were going to do it. He said that the skeletons were just small fish. Naris asked if Melissa and Cash would be okay, to which Cash replied that they would quickly kill them and eat steaks on the bone. The man said that these two are the ones who get seriously injured, to which Luke said that the most important thing is your health. After some time, they reached an abandoned church in the suburbs. Luke looked at the situation and reported that there were many of them. He drew a diagram and explained that there were 20 hiding in the darkness in the cemetery, to which Cash said that it was easy. Melissa supported him. She asked the others what they thought about her and the leader storming in. The leader responded that he would show what a knight could do. After some time, they carried out their plan. Cash used the holy light. Melissa began to cut the enemies with a dagger. She told Naris to start acting. He took out his book and began to read the spell. At that moment, Luke also got rid of a couple of enemies. They were happy with their victory. Cash was very pleased. It turned out that this was his plan. He said that these are the knight's abilities and Melissa's attack. Naris will burn them and Luke will finish them off. This is perfect. Naris clarified that it should work. Luke said that they would wait behind the wall. They would provide backup when their turn came. The leader agreed. Then he and Melissa approached the gate. Cash asked her if she was ready. She answered positively. At that moment, the cleric barrier was temporarily unlocked. The two of them ran straight towards the skeletons. Cash said that he would pack them all up, and Melissa said that they had been out in the sun for nothing. At the same time, they jumped into the air and decided to attack, but they failed as the skeletons immediately struck their blow. Cash and Melissa flew back. Luke and Naris looked at it indifferently as if they were already prepared for this. The skeletons surrounded the couple and started hitting them. They screamed that they were in pain. Luke called out to Naris and said that things were bad, they could die. The latter opened his book. He immediately created a flame for himself, but it was very small. Luke said what good it was, to which the man replied that he concentrated the heat in it. It was small, but very strong. However, when it reached the skeleton, it did no damage, only angered the undead. Then they grabbed their comrades and ran away. The mission was a failure. The next day, they decided to take a mission with the org. Melissa said that she would take care of him, then jumped on his back and knocked him to the ground. But he stood up abruptly, then grabbed her by the hands and lifted her into the air. She asked for help. After looking her over, the org let her go and walked away. The guys said that she was not his type. The girl was upset to tears and asked what was funny about it. At that moment, Cash said that the org had turned away in vain, after which he struck with his sword, but the weapon simply flew off his back to the side. Org got angry at this and turned around. The leader said that things were bad, after which the monster threw them all aside with a club. This mission was also a failure. A few days later, the entire team came to the Capital Guild. They looked very downtrodden and sad. They sat down at the table and started talking about how their failures were because of the main character. They had empty pockets and they sold cool equipment. Nari said that they needed to earn money and catch up with Gale. Luke suggested that they open a shop, to which Cash said that was an option and then said that today they had a quest with goblins. However, after some time they returned to the guild, all of them beaten and covered in bruises. The administrator asked them if they had failed again. Cash said that it was some kind of fraud. He remembered how they came to the village and were told that Israngs rarely came to them. The head said that since they came, the residents can no longer worry. The residents said that they will help them in every way. The man said that this was their first encounter with goblins, to which Cash said that they would take all the initiative, they wouldn't have to do anything. However, when it came time to fight the goblins, the villagers dealt with them themselves. Cash's group suffered great damage from these monsters. Cash told the administrator that the villagers said that they were useless, that there was no use for them, so they wouldn't get any money. Then the girl suggested that they lower their rank even more while their skins were intact. To which the leader immediately grabbed her by the clothes and asked her to give them an easier quest. The administrator pulled his hand away and struck him herself. This was his fourth defeat in a row. At this time, the main character, he thought that the deeper you go, the higher the density of lost souls. In this underground cemetery, you can wait. Mora sat next to him, her eyes still closed. They were standing on a high staircase and Gale was shouting if there was anyone alive, but no one responded. They went down and he said that they had nothing to grab onto, but Mora felt something. Then a huge skeletal hand appeared from the pile. The girl immediately started screaming that she knew there was something there, after which she asked if she could open her eyes since she was scared with them closed. The main character thought that it would be scarier with the open ones and said that there was no one here, after which he used Dispel Magic on this huge skeleton. The undead immediately began to disappear. Gale turned to the girl and said that perhaps it was possible to open her eyes. Mora asked if he had really just killed the undead with Dispel, to which he asked if she had really seen it. It was simple, but he didn't have time to finish. The girl asked him if he even knew the meaning of the word simply. Dispel is a spell to dispel curses. She had never heard of it working on the undead. To which he explained that priests and others used this, to which she said that it was an exorcism. The priest's job was to perform purifications using divine magic. To this, the main character said that he knew it was not quite good, to which the girl asked him what he was talking about. He said that he would explain. They'll start with the premise. In his case, he's not really throwing out, he's listening to the undead. He was holding a skull in his hand and looking at it kindly. Then the main character turned to the girl. She was shocked. She asked what he meant by his words about listening to the undead, how it relates to the work of priests. He asked her not to rush, he will tell. Gale asked her if she knew what was causing the undead. She replied that it was magic malice. He confirmed her words. At that moment, another undead appeared from behind. The protagonist continued to tell the story and dealt with him. He said that this tendency is strong in cemeteries. He asked if the undead hate exorcism and purification, to which Mora replied that it is natural. Gale said that from their point of view, an exorcism is when a stranger suddenly shouts at him in a condemning manner. although he is held in this world by a grudge. Mora asked him what he was doing, to which the protagonist replied that he was collecting ghoul fluid. He asked her if it made her angry when she was scolded as a child. The girl immediately remembered her childhood when her father told her that she would not cope, to which she argued and said that there were plenty of female adventurers. Then she was shut up and told that she was talking too much. At that moment, the protagonist called her name. She emerged from her memories, after which she apologized for being lost in thought. Gale said that if there is a grievance, he listens. If a person died of hunger, he wants to eat his fill. If a person died alone, he is sad. Someone was slandered and subjected to cruel torture. The protagonist explained that everyone has a grudge, it's part of our life. In this case, it's better to make it clear that he understands them, then the undead will calm down and everyone will be happy. Then another skeleton suddenly appeared from a nearby coffin. Mora shuddered. It was quite large and angry. The girl jumped on the main character again in fear. She looked at the undead and thought that this skeleton was the Dark Knight. She clung to Gale and thought that the support would not cope with such a monster. If he came closer, he would become much more dangerous than the liches. The guy asked to let him go because he had nothing to breathe. The protagonist stood up, still holding Mora. She asked him why he was trying to hug her, to which he replied that she was the one not letting him go. The girl saw that the skeleton was about to strike, so she screamed. However, at that moment, Gale approached the skeleton, poked his finger into its skull, and a magic seal appeared there. He used Dispel again. The skeleton stopped immediately. The protagonist told Mora to go down since it was all over. She turned to the undead. The skeleton was replaced by the outline of a young man. He was floating in the air above the skeleton. Gale was smiling at him while the girl was in shock. With words of gratitude, the spirit of this guy dissolved, leaving only a skeleton lying on the ground. Mora watched it with her mouth open. Gale said that this is how it happens. She said that she didn't understand anything. It was a B-level monster, and then a young man came out of it and disappeared. To which the main character said that the guy was never able to say goodbye to his bride. He regretted it very much. Mora asked him how he knew, to which Gale replied that for some reason, by creating cursed objects, he would learn to read the souls of the dead. Then, when he listened to his story and understood him, he calmed down. Mora asked him if he really wanted to say that the undead only wanted sympathy. He said that they had been people before. The protagonist said that this is his unique exorcism. Compared to the crude purification of priests, this is the best method for obtaining quality materials for creating cursed items. The young man explained that after dispelling with magic, there are no components left with the remains of the curse, that the undead are an immortal enemy. The girl, listening with a dissatisfied face, angrily replied that he had broken all her ideas about the undead. A guy and a girl walked along the pavement. Both were dressed in short cloaks. The girl had a staff as a weapon. The guy only had a bag. The girl looked at the guy openly, so he couldn't resist asking why she was looking at him like that. The girl reasoned that he probably thought that the undead were easy and that he could deal with them easily. He tried not to scare her, calmed her down, saying to himself that the undead were just a simple working material for him. Here the girl got very angry, turned sharply to him and angrily repeated his words, asked him to apologize to all the priests about the working material. For some reason it seemed to her that this was right, but the guy did not understand and asked why she had such a reaction. The girl and the boy stopped near a large staircase leading down. Still hesitant to go down, the boy told her that using Dispel on the undead was a win-win for everyone, but it was still not easy. Suddenly the girl sat up and screamed that his way of thinking was terrible. The boy asked her not to scream. The couple was walking down the stairs. The young man was carefully holding the girl's hand. They walked side by side, very close, always wary. The young man smiled and announced that they were there. The guy replied that they were on the very bottom floor where all the undead gathered. Hastily hiding behind a column, the girl dared to say that even though it was the bottom floor, there was more light here than on the floors above. The young man began to tell about the inhabitants of this floor in order to surprise the girl. Ghoul throwers, skeleton knights, and even dark phantoms and wights exist, and they are all connected to this world, he said. They continued hiding behind the column. The girl was noticeably nervous, looking at the dead. There are about 50 of them here, that's why it's so light here. They emit a light blue spiritual light, the girl said nervously. The guy understood that the girl was afraid to be here. To relieve the situation, he asked if she would close her eyes, but she began to get angry, saying that she was used to it. He thought to himself that she was lying. The guy thought about it, his companion noticed it. The silent dialogue did not last long. The guy explained that there was no lick. The girl was very happy. She had hoped that they would leave this place immediately because without him they could not. Then, we must turn back, she said, but for some reason without any confidence. And suddenly the staff slipped out of her hands. The sound was deafening and very loud. On the other side of the city, a young and beautiful girl sat solemnly, in a very expensive dress and with a crown on her head. Next to her stood a girl in full uniform. On the table of the lady with the crown, there was a photo of a guy who fought the undead. The girl turned to the other and asked if she knew him. The guys noticed that the monsters did not attack them, and hearing the sounds, the girl pushed the guy in the back, asking him to hide. A dark undead creature with a cane hovered above the ground from the doorway. The girl watched the undead entering the passage from around the corner and realized that he was different from the previous ones of his kind and definitely owned this place. The Doom Sorcerer was the most powerful of all the undead sorcerers, and when he emerged on the surface, he could create an entire army on his own. He was spoken of as a messenger of disaster and death to humanity. The girl did not understand why he appeared there. The guy interrupted her thoughts, saying that the undead was just in time and he was looking for him. The girl turned to her friend in confusion, surprised by his words. The girl whispered indignantly, asking what the guy was talking about, because such a sorcerer requires a priest of the highest level. The undead noticed the presence of unexpected guests while they were discussing behind the columns. A magical attack flew towards the couple, destroying one of the building's columns. The guy was able to dodge it and, taking the girl, saved her from the attack, answering her question. The guy warned his companion to stay in line, and together, they ran away from the magician's attacks. The sorcerer's attacks continued, but they cheerfully dodged the enemy. The girl suggested running around them and leaving the room because one attack and they were corpses. The guy replied that they had one thing left from the magic arsenal, to which he received a puzzled question from the girl. The guy stopped and stuck the magical object with the skull into the ground. The shard burst into flames and spun around. A magic circle with a dispelling blessing appeared, and the magician fell right into the center of the trap. The girl watched with admiration the secret art of priestly magic, which was used to save people who were cursed, and did not understand where the guy got such a valuable artifact. The girl watched and was amazed as the guy dealt with the herd in one fell swoop, and the spirit of a man from the undead appeared. The monsters dissolved one by one and in return emitted an atmosphere of peace. The couple climbed out of the dungeon into the clear sky. The main character enjoyed the fresh air, pulling himself up. The girl sat huddled and swore that she would never go to the cemetery again. Mora was horrified to realize that they had managed to defeat the undead army in one day and did not believe such a fact. The guy, calming her down, said that she was wrong because sorcerers were everywhere. The girl objected that usually the church formed knights of the temple and eliminated the threat with strike forces, and if sorcerers were everywhere, the world would have ended long ago. Gale stood up, surprised by the girl's answer, and added that they usually found themselves in old and large cemeteries, explaining that the sorcerer used to be a nobleman who ran this place. The girl replied that that was why the sorcerer walked around the cemeteries of the entire city. The guy happily hugged his bag, saying that it was cool to get so many materials, and now he would be able to create even more new spells. The girl agreed with her friend and noted that he really loved cursed objects. The guy, taking the items out of the bag, replied that creating them was a lot of fun. Hanging his favorite cursed beads on himself and taking the knight's sword in one hand and a staff in the other, he asked contentedly if he was cool just now. The girl replied that she couldn't agree with his sense of beauty. Gale warned her that she was missing out on a lot by not understanding it. The guy turned away offended, mumbling that there were no more understanding people left. Mora remembered that the guy had said that he had a little shop. Gale replied that there was a girl who really liked his design, and many said that it was fresh and cool, because cursed objects are in demand because they can be used as interior decorations and serve as talismans. Mora thought about it. The guy said that the world would catch up with his sense of style someday. The girl assured him that this would not happen, to which she received an indignant question. The guy happily declared that he would try to achieve this. Mora smiled, remembering how she first met Gale. Mora was addressing the girl when she suddenly heard a conversation off to the side. The guy scolded Gale for his sluggishness. The girl along with them asked the guy to be more patient with the hero. Mora sarcastically noted what a kind team they had. The girl at the reception explained that it was a wolf pack whose members had complex personalities. They were a C-rank team with proven abilities. Mora noticed the guy walking behind her. It was Gale. The girl told the employee that she would take on the task. Gale was fired from the team. The girl ended up with him. Mora recalled that for the first time, because of the betrayal of his comrades, Gale was scared and his gaze was directed only downwards. But now, together with her, the guy blossomed and his eyes were burning with hope for the future. The girl noted that she felt so good now, to which she received an uncomprehending question from the guy. Mora replied that she had fun spending time with him. The guy was embarrassed and turned away, asking how the girl could say such things with tears in her eyes. The girl shouted at the guy that there were no tears. The guy apologized, smiling, and decided to thank her. Gale said that he was kicked out of the team and came to the village. It would be sad if he was left all alone, the guy confessed. Clasping his hands, the guy replied that even if there was money and the city was not bad, it was still hard to be alone. Gale, without showing his eyes, smiling, said that it was nice to laugh with someone and it was all thanks to Mora. The girl approached the guy in surprise and looked at him. The girl blushed and became embarrassed. Having moved away from the guy, the girl asked why he was so straightforward, ashamed of the kind words from Gale. The girl resigned herself, covering herself with the hood of her robe, and quietly thanked the guy. The guy asked her again, not hearing the girl's words, which is why she considered the guy insensitive. Mora asked the boy what they would do with the reward. The boy replied that they should split it in half. The girl was taken aback by Gale's words. Mora objected, saying that she had done nothing. She had gone on a journey with him, but she had simply walked beside him and nothing more. The boy replied that everyone had a role in the team. The girl took one bag and said that the most she could do was carry a small amount of things. Gale took all the other bags with the reward, and Mora asked with a cry of surprise how strong her companion was, because even a high-level porter would not be able to pull so much stuff at once. The guy pointed to the bracelet with skulls, saying that all thanks to the artifact giving the ability to increase carrying capacity, physical strength, and endurance. The girl opened her mouth in surprise from such an ornament, realizing that with such a thing you can change the course of the war. The guy replied that he made it himself. The girl covered her eyes with her palm and sighed, to which the guy questioningly looked at the behavior of his companion. Mora asked the guy if he had seen cursed items in stores before, to which the tat said that the girl was impolite. The guy replied that he was a master of cursed items and researched what was popular, and all of them were not very good. The girl objected to him, saying that she did not have the appearance of the items but the abilities. Usually each item has one effect from the cursed item, otherwise the vessel may not withstand it, and it would be nice if it were possible to increase its effect by at least 10%, the girl exclaimed. Mora said that things that have 2 or more effects and significantly increase power are called artifacts. Gale laughed, saying that back then it was something like a national treasure and considered his inventions nothing more than trinkets. The girl thought that the effectiveness of the magic items made increased as the master who made them increased his ability to understand and think, but she was angry that the guy never listened to people. The guy replied that it didn't matter what effect the thing would give, everything depended on ingenuity and they could be combined as much as you like, just like sorcerers did with magic. The girl thought about her companion's words. Mora replied that if you follow the guy's logic, then cursed objects are comparable to simple toys. The guy objected, answering that everything depended on how good the object was. The girl, like everyone else, knew that cursed objects had terrifying effects and refrained from answering the guy's words. The risk of being cursed was great because if a person equips a cursed item even once, he will not be able to remove it on his own because this requires a special skill. The price for using the item was high. In exchange for increased striking power, the user could become weakened by the sun on the battlefield and fall to the ground unable to do anything about it. It was also possible to fall into an inadequate state and attack their allies without distinguishing them from their enemies. Perhaps it was possible to control objects with the hands of a master of cursed objects. And if the curse is then removed, the effect of the imposition will disappear along with it. But was it possible that the creator could fully control the created object and not remove the curse, leaving only the positive effect from use? Having come to these thoughts, the girl stopped. Mora asked the boy if he wanted to shake the very essence of their world by calling him a terrifying master. The boy happily agreed, saying that was why he needed perfect item design. The girl smiled wryly at this statement. The girl replied that Gale's era would not be able to come, to which the guy replied that he shouldn't let go of his hands. Mora agreed with him because as long as there was a limit to the power of cursed objects, the world would not notice Gale. Mora stopped on the road and the boy, walking forward, said that he saw turf and offered to take the cart. Gale ran up to the villager with the cart. The girl thought about the master of cursed objects. Laughing, Mora thought the guy was funny and asked herself in her thoughts whether she could be with him at least sometimes on that team. A dark-skinned elf named Gamli greeted the guests, saying that the Adventurers Guild welcomed them. The girl recognized the guy as Gale, saying that he came too early, asking if he could resign. The guy objected to her words, answering that everything was quite the opposite and showed the contents of the bags. Gale said that it was not a fake, asking the girl to check it herself. The elf began to examine the skeletons. The guy threw the skull of a sorcerer who brought misfortune at the girl's feet. The elf was surprised. The girl's eyes sparkled and she said she would buy everything for 10% more than usual. Mora interrupted her, saying she wanted 30% more. Mora explained that the task in the letter was to clear the area, but in reality they had advanced further into the dungeon and suddenly the lick appeared and they were lucky not to die there. The hero's companion sternly declared that the information in the letter was unreliable and for that she wanted only 10%, which was unacceptable for the guild. Gamli looked at the girl in confusion. Gamli apologized to the heroes, justifying that they were still a small guild and the information could be unreliable and tried to bargain for 20%. Mora agreed discontentedly. The guy did not understand why his companion was angry. Mora replied that she had to say everything to her face because in completing the quest you also need to take countermeasures, citing as an example that she could take a task to destroy fire monsters, but in fact there will be ice monsters there. The guy, smiling, replied that Mora was kind anyway, to which the girl replied sheepishly that she was not. Gamli burst into the couple's dialogue, asking for forgiveness in advance for ruining the sweet atmosphere, and she apologized to the guy, talking about her inexperience. The guy reassured her that everything was fine. The girl bowed her head guiltily, saying that she had naively believed the gravedigger's words and that she had been wrong. Gale felt embarrassed, thinking how cute the elf was. The boy desperately tried to hide his excitement and admiration, assuring that the graveyard was his path and that he would come there on his own from time to time. Gimli happily threw herself into the boy's arms, saying how much of a relief his words were. The guy thought that the girl looked like a real guild master, and for the first time he was so highly appreciated. The hug was interrupted by Mora saying to stop it. The elf ran to the second floor, saying that it was time for her to start evaluating the goods and warned that she would be back soon. Mora asked Gale if he liked that girl. The guy asked confusedly what she was talking about. The guy asked why she was so suddenly interested in this and he categorically refused, saying that he didn't feel anything like that. The girl said that she was so nice to him and posed for him. Gale was embarrassed, saying that nothing like that happened. Mora resigned herself and left. Gale did not understand the behavior of his companion. The girl, flushed, frowned. Mora answered with a shout that she was not angry but simply trying to convey to the guy that the elf was over 100 years old. A spear flew past the couple and pierced the floor. Gimli apologized, explaining that her hand had twitched on its own. The boys knew she had aimed accurately. The girl replied that it was time for them to receive their reward. Coins were placed in front of the couple. Gale replied that they would split them in half. Mora wanted to object, but the guy calmed her down. Gamli saw the guys off, telling them to come for the remaining reward later. Gamli studied the new product and was angry at the girl's words about returning it. Gamli was addressed from the shadows. She asked what had happened since her guest rarely came here. The voice only said that it would take a minute since it was going to tell the elf what she wanted to hear. Gamli ordered the information to be released. The girl began her story. The elf thought about the commotion in the capital, which was called an assassination attempt. Gamli asked if Princess Carla was alive, to which she received a positive answer because she used a cursed item with the effect of resisting instant death. The girl asked, saying that only the shield has such a property. The voice from the shadows answered that she does not have information about the church relics. The elf smiled at the unknown artifact that had terrifying power. She asked who the killer was. The girl replied that she did not have such information and only knew that someone from the military was involved. Gamli smiled at the complicated case and assumed that the criminal was from the special forces of the Imperial Division. The girl assured that the details would come later. The elf asked the informant to try and asked if there was anything else interesting, to which she received a refusal. Gamli ordered one last thing to be done to find out more about the assassination attempt, to which she received consent and the girl disappeared. Gamli knew that the Empire had made a decisive move to secretly assassinate the heir to the throne, assuming that they were having internal strife. The girl remembered the cursed object in Gale, and their acquaintance appeared in her mind. She saw a terrifying amount of cursed objects under his cloak, but despite this, the guy remained unperturbed. And besides that, the guy was able to defeat the Lick together with his partner. The girl decided that he was playing with cursed objects. Gamli took a shower, lost in thoughts of how they were dark elves victims of cursed objects, and remembered their ancient desire for the family. Gamli remembered how she bowed down with her people. The girl wanted to get the heart of the Demon King, because without it, the curse on her family would not be lifted and her former rights would not be restored. Working part-time as a guild master, the girl simultaneously collected information, with the desire to get into the Imperial Guard. The girl thought if there were disputes between the capital and the Empire, would a new opportunity appear for her. Moreover, she had recently met an unusual master of cursed objects. The girl, having put together the puzzle, considered that the very artifact was made by Gale. After changing her clothes, the girl said that Gale really was an interesting young man to her. At a church in the capital, a man asked if the visitors were cursed. Gale's former group looked at the church minister in shock. The man stated that the curse had no effect and they were completely clean, to which he received an objection. The team leader scolded Gale, saying that he had cursed them as revenge and they wanted to remove him and return their former powers. The man replied that the traces of the curse were still on them, and it was a miracle that they survived, but with Gale gone, everything returned to normal. A group of people stood in the corridor. The guys understood that their current state was the level of their true strength. The commander got angry, blaming the priest for his incompetence, and the guys were hoping for the same. The hooded man looked at his hand and couldn't believe that he was a below-average mage. The commander ordered to listen to him and suggested to find Gale. The guys suggested that their former comrade was begging in the alleys. The man called out to Cash. The man asked the guy to stop this because they too would soon be on the brink of poverty. The boys sold all their equipment to remove the curse and for living expenses. Now they could not live in a normal hotel, and instead of clothes they had torn rags. The concept of being homeless was just about them. The guy grabbed his comrade and asked him what kind of despondency he was disbanding. The guy asked to let him go. The boy stopped struggling in the commander's hands and asked to pay attention to the notice board. Cash looked away. Cash asked what was there. Seeing the ad, the guy rushed towards it and grabbed the piece of paper. His comrades asked what was in the announcement, and Luke replied that, as the commander had said, they were there for a reason. Cash laughed, saying that he was right and they were very lucky. The guy showed the ad, saying to look at it. On the sheet of paper was a picture of Gale, which contained a royal decree and a search for a person, asking that he be found alive or dead for a certain reward. The distinctive features pointed to the guy, and they couldn't believe that he was put on the wanted list. The boys were mocking while the passers-by looked at the group of boys strangely. The boys were fired up with the idea of catching and handing Gale over to the kingdom, dreaming of a reward. The princess and her knight walked and discussed the informant, saying that they were not going to pay for misinformation again. The knight replied that the informant was a member of the guild and was a C-class adventurer. The girl also added that he had recently participated in a manhunt. The Wolfpack team sat uncivilized at a table surrounded by knights. The boys discussed how the furniture in this place was expensive and the food was amazing, and they gobbled up the candies. Cash put his feet up on the table and complained that informants like them were being kept waiting, saying that they were obliged to demand extra money for this. The princess and her knight sat down, hiding behind the knights, and whispered that their guests had no manners. The guy noticed the presence of the two ladies and said that they were the best adventurers in this city and only the royal family had the right to talk to them. The princess, stopping her knight from unnecessary actions, replied that she was busy, that's why she was late. The princess introduced herself as Carla de Glucken, and the guy was dealing with the princess of this country. The girl reminded the guy of his words for her to apologize for being late and angrily asked for forgiveness. The girl sat down on a chair while the adventurers bowed to the floor before her. Cash begged forgiveness for his impudence. The girl asked to get down to business. She asked directly if they knew the guy from the ad. The boys looked around and, smiling menacingly, replied that they knew. The knight suggested starting with the characteristics of the wanted person. Cash replied that the guy had an average build and dark eyes. The girl replied that such information did not give them anything. The girl from Cash's team said that he was wearing a primitive blue cape. The princess asked to continue. The guy remembered that he made uninteresting trinkets and he had disgusting taste. The princess said he was wrong. The team was stunned. The princess did not understand how such things could be called trinkets. The guy mumbled and asked to wait. The hooded guy said that his name was Gale. He was a master of cursed items and a former comrade of theirs. He held out 3 amulets and offered to look at them. The girl replied that there could be no mistake. The princess asked what she was talking about, and she explained that she had been convinced of this when she was looking for the boy. The man spoke about it to the princess's knight, and if he is to be believed, they are looking for the owner of the store who sells cursed items and the amulet he gave out as a bonus. The princess said, offended, that she had never had such a thing. The girl replied that perhaps it was because they had not made it before closing time or she had been in too much of a hurry. The girl turned to Luke asking if he had anything else from the stall, specifically from Gale. The guy replied that he had gotten that thing from another man, but he had another thing as well. He had with him a ring made from an animal's fang, a palette knife covered in slime, and a chain with witch's powder. The boys, dumbfounded, asked the guy why he carried it with him all the time and thought that it was because of this that they were so unlucky. The princess, covering her mouth with her hands, almost burst into tears, was surprised by the objects. She happily took all these items and was happy. The adventurer stood in shock from the girl's behavior. Having calmed down from the surging emotions, the princess sat down and believed the informants. The princess ordered to reward them. The adventurer's eyes lit up. The girl asked her princess if those trinkets attracted her, to which the princess lied and refused. The princess turned to Cash, handing over the money, saying that it would be an advance payment for the work. Carla came close to the guy, saying that she needed to thank Gale and asked if he understood her. The guy got down on one knee asking to trust him. The boys were delighted with the reward and were getting ready to go in search of Gale. The commander assigned duties to the boys, instructing Melissa to check the street stall and the merchant guild, Morris to check the adventurers guild and the inn, and Luke to search the carts. Cash didn't understand why the princess needed to thank Gale. The guys said that they needed to thank him well for such a reward from the princess. Team Wolffang completely misunderstood Princess Carla's request. The princess and her knight were watching the adventurers from the window. The girl asked Her Majesty if she really believed that they inspired her trust. Clara replied that she had no other options. The knight looked at the advertisement where the princess described and drew the guy. The princess wanted to test them to see what C-rank adventurers were capable of. The princess turned to the table and grabbed the paper, speaking about Gale. Holding the advert with the picture of the guy close to her, the girl replied that she wanted to know more about him. A city of farmers called Farmer's Corner. Gale sat and created a new artifact. The guy sneezed and reasoned, saying that there were connoisseurs of his cursed objects that they discussed them so fiercely. The young man quickly came to terms with this and continued. Gale laughed and reasoned that if you polish the lick's rib, then the resistance to magical power and the properties of the dark attribute will increase. However, in return, he will receive an effect in the form of a decrease in the properties of the light attribute and a decrease in physical defense. But by adding powder from the ground bones of the dark skeleton, the previous disadvantage is covered. The guy added a grain of thunder fire, which increases resistance to light magic. Gale happily finished his creation made from the ashes of the Lick Claymore. This was his first memorable work during his stay at the Farmer's Corner. The young man created a sage's sword and named it Split, with good qualities. The guy wanted to swing when the girl suddenly hit him on the head, asking him to shut up. Gale asked what she was doing in his room, to which she complained about the noise. The guy did not understand what the problem was. The girl wanted to forgive the guy for the unpleasant living conditions, but changed her mind. The girl asked the guy if he was going to open his shop today. Mora replied that she would go with him since the weather was favorable for good trade. The guy agreed with her. Gale, like other sellers, lured customers by asking them to come to his counter. The girl was confused and silent. On the street, people approached everyone except Gale. The guy tried to lure 2 guys who had just bought meat. Gale offered them chopsticks made from a skeleton. The boys refrained from such an offer. The guy offered the man a custom-made sword, to which the buyer ran away from Gale in horror. The girl angrily asked what the guy echoed. The guy offered the sword to the girl, promising a special price for friendship. The girl threw the sword away. The guy grabbed it with his whole body, saying that it was very valuable and he couldn't treat it like that. Mora told the guy that he was sick if he was selling something like that in this city, especially in the middle of food stalls. The guy replied that trade was good only from morning to evening. The girl explained that it was not about that. She asked if the guy was familiar with the words supply and demand. The young man replied that he knew and said that it was a connection between the buyer and the seller. Mora asked him to hammer these words into his head. The guy started thinking about what could fit here and came to a verdict, talking about the damned headbands. The girl dragged the guy, saying that they had to go back. Gale asked her to wait because the shop was still open and all the goods would be stolen. She replied that no one needed his junk for free. The boys came to Gimli. The girl told her about what happened at the market and added that she could no longer cope with him. The boy sat in the distance, offended, and declared that Mora was no longer his partner. Gale, hugging his sword, said that Mora did not understand the beauty of his creations because he spent 3 days on it. Gimli suggested that the boy listen more to the opinions of others. The boy objected to the elf. Gimli explained, asking him to think what kind of person and for what purpose would buy this product from him in this city. The guy thought about it. The boy suggested that it was for the interior. Gimli understood the seriousness of the problem. The elf asked why he would open a shop in such a place. The girl said that the appearance of a shop of cursed items next to food could interfere with the trade of other things and attract the guards. The guy reproached his companion for complaining. She justified herself by saying that she was talking to a wall. The elf laughed at the couple that they were perfect for each other, to which they objected. The guy said that he paid the trading guild 1 gold coin for a trading place. The girls stood in a stupor. Mora objected to such a price tag in such a city, to which Gimli replied that they were simply making money on it. The boy could not believe his loss. The elf answered the guy that if there were a lot of people on the street, it did not mean that the goods would sell because that part of the city would hardly use cursed items. The guy was completely downcast. Gimli tried to cheer the guy up and answered that it did not mean that he had no buyers here at all because there were adventurers who were members of this guild. Gale was happy. But that didn't solve the problem because they had to change their location first. Gimli asked if they had consulted about the profitable trading place. The youth replied that it was already occupied. The girl asked if he had seen that place for sure and if there were places filled with traders. The guy recalled that there was enough space in the square and even empty. The elf understood everything and answered that there are capital guilds that have their own branches that open their shops in small towns, and the guys had to go. The couple asked where exactly. The girl replied that she was going to the blacksmith's guild. Meanwhile, the blacksmith was forging new weapons. Blacksmith's guild, the guys arrived looking for a good place for a stall. Gale asked why the smith's guild and not the merchant's guild. Gimli replied that Farmer's Corner had a unique balance of power. The girl explained that there was almost no power there and therefore they were losing to the blacksmith's guild in terms of concentration of money and people, and the guys from the glassbreaker were paying an official visit. Mora added that the trade guild was striving to become #1 in the city. The elf praised the girl for her intelligence. In the rural area, the blacksmith's guild was very popular, producing metal goods, repairing inventory, and building new buildings. In addition, the tools sold there for a specific population were excellent for cultivating the land, which did not seem surprising for its popularity. The boy asked if they would say hello to those influential people. They would help them open a shop. The girl agreed with him and asked if there was any gift for them. The boy took out a cursed necklace and a sword. The split, as Gale called it, and stated that if he gave it to them, they would definitely be delighted. Mora tried to calm the guy down and Gimli asked in horror what kind of sword it was. Mora remembered that they had to make a circle at the request of the elf for shopping. The companion asked the guy to simply bow and assured him that she would give him the gift. The guy, on the contrary, believed that the blacksmiths would appreciate his gift. The girl asked the guy to turn around because he had already attracted their attention. The boys entered the room where work was in full swing. Mora commented that she was hot from the stove. Gimli replied that there was no reception area but in fact a workshop, but it was listed as a guild. The man addressed the guests that they were behaving impolitely. Gale apologized. The boy asked if they could now proceed further, to which Gimli objected, saying that they needed to call out to them. The pair of adventurers exchanged glances and Mora apologized, shouting to the workers. Gimli said that it was not loud and was going to call them herself. The elf shouted Shailen's name so loudly that the heroes stood in a stupor. At the girl's call, a hammer landed, causing the boys to jump in different directions. Gimli grumbled at such a gesture of greeting, which made the girl tell her to shut up as she was interfering with the work. The girl with 2 ponytails on her head and glasses on her eyes answered that if she called once, she would come. The guys were surprised that this girl was a dwarf. Gimli sat on the hammer of her interlocutor and laughingly answered that she had called her, but she had not come, to which she received an insult. The girls exchanged insults and the heroes noticed the tension in their relationship. Jilly addressed the guys saying that it was nonsense. Gimli introduced the dwarf. The girl's name was Shaylin and she was the master of the Smiths Guild. The dwarf raised her glasses and smilingly declared that she was glad to meet her new friend. The guy shook her hand and noticed that the girl's hands were bigger than his and had a lot of scratches, as well as experience. Mora turned to her partner, puzzled. Gale and Shaline spoke to each other in unison. The boys realized that they were professionals in their field. Gimli, smiling, interrupted the master's handshake with the words, "Why were they looking at each other like that?" The masters objected to the girl. Mora asked to get down to business. Gimli replied that she was with an important guest today who wanted to open his own shop. Shali did not understand the point of shops and asked not to waste her time anymore. Shalina thought that if she let them open a shop, she would create problems for the merchant guild. The girl said that she was not against it, but there was a problem. The girl explained that they had no plans to take over the city, but unlike the city, they didn't just create things, they repaired them, and it would be easy for her if she only had to do one thing, but before she could realize it, she became a guild master. The girl asked the guy's name again and warned him not to believe everything Gimli said, because half of her words were lies. The guy remained silent and the girl objected, saying how cruel Shaylina had been to her. The girl replied that she would sign the document now. Gale and Mora were happy with the task they had accomplished. Shalina turned to the guy, saying that it was not that simple. She said that in the world you can't be so naive and there is give and take, so if they need her permission, then in this matter there is no such thing as good nature. The boys didn't understand what she was talking about until they remembered the gifts. The girl gave them the keg. Mora bowed and asked to take a strong alcoholic drink. Gale decided to also present his sword, which he received an angry look from Mora. The girl tried to stop the guy, asking him not to take out the sword. He said that the master should like it. Shalina asked in surprise what the boys were knocking with just now. The guy gave her a sword wrapped in cloth, from which the girl, opening it, was surprised and screaming, asking what it was. Mara and Gimli stood watching the boy and the dwarf. Shalina was delighted by such a weapon and answered with a serious face that she understood them. She said it wasn't just a sword. The guy happily said that she understood, and together they repeated this word. At the same time, the guy thanked the master for this while the girl grabbed the young man by the shoulder. The girl asked not to address her so formally, asking to switch to informal familiarity. The guy said that she was really a pro and burst into tears and rejoiced that he had finally met someone who really understood this. The guy roared and wiped away tears of happiness. Mora looked at Shaylin. The girl cleared her throat, to which the guy asked if she was sick. Gimli asked what was the matter, smiling sarcastically, to which the girl asked her to shut up. Shalina suggested the girl to go out into the fresh air because of the dust in the workshop, but the girl refused, saying that she considered the two masters close enough. Shalina approached the guy and asked if the girl was talking about that. The guy changed his mind, happily saying that Shalina was a master blacksmith and still a knowledgeable master who understood him. The girl admired the sword, saying that such things do not just fall out of monsters, and only when he took it in his hand did he feel all its power, and according to her personal assessment, the sword had vampirism, which is inherent in the dark attribute that gave a boost to the slashing attack. Gale replied that the girl had a diamond eye and wanted to tell him about its other features when Shali suddenly stopped him. She said that the cut had a lighter weight. The girl was swinging her sword, which Mora noticed. Gale explained that the master was testing the sword in practice. Shalina happily declared that it would be nice to arm herself with such a thing. When attacking an enemy, the sword activated vampirism, which allowed one to restore strength during battle. Shalina said that such a sword was large but felt light, which made it possible to wield it with one hand, and such a weapon was perfect for the frontline swordsman of a team. The girl corrected herself, saying that it would also be suitable for a lone adventurer. The guy happily added that the sword also had resistance to magic and he was able to impose protection from dust, and such a sword was considered cursed, which proved his meekness. The girl listed the guy's words in praise, but when she heard about the last one, she asked again. Shaylin nervously asked what he polished it with. The sword began to curse and grabbed the girl's hand. Shaylina did not understand what it was. Mora noted that it was the effect of the skull. The girl asked to get off her hand. The guy continued to reason how she could not know about such power. Shaylina yelled at the guy, telling him to take his sword. Mora stood up for the guy and asked the guy to quickly dispel the curse. Gimli laughed, noting the mess they had made, but in her mind she realized that in addition to the curse, the boy's sword was highly praised for its characteristics, thus proving that Gale was an unusual master of cursed items. The boy used the amulet and removed the curse. Gimli waved her hand and looked at the boys from the side. The girl held her injured hand in front of her and didn't understand what she had gotten herself into. Mora apologized, saying that they had tried to be careful. The girl treated her hand and said that it was too late to apologize. Shaylina objected that it was necessary to say right away that the object was cursed. The guy did not understand why, because he could have immediately dispelled the curse. The girl answered that if this was normal for him, it did not mean that for others too, calling the guy selfish. Shaylina asked her colleague if they had come to do her any harm. The elf told her not to be stupid, because Gale had no evil intentions. Shaylin, upset, realized that she had fallen for the characteristics of a tasteless sword and said that after this they would never see permission. Gale replied that she was arrogant because they came to her with gifts and she was like this. The girl changed the subject and asked why he didn't give such a sword to some guard. The guy pouted and replied that he had put his whole soul into the sword. The girl cursed the guy and asked if he knew about the needs of the customers. The girl considered the guy hopeless and could not allow him to open a shop because if his items started selling well, the world would end. Shaylin had the idea that such a person could be useful in safe hands. The girl replied that she was not that heartless. The girl asked how much he wanted to open a shop. The guy arrogantly replied that he wanted to, which Mora pinched him for. The guy grabbed his side in confusion and was already asking to open the shop for him. Mora added an apology and justified herself by saying that the guy would sometimes go crazy, but he wasn't a bad person. Shaylina looked down at the guy and replied that it was funny that they were still discussing it. The girl agreed to open a shop, but she needed to sign something somewhere, assuring that she would take responsibility. The girl leaned over, saying that the guy had not yet paid her, and asked to show his real identity, looking straight at him. Mora asked if she needed the money. She replied that the girl had a bad opinion of her to suggest such a thing, since she had no intention of taking money from the newcomer, but only wanted to ask for a favor. The guy asked what the request was. The girl replied that if you ask the adventurers, they will point out one place. This place was the only mine in Farmer's Corner. The girl wanted to give a task to exterminate the monsters inside it, but all those who stepped on this land disappeared. She did not know what kind of monsters lived there. The quest was difficulty AA, called Inanaki Mine Safety. The girl asked if the guys were ready to take it on. Meanwhile, in the palace, the princess's knight asked what this meant, because she was sure that it was the work of those who acted under the name of the emperor. The princess did not want to accept the fact of her mistake. The girl answered that they had been set upon by assassins without doubting it. The princess assumed that the attempt on the servant was not a coincidence, but had a meaning. The girl stated that they were dealing with an assassination attempt on Princess Carla and an imperial struggle for the throne had broken out. Continuing the theory, the girl knight said that the first prince of the empire hired an assassin to kill the princess. The servant replied that he had heard that the emperor had fallen ill and that a struggle for the throne had broken out between the first prince, who was the concubine's son, and the second legitimate child. The princess asked what this matter had to do with her. The girl knight replied that there was none at the moment, but in the future the princess might have a marriage of convenience with the second prince, asking if the princess had forgotten about it, to which she replied that she had forgotten and was confused. The princess said that this did not mean that she agreed with her fate. The butler replied that such a decision was beyond the persuasion of Princess Carla and that this agreement was of international level. The girl replied that the princess's marriage would both enhance the empire's reputation and strengthen the kingdom, thereby gaining the support of the second prince, and from his behavior, it could be understood that his attitude towards the princess had no more than political significance. Even if the plan fails, the first prince will not lose anything. Perhaps he even aimed for this. The girl said that now the fragile empire has two paths, where it is necessary to take this idea with all seriousness and pay a friendly visit to improve relations. The knight continued to say that they needed to lure out the killer sent by the first prince. The girl screamed. The knight replied that even if they caught the killer and forced him to talk, it did not mean that they would get direct evidence, because if the empire remained silent about this incident, it would not be useful to the kingdom, and the best they could do was to express concern about what was happening, unless of course they had no desire to fight. Carla stood up and said that then they should call off the engagement and break the agreement, and she, as a princess, would refuse the engagement to the second prince. The girl looked confidently into the eyes of her personal knight. Throwing away the crown, the girl fell onto the bed. The knight replied that they could not break the treaty between the countries. Lying on the bed, the princess said that she hated it, and looking at her hand with the ring, she added that they had already picked out a ring. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, in an Aki mine, Shaolin met roles. Gale claimed to be a master of cursed items. Aura said he was a support. Gimli said she was a guild master and asked not to take her into account. The guy asked if they needed more participants because he and Mora were standing in the rear and the elf did not participate at all. Shalina sadly lowered her head and answered in the affirmative, and so they decided not to change anything. The girl replied that at first she wanted to give them a level CB quest, but after thinking about it she decided to choose a high-level one because the heroes had been through a lot. The guy replied that they had recently arrived in the city. Gimli, smiling, reminded her that the guys had not told Shalina that if she took the task and failed, the difficulty would increase. Shalina almost pounced, and her colleague said that she had made this decision after talking to her. Mora thought about it and realized that if she didn't do the quest for a long time, the difficulty would remain the same. The guy asked if they would fail, the quest would rise in rank, to which Gimli agreed and warned that the quest would become S rank. The girl replied that many adventurers had disappeared there recently. Mora had taken in that 9 out of 10 cases were lost. The boys looked at the rock in the shape of a monster's mouth and the tunnel that was the entrance to the mine. The boys heard a noise hoping for the wind, but they understood that a monster lived there. The boys' thoughts were interrupted by Shalina asking why they froze. The girl asked why if they were adventurers, they simply wouldn't encounter the problem and solve it, and remembered saying that they often mined ore there before. The guy reminded that most often people never returned from there despite the application. The girl replied that for such a task they should pay at least 10 gold coins. Shalina told the guys that this quest used to be low in difficulty and the reward was very small. Mora replied that no one would take on the quest then. Gale asked if he could try himself in the role of an attacker. Mora was surprised. The girl reminded that the guy had previously single-handedly destroyed an army led by the Lick. Gale replied that the undead were different and they still hadn't found out what kind of monsters were wrapped up there. Shalina interrupted their conversation. The girl with the hammer declared that she would take the initiative into her own hands. Shaolin decided for everyone and the guys were surprised by such a proposal. The girl asked why the guys had such faces, she would just take command over them. The guys were surprised that the client was going into battle with them as an attacker while fulfilling his own order. Gimli said that it was not a problem for the girl. Shalina said she was strong and showed off her biceps. The guy asked incredulously if Lita could handle it, she just told him to rely on her. Mora marveled at her team of a guild master, a master of cursed items, and a support, thinking how absurd it was. But the girl did not give herself a reason to lose. The girl thought that no matter what kind of monsters they met, they could rely on Gale's abilities. The boys moved forward wishing that everything would work out. Gimli wished the boys good luck and waved her hand as they parted. The team went inside and illuminated the passages. The guy looked in the direction from which the sound came down into the abyss. The boys started to fuss. Shalina calmed them down. The girl told the boys hiding behind her that it was just the wind, telling about the holes through which a sound similar to a dog's howl passed, which is why the mine got its name. Shalina threw a stone to the girl, asking her to look. Mora caught the stone and looked at the iron ore with Gale. Plina said that there was a lead ore deposit here and occasionally mithril was found, saying that the mine here was not bad. The guys turned their heads and looked at the shaft. The boys were at the very bottom of the mine abyss. The heroes were surprised by her beauty. Shalina explained that this is why she settled here and this place was important to her, so she cannot be afraid of it. Mora thought that at least they were no longer in a cemetery where the undead lived and they had no reason to be afraid, when suddenly she hit herself and asked what it was. The girl saw the petrified statue of a man with horror. She backed away screaming, shouting that there was undead there. The guy was happy, and Shelina answered that such a thing couldn't happen here. The girl hid behind the guild master while she asked Gale what he was so happy about. The guy answered that the undead in such a place are very special. The guy's reasoned that these were not statues at all, but rather complete works of jewelry and appearance. The guy replied that it was as if he was alive in front of him. Shelina asked the guy if it wasn't cool. The guy thought it was fine craftsmanship. The girl standing behind him said they were stupid. Mora turned around and pointed to the passage, asking the boys to look while they discussed the intricacies of the statue's work. Mora pulled the boys away, saying it was not the time to discuss such things, and asked them to look over there. Shaline stood up and looked around, surprised by what she saw, as was Gale. Fill the room with statues of people. The girl, cursing, did not understand what was happening now. Shelina asked why there were so many statues here. The guy noted that they were all different. Mora understood that something strange was happening and asked her comrades' opinions. Shelina looked closely at the statue and recognized her friend in it, informing the guys about it, to which they were surprised. The girl recognized several more statues, which were adventurers from the farmer's corner. Shelina couldn't believe her eyes because they had just found the missing people. The girl's face became tense. The boys realized that there were petrified people standing in front of them. Gale understood why he thought such statues were jewelry and admitted how wrong they were. Shelina, in a panic, said that it was like turning to stone. The guy realized that it was the work of a monster and grabbed the guild master by the shoulder. The boys stood ready to fight, covering each other's backs. Mora shouted that she was near the entrance. The girl ordered the boys to watch the last in the side. Gale turned to Mora, saying that things were bad since not many monsters could do such a thing. The girl agreed, saying that such monsters were like the basilisk or the gorgon, which were above class A. The guys understood that the cave smelled of chicken and feathers were scattered around, and besides, the creature had the ability to petrify. A chicken call sounded. Gale shouted that their enemy was a cockatrice. The wall began to break down. Cockatrice is a monster that is half chicken and half snake, considered a creature of disaster in many religions, and in addition to high defense which can withstand attacks from a throwing gun, the cockatrice had sharp claws and poisonous breath that turns nearby creatures into stone. In addition, the monster had high mobility and was able to think through its attacks. The wall on the Mora side was collapsing. The girl didn't understand what was happening. Helena said that they needed to switch positions. The guy shouted back to the girl and swapped with her. Gale charged at the cockatrice as it ran straight towards the heroes. The monster began to attack the boys. The hero prepared to counterattack the enemy, clutching 3 darts in his hand. A snake appeared from the back of a huge chicken, bearing its fangs. The guy threw darts and hit one in the snake's neck and the other in the bird's body. The monster was electrocuted, and the boy joyfully exclaimed that the monster wanted to corrupt them and had already opened its beak, but in the end, it became the target itself. Shali asked the hero how he was able to pierce the body of a monster with such a strong defense, adding that it would be normal if it was a dungeon monster, but the front ones were a boss. The guy replied that it didn't matter what kind of monster he was and he needed to attack him as soon as possible, because they were disposable darts with a paralysis spell and ignoring defense. Gale added that such an effect on the monster does not last long. Shali swung her hammer and went on the attack, answering that she did not care and went into battle. The ground crumbled under the girl's feet from the force put into the hammer. Shali gathered strength for the blow and looked angrily at the enemy. With a wave of precise blows, Shali separated the monster's body from its head. The monster's head flew in midair, and Mora noted that she was able to launch it into the air by hitting it 5 times. The guy added a comment that it was just a head-on blow. Shali proudly replied that it was her heroic form. The guys warned the girl that there was more. Shali fell into the snake's mouth and screamed. The girl called out to Mora, who began to cast a spell to increase her strength, saying to rely on her. Shali's arm muscles had noticeably grown, which surprised her. Mora warned her comrade that the speed of application was important in enhancement magic, and therefore the duration of the effect was very short. Shali thrust her hammer into the snake's mouth in mid-flight and replied that she could handle it. The girl tried to tear the snake's mouth apart. Shali said that now a first-class blacksmith would show them his strength. The boys watched what was happening. Shelina tore the monster's mouth apart, showing her strength. The monster tore along the mouth. The girl landed not far from the defeated one and exuded steam. Unable to keep her balance, Shali fell to the ground and laughed, saying that this was a complete victory. Shali sat on the ground while the boys ran towards her. Mora shouted at her to be careful and said that Coratrix's slowness saved them because the effect of the dart was still in effect. The girls started asking about the dart artifact and learned that the guy had found it on a ghost who ignored the protection in the capital. The guy didn't remember well and described it as a skeleton in a black cape. The girls asked him in unison, looking at each other. The girls asked if the skeleton had a sickle and a creepy tin lamp in his hands. The guy remembered and snapped his fingers and replied that he did. Gale, who looks like a small skeleton, passes through the walls. The girls exclaimed in horror that it was the god of death. The messenger of disasters, the god of death, did not appear in the world of people. The girls hastened to remind the guy. Gale, smiling, replied that there was nothing special, and such a skeleton can be seen in the underground catacombs, although when he saw the guy, the skeleton left in shock from him. Mora glanced at him from the shock of what she heard. The partner grabbed the guy by the collar of his coat and started shaking him, saying that he couldn't possibly have seen the deity. The guy replied that he had only seen it twice. Mora screamed at the guy for what he had done to him. Gale replied that he used a skeleton for the cursed item, adding that there was nothing else he could do. Mora froze in extreme shock. Closing her eyes, the girl repeated the guy's words and understood why the dart had such an effect on the boss monster. Shali looked at him disapprovingly and asked what kind of person the main character was. Mara, remembering her comrade, answered Shali that she should have been more careful, explaining that her life could have been destroyed in an instant. Shali justified her actions by saying that she couldn't just sit in a corner cowering in fear of death and that any person in a dangerous situation would lose their vigilance. Mora glared at the girl until she added that she would be more careful next time. Mora remembered and wanted to say something until the guy interrupted her. The guys stood closer to each other and said that the quest Inanaki Mine Safety of difficulty AA was successfully completed. The group of 3 people jumped in joy at the task being completed. Gale was collecting monster feathers while the girls were sitting behind the guy and waiting for him. Mora told the girl that it was necessary to notify Gimli about helping the adventurers, and then asked if it was possible to use the mine they were in at all, to which she received consent. Shali replied that there had been various monsters there before, but the most unknown creature was the cockatrice, adding that it would be sad if he put them there. The girl remembered that she debuted for the first time as an adventurer. The guy thought about it and turned to Mora. Gale asked if this monster could be eaten. The girl replied that she did not know, thoughtfully adding that perhaps certain parts of the body could be eaten. Shali, disgusted, told the boy that it could not be eaten because its body was poisonous. Gale deliberately asked Shali again and made excuses that the monster looked like a chicken they were used to. Mora approached the guy and asked why he was hiding in such a place and said that more parts needed to be torn off. The guy warned the girl to be careful. The boy thought about Mora's words and replied that for such a large monster, this mine was too small. He wondered if the monster could have taken this place as a chicken coop. He could only guess what was on the chicken's mind. Gale lifted his head and added that it really smelled like a chicken coop, chicken droppings and rotten eggs. He heard a crunch and the guy asked what Mora had stepped on. The girl looked at her feet and something crumbled. The guy examined the object and it was an eggshell. The girl asked if it was too big, to which the guy agreed. Gale asked Mora why chickens built coops. Shali looked around and understood. Mora replied so that the chickens could lay eggs there. Shali cursed, which earned her questioning looks. The girl added that there were chicks there. The sound of the boss monster's chicks could be heard behind the miner statues. The monster's children were gnawing at the hardened remains of the miners. The chicks turned their attention to the children. A group of people watched the monsters in horror. The boys were confused and realized that they were in a nest while the chicks were attacking them. The girls were shouting that it was time for them to run, but the guy didn't understand why, because the monsters had just hatched and they must mistakenly consider them their parents. The chicks with snake-like tails were running towards the heroes in order to have a snack. The boy was quickly grabbed and the 3 of them were running away from the crowd of monster cubs. Mora replied that they wanted to eat them. Shelina agreed with her and added that they had to run because if they were eaten, the responsibility would fall on her. The boys ran along the mine corridor until they realized that they had reached a dead end. Shali replied that the entrance was blocked, to which Gale asked what they should do. Shali replied that the best defense is a good offense and attacked first, asking the guys to cover her. The girl hit one of the chicks in the face. The monster flew apart. Shali happily declared that this hammer could even break a rock. Looking at the horde of monsters, she replied that it had no effect on them. Mora asked the girl to hold out a little longer, to which she agreed. Mora understood that this battle would be many times more difficult than the fight with cockatrice. The baby cockatrices have a body slightly smaller in size than the cockatrice itself, meaning that their number could easily exceed 100. Chickens were prolific birds, and these monsters were able to inherit the snake's trait. These monsters also had an innate ferocity, reinforced by hunger, but if you kill several adults, the children will start running away in terror. But the children of cockatrice are reckless and see nothing but prey before them. At this time, Shali kept count of the monsters she had killed. The girl enjoyed her battle, but there were still too many monsters. Mora finished writing the rune and apologized for the wait. A magic circle formed under Shali's feet, and the girl's abilities were strengthened and her speed increased with the help of Mora's magic. Magic hieroglyphs appeared on Shali's body. Shalina happily exclaimed that she was overflowing with energy. Mora thought that this was different from the previous enhancement, and if she could concert her magic on that deposit, then the ability would only grow, although it did not happen quickly enough. Mora reasoned that in order to destroy the baby cockatrice, Shaline only needs one blow, so she increased her agility and then increased her other abilities. Shali jumped on the monster with cries of joy. The girl's blows were like a tornado, destroying the little cockatrices, and in addition, the magic that strengthened her significantly increased her combat effectiveness. In this situation, Shali became virtually invincible, but there was one drawback. Shali carried away the monsters and screamed about how many cubs there were. The tired girl said that her strength was running out, to which Mora replied that her limit was near. She asked Gale if he had some cursed tool that could defeat these creatures, like the one he used against the orcs. The guy sadly replied that he hadn't had one for a long time, and besides, the situation with the orcs was different, because the power of enhancing evil spirits in cursed instruments doesn't work well on monsters with a weak ego, like the little cockatrices. Shali asked Gale what he was talking about. The guy replied that the spell could be compared to a conditioned reflex, like when an adult showed a lemon and he began to salivate. The guy added that the chicks did not know what lemon tasted like. This meant that spells that caused fear and confusion that affected the enemy's psyche would have no effect on monsters with a certain level of intelligence. Curses wouldn't help them this time. The little cockatrice continued to attack the boys. Shali was exhausted, but was ready to repel a new wave of attacks. Mora couldn't believe it and decided to ask again about Gale's personal things that could help. The guy answered that his things were useless against such things. The guy decided to check the bag and answered that there were personal items for sale. He found the cursed bandage. The bag also contained a dark mask and a decoration made of weeping horns. Gale replied that the design of such cursed things is something to be proud of, and they are intended for interior decoration. Shali noted that the guy's bag was simply completely full, to which she received the answer that the effects they give are weak. Gale sadly replied that the defense was 3 times better, agility was twice as good, fatigue was ignored, and poison resistance was increased. The girls were shocked by such weak effects of his cursed items. Shali replied that this was what they needed. Mora warned that she would now erect a protective barrier, and in that same second the monsters were already at a decent distance. With the enthusiast, Shalina accelerated and wanted to try out new items for strength faster. The guy agreed, although he warned that the items were not created for combat. The girl took the bandage. Suddenly she saw pores on it and quickly threw the object into the air. The guy was horrified by Shali's behavior. The girl stood up straight and tried to convince herself that she should perceive it as an increase in her powers. The guy agreed and said the qualities of the item that gave the girl 3 times more protection and ignoring fatigue. Gale tied the item on the girl's forehead while she stood tensely. Suddenly, the girl's aura lit up, and Shali replied that the fatigue had truly evaporated from her body. The monsters waited outside the barrier while Gale placed item after item on the girl, explaining their properties. The girl changed visibly and answered that she could see in the dark, although nothing was visible under the mask. Mora noticed that the chicks were about to break the barrier and asked the guy to quickly put on the remaining equipment. The guy replied that the last one was the crying horns, which had the effect of increasing agility and strength. The girls were surprised by such a statement. Shelina was fully equipped with Gale's cursed armor. The girl asked what was wrong. At 100, the guy remarked on how cool she looked. Mora just put her hand to her forehead. Shali thought that the 5-fold increase in strength was simply fantastic, and looking at her hand, she felt the overwhelming power with every fingertip. The shield broke and Mora drew attention to it, warning the guys. The monsters began to attack Shali. Mora warned the girl of the danger. Shelina turned around sharply and swung her hammer. With one blow, she tore the monster to shreds. Mora and Gale stood and marveled at their comrades' new abilities. At that moment, they felt the mines shaking, even though Galena was without Mora's enhancement. Shelina was also surprised and joyfully repeated that she was now invincible. A new move popped into the girl's head and she spun and swung the hammer. Shali called it the endless spin attack. The girl went crazy with her new abilities and laughed. The guys watched the girl's behavior and Mora decided to ask if there were any dangerous components in the artifacts. The guy hesitantly answered no, but they can give an effect in combination with each other. The compound effect of cursed items can be compared to an increased reaction, how cursed items with different effects are added together, and the combination of the mask and horns give a greater effect than separately. The girl noticed that Shaylin was not afraid of fatigue and was like a runner. Shali herself was preparing to kill the last monster and hit him straight. The girl stopped at the body of the last monster. Shali took off the leaf from her mask and the curse dissipated. The girl was glad to take off such armor. Noticing, Shaggy said that, having put on such armor and walked in it in public, she felt ashamed. The guy objected to her because only recently she praised them. The girl began to explain that they deserved their praise only for the increase in strength. Gale sighed with annoyance and replied that these things were now worn. Shelina objected that the things she had worn could be sold for more, to which the boys asked her questioningly what she was talking about. At that moment, Galena fell to the ground, shaking and saying how her whole body was aching with pain and asking why. The guy asked her if she really thought that all the fatigue she had would disappear, because the effect of the curse only creates the illusion that she was not tired. The guy continued his explanation that the girl used a 5-fold increase in strength and a double increase in agility in order to go wild and destroy a crowd of monsters, and her body is endowed with resistance to poison, as soon as the effect of the cursed thing spreads. But as soon as it is removed, then the entire curse dissipates, and if there is poison in the body, then it continues its function. There are not many madmen in this world who love to experiment with cursed things, and usually treated the peddling of a person who made cursed objects as lousy and unnecessary. However, if this cursed object allows one to completely defeat a pack of cockatrice cubs, then the price of the objects was indescribable. Gale replied that a little time would pass and the pain would subside, asking the girl to rest for a while. Shelina was lying on the ground in a star pose and sighing tiredly after the fight. Mora, smiling, leaned towards the girl and hinted that she had behaved indecently, which was followed by a sharp statement about the lack of strength to get up. Mora squatted down and bowed her head and said that she had used up all her mana, but it was restored after a while. The guy sat, sorting through his bag, and said that he had also used a lot of cursed items. The guys said that nevertheless the AA difficulty quest, Inanaki Mine Safety, was completed. The boys were happy and smiling at their victory. Mora said that if she had known in advance that it was a cockatrice's nest, she would not have undertaken such a quest. Gale agreed with her, saying that he would rather have stayed behind the counter in the shopping district than there. Shali agreed, saying that she would not have undertaken the quest. The guy thought about it and asked. Gale had a feeling that something was wrong. The anxiety he felt came when he saw the egg. Behind the boys walked a huge cockatrice. The monster swung its paw, wanting to crush the boys. The guy confusedly stated that the first bird that appeared in front of them was a chicken, and then the creature in front of them now was a rooster. The guys rushed to the side, trying to dodge the attack. Gale Yubei said that there were 2 cockatrices in the nest, and that was why most adventurers failed there. Shali, cursing, did not understand why the male was so huge. The snake on the rooster's tail took the petrified cow in its mouth and swung it. The rooster monster threw a boulder from a cow at the heroes. The guys ran away and screamed, asking if it was a waste of a round. Shelina took her hammer and lured the monster to herself. The girl cursed and threatened the rooster that she would make him crispy because she was tired and that he had disturbed her rest. The girl understood that they had invaded his nest and made a mess, which was why the monster was furious. The monster screamed. Shali continued to address him, saying that he had taken over this mine and did not understand why he was indignant. The girl shouted to the monster that this territory belonged to her blacksmith guild, but not to the rooster. Shelina screaming. The girl prepared to attack, still angry at the monster. Gale tried to stop her, warning her to be careful. Gale grabbed the girl and jumped with her to the edge where the fog had not yet reached. The carcass of the dead chick turned to stone before the couple's eyes. Shali asked the boy in surprise what it was. The boy replied that he had never cared about it before and had only heard about it. The monster's chick turned completely to stone. The guy finished by saying that cockatrice had stone breath. The monster rooster continued to emit mist. The boy explained that if it weren't for him, the girl would have quickly turned to stone. The hero continued to say that those adventurers had been attacked a long time ago. The cockatrice puffed out his cheeks, and the boys ran from the new wave of fog. Mora reasoned that the good thing for them was that the breath had a short radius of destruction and a slow speed of spread, but their location was closed. The girl stood in the middle of the corridor and realized that they were at a dead end. The boys distracted the rooster, and Mora tried to come up with some kind of rescue plan for them. Gale and Shailina couldn't hold the line for long and ran towards the sea. Cockatrice was chasing the boys. The girl was shocked and did not understand the guy's actions. Mora asked the boys why they were still cornered. Gale answered the girl positively, and together with Shali they ran towards the girl from the monster rushing towards them. Cockatrice began the attack from the tail, and the snake with its mouth open approached the adventurers. The boys froze in fear. The snake broke through the collapsed tunnel, and the boys fell forward. The boys were lying on the ground. Gale and Mora were looking straight at the monster and waiting. Mora said that they had nothing to defend themselves with now and needed to find something to use as a shield. The guy rhetorically asked the girl what, and immediately answered that Shailina's hammer had been thrown back and the minecart had been smashed. Shailina stood in front of the guys and answered that their shield was right in front of them. Gale and Mora wondered what she was talking about. Monstro was watching the boys' actions, and in the reflection of his eyes you could see how the girl spread her arms out to the sides. Shali stood in front of the heroes and covered them with her body, answering that they would cope and ordered them to take cover behind her. Gale objected to the girl, not understanding what she was saying. The girl replied that she had said earlier that she would be in the vanguard of their team. Shailina plunged into a cloud of fog and said with a smile that she was doing her duty. The guy tried to pull the petrified girl away in panic, while Mora covered her mouth from the horror of what was happening. Shailina replied that Gale was a very strange and deep-voiced person to her, but for some unknown reason she could not hate him. She said that by using her body as a shield they could survive. Mora, in tears, replied that they should stick together. Almost petrified, Shailina wanted to ask the guys for a favor. The girl remembered her guys from the guild and said that it was for them. Shailina also remembered Gamli, saying that she was indeed a good elf. The girl was not going to keep the boys in suspense for long, realizing that she would not have another chance. Gale pointed his hand at the girl and used magic to break the spell. Shailina opened her eyes again. The girl lowered her hand. Shailina silently looked at him, then at her hand, and did not understand what was happening. Unable to bear the tension, the girls asked what it was. The guy answered that having touched the petrified Shailina, he realized that he could possibly cope with the spell. Scratching the back of his head and smiling, Gale answered that he decided to try dispersion. The girls were simply speechless. The boy began to answer that he thought that the cockatrice's magic was a poison similar to the principle of the Gorgon's poison. It was a revelation to the boy that some monsters could use such types of curses, and he thought that it would be strange to call petrification a poison, and a new discovery followed. Shailina interrupted the guy, pointing at the monster and saying that his comb was swinging. The girl explained that such attacks were too exhausting for the monster, and if Gale could understand the principle of the spell, then the monster was no longer scary to the guys. Mora replied that this then changes everything. They should have pounced on the monster until it regained its strength, and said that she could use one boost. Making a fist, the girl said that she would increase Shali's physical strength, to which she responded by relying on her. The girl came up with a plan in which Shali would take care of the snake on the cockatrice's tail, while Gale would give the final gift to the rooster. Gale and Shailin quickly moved forward towards the monster as it attacked with a snake. The girl jumped straight towards the snake's mouth, attacking with her hands. Lowering her hands, she made a sharp movement and struck the monster in the head in midair, then landed on the ground. Shali began to think that the sudden attack from two flanks was in its own way clever for them, and earlier they could not have thought otherwise about the poison being absolutely deadly. At this time, Gale was going along the snake's body to the rooster. The guy ran forward towards the monster, not looking back at the scream that he shouldn't dare hold back. Gale was already on his back and the rooster woke up. The guy showered the monster with his cursed artifacts with various weakening spells. He didn't know which curse would be effective against the boss monster, maybe one would be enough. But the young man, smiling, warned that today the monster curses were on special offer. The tool of multiple attacks with 0 gaps was activated. The rooster monster was mired in a curse. The girls were coming down from the mountain, littered with skulls. The guy was still fighting. Gale was falling from the cock down. The young man extended his hand in flight and addressed the monster, enticing it to come towards him. The rooster sank deeper and deeper into the turtles, screaming in pain, casting spells and curses. Gale came down the mountain to the girls who were running to meet him. Mora asked the guy if he had used his entire arsenal, to which she agreed. Looking at the mountain of skulls, the guy said that he didn't know exactly which of the curses could work on the boss and therefore used all of them. The girl looked at the guy's back in shock. Dark rays were rushing from the mountain. The girl was yelling at the boy, saying that if all his magic items were activated, the world would end. The boy laughed out loud and said that the girl was exaggerating. The monster crowed from the fallen mountain and glowed with dark rays. Shali noticed that although she herself said the guy not to hold back, but he, as always, overdid it. The boys hid from the bright light of the curses. A second later, there was an explosion. The guys were carried back by the explosion wave. Red rain was falling at the sight of the explosion. Shailena woke up saying that she stunk, then got up and called out to the girl. Mora replied that she was barely alive. The girl was wiping herself off the dirt, saying how disgusted she felt. Mora was upset and replied that now she would have to buy a new cape because she would hardly be able to wash off so much blood, and took off her cloak. Shailene asked where Gale was, to which her comrade replied that he was lying there. The guy was lying upside down, leaning against a pile of stones. The girls shuddered. Mora, walking forward, could not believe what was happening. The guy woke up and stood up, asking what that shaking was. The boy was surprised and understood and said that the mine was collapsing. The girls in unison angrily answered that Gale was to blame. The guys rushed to the exit. The mine was gradually collapsing. Huge boulders of stone were falling from the ceiling. The mine was completely collapsed. The boys barely managed to get out and happily fell down, saying that they were saved. Shailena stood behind and hit the adventurers on the tops of their heads. Shailena yelled at the guy, swearing because he was destroying the mine, because the task was only to clean it up. Gale stood up, dusted himself off, and said that they had completed the quest anyway. Shailena didn't understand the guy. Mora sided with Gale and said that they had defeated all the monsters and were now entitled to a generous reward. Shailene was outraged by this statement. The girl almost threw herself at the guys, saying that no one would pay them because they owed her. Gale responded that it was cruel, since she had mentioned that she would put in a good word with the merchant guild for a place for his stall. Mora was also outraged, since they had risked their lives and deserved a reward. Shailena responded that she was the one who had risked the most, remembering how she had been in the vanguard as a human shield. Shailena pointed her finger at the guys and said indignantly that they were criminals and imitators of the mines. Then the girl grabbed her head and began listing her problems, that she used the cursed equipment on herself and then lost her hammer and the mine was blown up. Standing at the entrance to the mine, Shailena screamed, not understanding what kind of day she had been through. The guys were making faces and irritating the girl, which is why they were forced to shut up. Not far from the shaft where the main passage from under the pit, fenced with pillars, was, a hand appeared. Levushka coughed and tried to get out of there, thinking that death was waiting for her there. She reasoned how difficult the master of cursed products Gale was, because initially Gimli thought to watch him from a safe place, but he blew up the mine from there and she could not save herself from that. The girl ran along the bark in strength above the heroes in observation. She could see the real strength of the boy with her own eyes, and it exceeded all her expectations. Gimli wondered if the boy could be useful to her. She looked at the guy and thought that he was just making cursed items, but their effectiveness was on the level of artifacts. A little later, the boys returned to the mine with the girl. They approached the petrified statue of the boy. Gale dispelled the spell and the stone began to fall from the guy. The guy did not understand where he was until a girl with a ponytail and tears in her eyes ran into his arms. The guy asked Penelope what she was doing there. The girl answered that he had gone missing and she was very worried, so the adventurers brought her to him. Shali shed tears as she watched the couple, saying that it was now hotter here than in the forge. Mora happily declared that they would now restore the mine and save the rest of the adventurers. The pair of lovers thanked the guys for saving the guy and said that if they got out of this quest, they would get married. Gale reached into his pocket and offered his cursed instrument as a gift. The guy started advertising his shop, to which the girls told him not to try to slip cursed items as a gift. Mora answered in a whisper to Molly personally that she didn't need a free one either. The couple watched the adventurers' discussion and rejoiced. Gimli opened the door, not looking at the visitor, answered words of greeting. Seeing Shali, she already asked sadly what she needed. Shelina already asked aggressively what problems the girl had in her direction. The blacksmith sat down at the bar where Gimli was already standing. The girl noted how empty the tavern was. Gimli laid out and asked with a fake smile if the visitor wanted to sell something or just get punched in the face. Shali happily replied that she would sell something if she could afford the price tag. Shelina placed the dart from the mine that they used to defend themselves against the cockatrice on the table. Gimli asked what was wrong with the dart, to which she received a warning to take a closer look at the artifact. The girl looked through the monocle and asked in surprise what was in it. Shelina asked a counter question about what she had noticed in the dart. The girl replied that it was a real artifact. Shelina said that Gale was giving away such things for cheap and asked if the interlocutor knew about it. The girl added that the guy was simply incredible and asked what she knew about us. Gimli smiled contentedly and pretended to think, saying that she only knew that the guy came from the capital and had previously been on a C-rank team. Shelina looked at her smiling interlocutor with distrust. The girl resigned herself and asked why a guy like Gale would come to the Forgotten Outback. Shelina laid her head on her palm and told him that the guy had found adventurers petrified by cockatrice in the mine and had cured them all. Shali added that the boy had managed to involve the church in his healing with a curse. Gimli squinted and repeated the word, asking what curse Shelina was talking about. Shelina replied that she too had almost turned to stone. Petrified adventurers were found one after another in the depths of that mine, and Gale had cured them all, Shaylin explained. The girl said that now only the church manages the only sanatorium in the city, and this could not have happened just like that. Shelina decided that she had definitely been deceived somewhere. Gimli remembered that the girl had told him about the dispersion the boy had used. Shelina paid attention to her interlocutor's words. With a satisfied smile, Shelina clarified whether her interlocutor was interested in the guy, to which she received a vague but consent. The girl reasoned that this was clearly different from the average level of dispersion, and if you consider the petrification of cockatrice, it dissipated immediately. The girl said that the guy did not use any potion and did not seek help from the church. Shelina thought about it and then cursed. Shali didn't understand why he was a wandering adventurer with such abilities. Gimli agreed, saying that a newbie was a newbie, adding that considering the fact that the taint involving salt and saving the adventurers had been completed in one sitting, the girl asked if she wanted to apply for a rank increase on her own. Shelina replied that she doesn't change and asked why she would do that. Gimli asked Shelina what she was going to do, to which she received a thoughtful look. The girl turned around. Shelina replied that she had made the boy a member of her blacksmith's guild to find out whether he really had high abilities and whether he had taste in this business. Gimli replied that she was 100% sure of the boy and added that there was no rule that would force a person to be in two guilds at once. The girls smiled at each other, then fell silent and turned away in different directions. At this time, the couple of Gale and Mora were discussing in the mine. The guy suddenly sneezed. The girl walked away from the guy and responded as untidy, warning him to turn away when he sneezes. The guy apologized, justifying himself with dust underground. The guy noticed that Shelina was rather rude to her people. The girl replied that if she forgave them for what they had done, then perhaps they could benefit from it. The guy thought that his interlocutor was thinking too positively. The girl showered accusations on the guy that he was to blame for everything because he activated all the curses at once, and it turned out that he was now a hero who was able to save the adventurers and a villain because he destroyed the mine. Gale remained silent. Mora asked the boy if he had joined the blacksmith's guild, to which she hesitantly agreed. The boy held out a bandage around his neck, which had plaques stating that he had been a member of both the Adventurers Guild and the Blacksmith's Guild. Gale replied that he and Shali had agreed that she would help him with the shop. The girl, remembering the blacksmiths, said that it was so unusual because the guild only took real professionals in their field and did not take ordinary adventurers even for ore mining. Mora asked the boy what he was supposed to do there. The boy answered hesitantly that it was nothing special, since he was simply lending the guild some of the cursed items he had made. The girl asked again if his work was approved. The boy hesitantly agreed, remembering how his work had been sent straight away for rework. The girl reminded that when the guy gave Shailina the cursed sword, she got angry. The guy replied that he thought her request was an interior element, and he did something similar in this vein. The guy handed Mora a vase in the shape of an upside-down skull with flowers inside. The girl asked in horror and confusion that the guy had turned the skull upside down and made an ikebana out of it. Mora asked the guy not to carry something like that around with him. The guy was upset by the girl's cruelty because he had spent the whole day on the vase. The girl asked how he had spent the whole day turning the vase upside down. The guy objected that he had tried to achieve a sparkling shade on it, saying that he had polished it for several hours. The girl responded aggressively that he should not polish other people's skulls and added that the guy had made a ridiculous craft. Yale pressed the vase to his face, asking if it was beautiful since he focused on the design. The guy added that if you decorate a room with the vase, it will give the effect of constant mana recovery, and if you drink from it, it will give the effect of fast healing. The girl said that such a thing is the dream of any magician, since for them, the speed of recovery is a matter of life and death, and the guy just made a decoration out of the artifact. The guy did not understand the unusualness of his creation. The girl, throwing her head back, exclaimed that everything was not as simple as the guy thought. Restoring mana is similar to restoring strength. It depends on the quality of food eaten and sleep. The speed of restoration also changes depending on the consumption of alcohol, sweets, and other products of the taste industry. Sometimes, due to a physical condition such as illness, it is difficult to restore mana, and therefore mages pay special attention to their health. The girl, clenching her fists, recalled that despite this, in order to restore mana, she drank potions that were tasteless to her, meditated in a gloomy room for her, although she could have simply put it in a vase. The girl covered her face with her hands and knelt down, thinking that this was simply impossible. Mora replied that Shailina would definitely not like such a vase. Shailina came up behind her, carrying a bag, and asked what the boys were doing. Shailina noticed that the shaft's fastenings were collapsing due to the boys' screams. The guy replied that he had shown Mora his new experimental product and the girl had felt sick from it. Mora, leaning against the wall, decided to go and rest. Shailina looked at the vase in the boy's hands. The girl replied that if he tried to sell it in the city, he would be thrown out. The boy replied that he had made something as she had asked, handing his creation to the girl. Shali yelled at the boy, replying that she had asked him to make an object that would be useful to her, and threw the bag at the boy. Yale sat on the ground with the bag between his legs and asked what it was. The girl replied that it contained the head of the cockatrice he had killed. Shali replied that he could have sold Gimli's head and warned that the monster's body was not buried. Gale asked the girl again because she had killed him alone. Shailina replied that she had killed the monster's small cubs and a chicken, asking him not to admire her. The guy reminded the girl that he had not yet received the award from her. The girl was stunned. Shailina grabbed the guy by the collar and menacingly asked him that a simple thank you was no longer enough. The guy replied that he took on the quest because she promised to help with the shop. The girl screamed at the guy, asking that they had messed up and now had to restore the mine. The girl made the guy happy that after the mine was restored, she would help him with the shop. The guy started talking about the future shop when suddenly he was interrupted and asked to look ahead. Shailina turned to the trailer with the covered canvas on the monster. The girl asked intriguingly if the guy guessed what was there and took hold of the edge of the canvas. The guy understood what was there and was surprised. The girl answered that inside was an organ with the help of which cockatrice was able to use the breath of petrification. Shailina explained that it was stone breath, or rather the organ that produced it, reminding the boy that he himself had said that it was a kind of curse. Gale thought about it. The stone breath that the guy felt was identical to the Gorgon's petrification beam, and the guy managed to dispel the curse and save Shailin and the adventurers, and with this they had strong evidence to consider it a curse. The girl made a verdict that then this material can be used, asking the guy if it will suit him and if he can make a magic tool out of it. The guy asked if his interlocutor was sure about using such a tool. Shailina responded that a huge sum could be received for selling such a tool and that suited her. The guy reached for the object until the girl interrupted his action with words. Shailina had an idea of how to thank the guy for the work he had done. The guy didn't like the idea. The girl promised to teach the guy to understand what supply and demand are. The guy made a displeased face. Surprised by the cursed items made by Gale, people wandered away from Farmer's Corner to various places in the empire. The center of the imperial palace is the underground treasure. The first prince had no doubt that the artifact had thwarted his assassination attempt. The boy grabbed the girl lying on the ground by the chin. The prince told her that excuses were not enough, and he asked the girl why false rumors about him began to spread. He said that he was the first prince of the empire and asked who she thought he was, cursing at the girl who was the leader of the Assassin's Guild. The girl asked for forgiveness. The guy grabbed her by the hair and dragged her across the tiles. He said that she boasted so much but managed to fail, adding what worthless killers they were, creating problems for him. The guy brought the girl to the chest. The girl froze in fear. The prince declared that it was the most cursed instrument in the empire, the heart of the devil. The world was once plunged into fear at the mere fact that someone possessed such a thing. The artifact created an ominous miasma. The prince warned that the heart was sucking out human life, asking him if he was happy with the new food. The boy told the girl that his favorite food was people like her. The girl was silent in fear. The guy grabbed the girl by the head and brought it to the devil's heart, asking if she knew why he brought her here. The girl didn't know and asked for forgiveness. The girl begged for it to stop. The miasma was taking away her life force. One touch to the heart could kill any warrior, the prince said. The girl tearfully begged for it to stop and cried. The prince let go, saying that he would stop there. The chest closed. The guy asked for information on how this happened. The girl began reporting that the operation was successful until the moment when she sent spies to the elites. The princess's goal, the girl said, was to obtain the above-mentioned artifact, and she had heard that it gave good protection against any techniques. The prince ordered to repeat. The guy asked if she said that the princess was able to personally repel a series of his attacks, and he himself answered that this could not have happened. The girl answered that the artifact had resistance to instant death and had several other effects. The guy was surprised by such an artifact. The girl agreed that it was hard to believe. The prince couldn't get it into his head, but even if the princess had been killed by assassins, it would have had no effect. The problem was that they didn't know what artifacts were in the empire. The prince understood that things were bad and asked about the effects of the artifact. The guy was furious that the kingdom managed to get hold of such a valuable artifact. The prince didn't care about Carla. It would be bad for him if his brother married her. The girl wanted to tell more information and asked permission to do so. The girl replied that the artifact was actually purchased from a young merchant. One night, in a remote corner of a tavern where adventurers from the capital gather, a team of S-rank adventurers sat wondering why Gale had to go so far. Melissa noticed that they were talking too loudly. They needed to be quieter. However, the black magician raised his mug and asked what if someone heard them, they would take away the reward for his capture. Luke suggested the team to return to the conversation. He had information. There are interesting rumors among the cabbies. Cash immediately asked what rumors did Gale not pay. The paladin placed his mug on the table with a clang and rudely called the waitress to come to him. With a displeased face, he waited for the girl, who responded and ran to Cash. He shouted menacingly, slapping his hand on the table, that he wanted ale and noted the outrageous slowness of the employee. The girl apologized, but he did not lag behind, demanding a whole barrel, despite Luke's remark. The guy continued to tell that one of the carts was moving right towards the village, and on the way it was attacked by orcs. Rumor has it that someone killed them all, and this someone, they say, was from the rear guard. The paladin jumped up from his chair. He was indignant because this simply could not be. In his opinion, if the people in the rearguard could hunt monsters, then there would be no point in dividing into vanguard and rearguard groups. The robber interrupted Cash Bilboa with displeasure. He wanted to be heard to the end because he had learned something else. The man was a guy dressed in primitive rags. They say he waved a dagger around aimlessly and destroyed everything around him. From what I heard, he was using a cursed artifact. After finishing his story, he asked the team captain if this description sounded like Gale. But the guy chewed his dinner completely indifferently and said that he was not capable of such tricks because even they could hardly cope with orcs, and he began to hunt them. This was impossible. Luke, not sharing Cash's opinion, replied that they would then listen to what the others had learned. Melissa then added that she had also heard information that a man similar to Gale had been seen. Cash jumped up on the spot, slapping his hands on the table, asking for more details about this. The warrior answered that at first, as expected, the guy started selling goods in the shop. He probably sold his cursed items cheaply, and then, in the shopping district, he sold his tasteless trinkets as interior decoration. And then Melissa let out a resigned sigh, explaining that after that the guards quickly closed his shop. The paladin laughed. He agreed that it was definitely him and his disgusting cursed items. They probably had monstrous debuffs and caused a lot of complaints. But one thing was bothering him. It seemed that Gale had made a good profit on him. Norris confirmed that he had also heard that his goods were in great demand and that there was a similar person somewhere in the hotel. He also noticed that, by the way, the guy was wearing new clothes. Luke then assumed that he at least had money to ride in the cart. They began to reason that even if the royal troops were to search for him with enviable persistence, and if they used all their means to capture him, the group would not even catch a trace of him. According to Melissa's information, he made a decent amount of money, which means he had to do something with that money. Cash had absolutely no idea how all this could be put together, but it seemed the black magician had already guessed something and suggested that if all the facts were put together. Norris realized that Gale had changed his place of activity, and it was not limited to the capital alone. The team wondered if he had ulterior motives. Guile always did weird things. This guy definitely had something to sell. Then everyone agreed that it seemed like he really wasn't in town. Then the warrior added that apparently he was somehow connected to a person in the merchant guild. He probably applied for permission to trade in the shop. When the girl showed him the document and order from Princess Carla, the man from the trade guild reluctantly gave a grain of information, citing the fact that it was confidential. He even asked if she was his friend, how he was doing, how he was feeling. Then Luke summed it up. It turns out that he has experience in the field of trade. Perhaps he even trades in different cities at the same time. Cash looked into his empty mug. He said that it didn't matter what he was selling. Anyway, if he had money, he would open a store of his damn trinkets. The guy grabbed his mug with both hands and declared that they should all drink. The paladin shouted loudly that he was tired of waiting for his ale. Then the waitress's footsteps were heard and all eyes were fixed on her. While Cash was saying that in any case, these were all Princess Carla's expenses, behind him, Melissa and Luke froze in surprise. A girl stood behind him with 2 huge barrels of ale as he cried out that they must drink to the bottom. The waitress placed the huge barrels on the table with such a bang right in front of Cash's face that all the dishes and mugs jumped up along with their contents. The paladin was indignant and shouted at the girl, asking what the hell she had brought the client, but she had already run away and only said one thing after him: "This is your order." Luke looked at her in amazement, thinking that the girl was incredibly strong, since it would be hard to carry such a barrel even alone. Turning the corner, she breathed a sigh of relief when someone decided to talk to her, saying that the team was discussing Gale's whereabouts. The girl with tired eyes turned to the young man who spoke to her. In front of her stood 3 waiters who thanked her for her work. The girl's name was Liznet. She took off her wig and asked why she had to work part-time in the suburbs of the capital to collect information and conduct surveillance. One of the guys asked if these were really the guys they needed, to which Liznet confidently stated that they were. She sat down on one of the barrels and continued that their behavior was consistent with the information she had received. One of the boys asked if they were hired by Princess Carla. They said something about a farming town and a man called Gale. The Wolf's Fangs are stalking a man named Gale Hamilton, the man Princess Carla is trying so hard to contact. Summing up, the girl said that he is the creator of that artifact. It turns out that he is the creator of the artifact that the S-rank team is hunting for. It is not at all clear who he is. But Liznet noted that he was monstrously cunning. Even though he was in such a team, he left no traces behind him. She was sure that this was all a hoax to hide the true identity of the creator of the artifact. This guy was like a ghost. They didn't even know what he had been doing before. At least they could keep an eye on the Wolf Fangs for as long as they wanted, but they could at least figure out Gale's approximate location, so it wasn't all in vain. The girl ordered the guys who bowed their heads that they needed to make sure that the adventurers left quickly, and they themselves would continue to watch and then simply take Gale by force. However, the manager immediately appeared and shouted that the guys should not shirk, orders were idle, and the dishes were not washed. Liznet grumbled and put the wig back on her head. At the same time, Gale was in the blacksmith's guild. A girl entered one of the heavy doors of this building. The guy was working on some new device and Mora Glaris was standing at the entrance. She was closely watching Gale's work without making a sound. However, this silence was interrupted by the guy himself. He said that he wanted to say something to more. Then the girl became interested. She was curious about what Gale wanted. He turned to the girl and thanked her for helping him with the quest to secure the mine. He knew he had gotten her into this whole thing. Gale extended his hand to the girl and said that he was very grateful to her because he felt much calmer in that mine with her. From this confession, the girl blushed and stared at the master of cursed objects in bewilderment. Mora shook his hand and said that this time she helped him so that he could open a shop in a profitable place. She is one of the best support mages. There is no situation where she could not help. The boy beamed happily. Thanks to Mora's help, his dream was about to come true. The girl, still embarrassed by everything that had been said to her, added that if the guy insisted so much, she was ready to continue helping him. But the guy sneezed sharply right at the girl. Mora asked the young man to sneeze while turning away from her, to which he apologized and wondered in surprise why he sneezed so much, and whether he was really remembered so often. Shelina appeared next to Mora and explained that the whole problem was the dust from the mine. Gale noted that he was doing well thanks to the rented workplace. Then Shelina noticed that the guy had managed to do something and began to examine it. The guy noted that he did as he was told, but in his opinion it turned out tasteless. Then the blacksmith answered him that if he thought so, then society would definitely have a different opinion on this matter. Shelina happily grabbed the device and asked how to use it. Then Gale stretched out his hands and asked to give him his device. When he picked up his device, he quickly activated it, turned the handle, and the device began to make noise, emitting a bright light. It was a device for shooting a provocation of petrification made from the organs of a cockatrice. Shelina, she immediately ducked down, hiding from the beam of this device, asking not to use it on people. The blacksmith jumped back and asked if Gale really wanted to turn into stone a second time, to which the guy replied that in any case, he would be able to remove the curse. However, he was not sure if there would be a demand. Then Shelina said that it was a functional design and she had already talked about supply and demand. There were only meadows, mountains, and forests all around, and there were very few stones for building. The girl put on her glasses and began to explain in detail that by stones she meant building materials. Depending on the area, they could have significant value. For example, what would the kids do if they wanted to build a building in the desert? Compact the sand and make bricks out of it, or dig it straight out of the ground, or maybe bring the materials. Most people use these methods, but digging the ground is too labor-intensive, water is needed for compaction, and the option of bringing it in is not even worth considering, and the bricks may not be strong enough. Then it turns out that if you use this invention, you can form sand and process it with a stone beam, and you don't need to do anything else. Then the inspired guy realized how they would get building materials. Shelina noted that Gale had golden hands, which he just didn't know how to use. The boy chuckled contentedly as Shelina continued her instructive tale. Digging or transporting from the mines is one way, but farmers are constantly short of materials. The girl hugged the guy and said that with the help of this invention they will quickly get building materials. This thing solves the problem, so she is ready to generously reward for it. The guy couldn't stop wondering if she really liked his invention, but the girl calmed the guy down a little by saying that he was completely lacking sense of style. Shelina wanted to convey to him that she had no interest in cursed objects before, but Gale opened her eyes. The guy smiled contentedly and giggled again, to which the girl exhaled heavily and noted how simple-minded he was, because she didn't even praise him but the damned objects. Shelina digressed and asked if he could make another one of these with the remaining materials, but the craftsman replied that it would probably be impossible. The organ that produces stone breath was not developed enough in the small ones. The snake's tail is also poisonous, but this does not apply to the curse. The girl thought that it would be nice to have a machine that produces poison. Gale didn't expect that. Could a poison-producing machine really be useful? Then Shelina explained that they suffer greatly from pests and insects here. The blacksmith slyly asked if he really didn't know the active components of the poison. The guy took the bait and asked if she wanted him to do it. It seemed easy to the young man if he had the materials, because he often made amulets with deadly poison. The girl enthusiastically rushed to him, asking what materials were needed. If it was about the undead, then the poison glands of ghouls or stomachs could be used. In addition, the talisman would be easy to attach to the mummy's bandages, but such materials are not sold. Shelina said that she was overwhelmed with inspiration, and she would definitely tell Gemli to collect materials. The girl is ready to buy everything at a fair price and use what he gives. Then the guy holds out a bottle of rotten aromatic oil made from a ghoul. Mora assumed that the thing had terrifying properties, but she decided not to ask about it. Then Shelina told Gale to just do what she ordered and gave him some papers. The guy, inspired by the moment, ran, saying that he would try to do something right now. The blacksmith said that she would take the instrument to check its convenience. The guy agreed without even turning around. Mora decided to help the girl and take her to her destination. Shelina decided to ask as they walked what Mora was doing there, to which she received an awkward answer that she had dropped in to check on things. Thanks to their temporary team, the number of abandoned orders had decreased. Gimli was glad of this, and if Mora and Gale were comfortable here, then Shelina was very happy with them. A little later, Cash's team stood near a cart that was heading towards an agricultural town. They sat in it and discussed with laughter. The bill for payment at the store from the royal family arrived on time. Cash was able to buy himself a sword made of mithril for as much as 500 gold. The warrior bought herself a sword made of wyvern bone, the mage a new grimoire and staff, and the rogue armor made of the skin of a magical beast. Now they thought that Gale with her curses was definitely no match for them. However, their captain found it strange that despite such a cool group as they were recruiting people, there had not yet been a single application with a support class. However, the doubts were quickly dispelled because there were simply few adventurers of the appropriate level. But someone sitting on the floor muttered that no one wanted to join their team. At Cash's request, the girl took off her hood and said that their task was to replace the support in the Wolf Fangs group, as well as carry their things. It was Liznit and her subordinates. Cash said they should be grateful to them for fulfilling their pathetic wish. It was the most convenient way to observe, but Liznit could hardly stand such rudeness. The captain pointed to the bag and ordered it to be brought to him. He offered his crew something to eat and drink until they reached their destination. The boys were enjoying the delicious food and alcohol at Carla's expense and the beautiful scenery along the way. Liznit noted that they shouldn't drink too much since they had taken on a quest to protect this caravan. Cash did not appreciate it and ordered the girl to shut up, and then ordered her to cover herself with a cloth along with her clothes, so as not to look at their gloomy faces because even the wine seemed tasteless from them. Liznit's team did have a lot of expenses and they didn't always have enough money, but Cash and the team didn't even plan on sharing food. The part-time job at the tavern was clearly better. Suddenly, a whistle sounded. Liznit and her team responded to it. When the monster appeared, mercenaries and adventurers jumped out ready to protect each carriage. However, no one saw the monster, only sounds from the forest thicket were heard. A huge crowd of various evil spirits rushed towards the column. One of the guards assured that after the recent attack of the orcs, the defense had been strengthened, and therefore there was nothing to be afraid of. However, the monsters scattered horses, adventurers, guards, and even carts in different directions. The man ran up to the guard and reported that they had identified the monster leading the pack. It was a huge hippopotamus. The head of security quickly realized that it was an S-rank monster. It should be on the border between the Empire and the Kingdom. Then Liznit's team discussed how monsters are not their field, they are specialists in humans. There was no denying that in a head-on confrontation the team had little chance of winning. After all, the pack included killer wolves, huge snakes, and red grizzly bears. One of the guys suggested to his boss to run away. In a normal situation they would have done so, but they have an important task and the only key to completing it is the Kasha team. Liznit couldn't take it anymore and told her team to prepare for an offensive and take defensive positions. They were surprised because the Empire had issued an extermination mission. There should probably be a quest like this in the kingdom too. However, it is said that the S-rank team that took the quest suddenly gave up on it. The girl quickly realized that these could be their companions. They discussed among themselves what to do and decided that Cash and company would fight the hippopotamus. They would force them. Lizette demonstratively screamed that an enemy was attacking and that it was a hippopotamus. The S-rank adventurer team turned their attention to the cry for help. However, they looked at each other asking what it was and where their companions had disappeared to. But Cash only said that Liznit had a nasty voice. Her entire team was holding the furious girl tightly. When the boys noticed that the cart was standing still and the street was too noisy and the driver was not visible. But when the robber looked out of the cart, the only thing he saw was the mouth of a huge monster. The boys screamed in horror, and Liznit analyzed the situation. The orc attack happened because the orcs were driven out of their homes by the hippopotamus, and then they ended up on the road. The power of this behemoth is so powerful, cruel, and incredibly strong that few can cope with it. Cash looked at the street and did not understand what was in front of him. However, the monster did not give him time to think and with a roar destroyed the cart with the S-rank team. Liznit's team was more careful and deftly jumped away in time, dodging the monster's attack. They flew right over this terrifying beast. The girls' team landed carefully on the ground, while behind them, like a pile of stones, fell the Cash team. However, the hippopotamus turned around and let out a thunderous roar. He did not intend to retreat. The air seemed to split. Everyone was frozen with horror, not understanding what kind of animal it was that had not only monstrous strength but also super speed. Liznit sternly assured that it was definitely a hippopotamus and that it was a target for Cash and his team, who only looked at each other in fear. The warriors stood up. They didn't understand how she knew what kind of monster it was, but it wasn't that important. They proudly took a fighting stance and assured that even he was no match for them. The people who were riding in other taverns noticed that they had the S-rank team Wolf Fangs with them, and therefore they couldn't give up. People enthusiastically shouted the team's name, and Liznit and her assistants also decided to help. But Kasha and the team decided to attack together, proudly declaring themselves the strongest adventurers. Even Liznit noticed their spirit and was inspired because she saw the true strength of the S-rank team. But with a furious swing of its tail, the hippopotamus swept away the entire Cash team. It was when the adventurers scattered in different directions, the onlookers froze in shock, and the girl howled in disappointment that she had not imagined an S-rank team like this at all. People began to run away in panic, and monsters began to crawl out from all sides. Liznit knew they couldn't stay here, but her team was prepared for anything. They couldn't just run away. Having failed to complete her mission, it was stupid to run away. The girl reasoned about how ridiculous it all was. She took out a gun from behind her back and shouted that they were the #1 killer organization. She led her assistants into battle, and everyone rushed towards the monsters. It was important for them to destroy the interfering monsters, cover each other, and at the same time not show their appearance to others. The team fought bravely, and Liznit told the guy to prepare something. The girl was going to take the hippopotamus on herself, and the assistant wished her to take care of herself. The girl hid in the shadows of the forest and, jumping through the trees, was going to stealthily attack the hippopotamus from cover. But nothing worked. He noticed her. Animals, especially those with sensitivity and night vision, cannot be taken by surprise. There are no options except to attack openly with fast-acting poison. The hippopotamus knocked down the dagger thrown at him with his tail, and at that moment, when the opportunity arose, another dagger was supposed to cut his throat, but it failed to pierce. Liznit realized that he had set himself up to do more damage. The girl managed to stick the dagger into her eye. The girl was pleased with the work done and mocked the monster. However, he grabbed her with his tail and released a poisonous mist from his mouth. It turned out that the hippopotamus was immune to poison, which was very bad for the girl in this situation. Then she realized that now was the time to use what Prince Belian had given her, the fragment of the devil's heart. Although she understood that when she used it, she would become his blood and flesh. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Princess Carla was receiving a lesson in tea ceremony etiquette from Duchess Melinda. The Duchess explained that the chin should not be raised, it should be kept parallel to the floor. Letting go of the chin is excessive modesty, raising it is an expression of contempt. This was very tiring for Carla. Also, when sitting, the legs should be crossed at the ankles, the left leg should be in front. This symbolizes friendship, and the right leg on top, enmity. Carla noted that this will not be noticed. Melinda also added that when tea is served, you cannot take 2 pieces. You are allowed to take only 1 or 3, even if 2 suits someone. Numbers divisible by an integer symbolize separation. When holding a cup, you need to gracefully raise your little finger. The princess covered her ears with her hands and screamed from despair and fatigue. Adjusting her tiara to be at 45 degrees, the Duchess assured Carla that she needed to become a lady who was impeccable everywhere and always. Carla's thoughts darkened. She remembered her duty. She said that she was married to a second prince unknown to her, for which the first tried to kill her. How could she even think about all this without malice? But Melina noticed that the princess's behavior directly affects the world and the development of the kingdom. As a person chosen from birth, she should think about her position and act based on it. Princess Carla de Glucken exhaled heavily and was about to say something about her life as a chosen one. She said she would rather choose how she lives her life. It may seem like she has been given more than other people, but it also burdens her, and the weight of those privileges makes her feel like she is in chains. The girl felt cursed from birth. Looking at the birds, she wondered if Gale could lift such a curse from her. However, the butler tore the princess away from her thoughts. He noted that not having disagreements with the neighboring empire is a guarantee that citizens will not shed blood. It is worth asking about the empire, but the only thing that interested the girl was the heart of the devil. She said she wondered if there really was a being threatening the people, but Vivian said that those who suffered from the devil passed on stories that were considered fiction. Then Carol asked if it was true, but Vivian said that no one knows for sure. But from these stories, the devil's heart is the most sinister cursed artifact in this world. Meanwhile, the battle outside the capital continued. Liznit held the girl tightly with his tail and was already preparing to throw her into his mouth. However, her assistants noticed this, and one of them called out to his mistress and threw her some kind of brightly glowing ball. A bright light illuminated the entire area, blinding all the monsters and people. And Liznit seemed to have regained her strength. She dug her nails into the monster's tail and then tore it off, ripping the flesh with surprising ease. The tired girl was surprised that the flash grenade had an effect on the monster, but this short period of time was enough to put on the bracelet, which contained 1/6 of the devil's heart. The girl jumped sharply to the side, and the hippopotamus, only getting more angry, rushed at full speed straight at the girl. The boys were worried about their mistress because such a giant moves at a huge speed, and then its horns become a weapon capable of piercing anything. But the girl put her hands forward. Liznit held the roaring monster with her bare hands as it flew into her at great speed. The boys couldn't help but be surprised. Even after knowing her for a long time, they didn't expect this. The bracelet with the devil's heart seemed to give her an incredible power that simply cannot be described in words. The girl's eyes turned black. The monster continued to press, emitting a menacing growl, but it was clear that he could not hold out any longer. The girl, confident in her powers, grabbed the monster's horns more comfortably and lifted his entire impressive weight to the ground. And then, with all her might, she threw him to the ground, tearing off one of his horns. The hippopotamus was bleeding. The other monsters looked on in fear. Even Liznit's assistants froze in horror before the power of the lady, who burst into ringing laughter. The monster minions of the hippopotamus ran away in terror. Now it was no longer clear who the monster really was. The effect of the devil's heart was terribly frightening. The girl noted that the monster had paid for underestimating her. However, she immediately fell to the ground from the inexorable god, and her minions rushed to extract the curse. The girl's hands were covered with bulging veins, but the supporters reacted quickly. Spending a lot of money, they bought a church ritual to remove the curse in advance. The God King's tears magically formed a glowing circle around the team. The girl groaned in pain, and the bracelet that had already grown together with her arm fell to the ground. He screamed hysterically, and the girl remembered the words about her becoming flesh and blood and swore that she would not allow this to happen to her. She put the monster in a jar. This artifact cannot be completely removed by any means, but Liznit knows that a piece of the devil's heart has entered her. Now she understood why the prince had not given her a talisman to remove the curse. The girl herself was surprised that she had used something so terrible. However, now she felt better. They repelled the attack hippopotamus, so now we could calm down a little, although the convoy, of course, suffered significantly. Among the survivors, there were adventurers and mercenaries, but most of the carts had suffered significant damage, and it was now simply impossible to move on. They would have to wait for a patrol. The lady asked her assistants how badly they were hurt, but they were only worried about the girl. But it was important to note that Cash and his team were very weak. When it was already getting dark, the artifact was securely sealed. The guys were amazed, because with such power it is possible to suppress even the most powerful creators of artifacts. However, only Liznit understood that it was all at the cost of her life. The girl clenched her fist. She hated Gale Hamilton more and more. On the other hand, in the Blacksmith's Guild, Gale couldn't stop sneezing. Mora laughed because he sneezed so much that pieces of the undead were stuck to his face. However, the guy showed the girls his creation. He made something according to Shelina's drawings and instructions, but it didn't turn out so colorful. It was a lantern made of bones. The boy picked up the lantern and asked if this skull-shaped ghost fire generator would work. The source of energy is souls floating in the air, even the souls of insects and plants. Shelina explained that regular street lights use firewood or magic stones, which is expensive. But the ghostly fire can be used constantly, it is not wasted and is safe. Mora whispered if it was a shame that they were skulls, but Shelina assured him that she would focus on practicality. But the girls didn't tell the guy anything and only asked him to replace all the lights. The blacksmith asked if the boy had made other things. Then he took out another cockatrice, a stone beam emitter. He also made some new farming tools. He began to list his creations: the damned thresher, the weeping grinder, the saw of sorrow, the trembling sieve of souls. Shelina was only surprised when the guy managed to do all this. The blacksmith asked if Gale and Mora were going to go and see the trading premises. The surprised couple immediately turned around and looked at the girl. The guy hesitantly agreed, and Shelina told me and M that it's just the perfect option for him, on a small street, a little away from the main street. Gale happily asked if his shop would be there, to which he replied in the affirmative. The building originally belonged to an alchemist, which was close to the theme of Gale's shop, and they would pay the deposit by selling his cursed items. Mara and the guy agreed that it was the perfect space. Shelina added that after cleaning, rearranging the merchandise, and replacing the sign, the store would be Gale's. The guys laughed happily, and the blacksmith said that while the guy was here, he could freely use the guild furnace and feel at home. Everyone already knew. And a little later, the exhausted column of carts continued its movement, a full 10 days after the attack of the behemoth. However, almost half of the carts heading to the agricultural town were damaged. The travelers were rescued by a patrol group and again headed towards their destination. But the most remarkable thing is that Kasha and his entire team were now considered heroes who defeated the hippopotamus and other monsters, thereby saving everyone from death. The team laughed happily, enjoying the praise and anticipating mountains of money. And the mage and the rogue confidently declared that they were excellent support for the paladin and the warrior. Melissa noted that they really couldn't have done it without their help, but she really didn't remember it. The guys were outraged. Cash and Melissa didn't remember how they won either, but in any case, they clearly wouldn't have done it without Luke and Nora's help. Cash proudly declared that they had, after all, deprived the hippopotamus of an eye, torn off its tail, and even its incredibly strong horns. All this loot was riding with them on one of the carts to the farming town. The team assumed that the eye was cut out by the wyvern dagger, which belongs to Melissa, but the tail and horns were clearly cut off by the sword of Cash, who still remembered these blows. Almost no one remembered what actually happened to the behemoth, as the adventurers and mercenaries were so badly beaten. Liznit noted that there was not even a trace of blood left on the sword. How could this have happened? When the girl finished dealing with the monsters, Cash and his team came to their senses, rising and screaming hysterically in fear. They looked around, not understanding where all the monsters had disappeared to. Suddenly, Melissa found her dagger, which she had supposedly stabbed into the hippopotamus's eye, and Luke found a cracked horn. Cash also found a severed tail. He assumed that they fought while losing their heads, and that is why their memories were so foggy. And after a while they concluded that they did all this and, having replaced their memories, rejoiced in the victory. Liznit's team decided to refrain from telling the heroes that their mistress had done all this, since that was not their main goal, and for the killer, attracting attention would only do harm. When Cash's team arrived at the farmer's corner, everyone greeted them with joy. It was a great honor that these guys accompanied them, saved the cargo and the people, and Cash said that hippos were just like nuts to them. Liznit's exhausted team stood aside, sadly realizing that those who talk a lot and do nothing get all the glory, while they simply remain in the shadows despite their feat. When Cash's team was thinking about what to do next, Melissa suggested looking for an inn, while the mage and the rogue wanted to go to the tavern. Liznit got angry, coughed awkwardly, and asked if they should visit the guild first. Cash reluctantly agreed to go in to exchange the rewards so that the poor people for whom he took the command Liznit did not run away with their loot. The girl's patience was running out, but she held on very diligently. Team Cash looked around in amazement, not understanding what kind of city this was, where instead of lanterns there were ominous skulls scattered around. The boys were surprised that the residents were completely satisfied with everything. Norris asked if the boys had seen anything like this before, and everyone looked at him with understanding. They realized that this was Gale's damned creation because it was just terrible bad taste. And all he can do, in their opinion, is create damned instruments that look terrible. However, the guys were more surprised by the fact that the whole street was covered in them. The Dark Mage asked if it wasn't just him who felt unaccustomed here, he felt the atmosphere of a small provincial town. Then Cash noted that it was only to their advantage, probably Gale's shop was somewhere around here. Cash and his team laughed evilly because they thought the guy was a fool for leaving so much evidence behind. However, it wasn't only them who laughed but Liznit as well. Meanwhile, the guys decided to start their search from the guild as they were advised. The hooded girl noted that they were on the right track, then her assistant added that it seemed that Gale was indeed in this city, but Cash's assessment seemed strange to him. Then the assassins simply thought that Gale simply did not trust his team and hid his true skills. At the guild, a short girl greeted them with a wide smile, but Cash was not so polite. His team noted that this place was just a barn. They walked past tables and people, discussing that judging by everything, there were no good quests to be found here either. Cash proudly placed his elbow on the counter where the owner of this guild stood. He looked distantly at the girl who smiled at him. The guy said that they were an S-rank team and they needed her to call the guild master immediately. However, she said that she was the guild master herself and then asked what they needed. Cash called Liznit and her team rolled a huge cart. The cloth was thrown off her at the same moment onto the floor. The guy proudly asked, throwing the loot in front of Gimli, how did she like it, but she didn't even flinch. Without changing her expression, she asked what it meant, which only angered Kasha. The girl ran her hand over the tail and asked if it was really part of a hippopotamus. Then the team said that it was an S-rank monster and that they would be paid very handsomely in the kingdom. But Gimli said they should have brought back his whole head, or at least his heart, to count it as a kill, and they would have been told the same in the capital. The entire crew looked away when he sharply asked if they had run away without finishing the behemoth. Cash snorted that he remembered this girl, and clicking his tongue, the guys went to the exit. Gimli smiled and asked to kill the hippopotamus for sure next time, and Liznit's team started packing all these things with them. But suddenly the master turned to Liznit and asked what organization the girl was from, which scared her greatly. The girl froze in place, and Gimli asked why she was pretending that they did everything themselves if it was she. If she really wanted to deceive, Liznit shouldn't have left such a jewelry cut, but it was too late to think about it. Liznit hurried her people from the girl who worked with them in the same field. Gimli happily reasoned that these guys probably came from the same capital as Gale, which meant that something interesting was bound to happen. And Gale and Shailena were already on their way to look at the new little shop, which was already ready. Gale put the sign down and asked the girl how the work was done. She noted that it was again tasteless, but it even suited the master of curses. The guy thanked the girl, calling her a real professional, which she clearly did not like. They were standing right in front of a shop decorated with skulls and horns, and the sign read Gale's Cursed Items Shop. Shailena noted that the best gratitude for her would be if the guy continued to accept her orders, and he of course agreed, because the girl was his regular client and helped him. The guy promised to visit the Kuznetsov Guild. Gale announced that the store would open tomorrow, and he suggested celebrating the event today. The guy said that he would call Mora, and the girl was already running behind them asking if the guys were finished. Kuznets noted that Mora came just in time because the store was ready to open and you could watch the work. The girl also wanted to help with the opening, but was late. The shop used to belong to an alchemist, so the renovation was easier than it seemed. The guy asked if Mora would be gathering a team to do quests again. The girl answered in the affirmative and noted that the guy was too busy with solo quests. The young man got pouty and said that he needed to get materials somewhere, but no one wanted to go with him. Well, who would want to take on a master of cursed objects? Gale was of course very happy about the opening of the store, but his plans did not include doing only that. He planned to continue being an adventurer. In the long term, he would like to hire a salesman and he would collect materials and create new items. But for now, he hasn't had the opportunity, but Mora seemed to have an idea and wanted to tell about it. She offered to help as a salesperson and work in the team again. The girl noted that although they were both rearguards, they had done a great job with the quests. Mora blushed embarrassedly and looking away, assured that if they were together, they could definitely do anything. and while the girl was quietly waiting for an answer to her request, the guy turned around and it seemed as if he was going to go to her. However, Gale ran to the display case with his invention because he noticed the mummy's bandages had come unglued. Mora covered her face with her hands in shame, realizing that he was not listening to her again. The magician assured that they would meet that same evening when it got dark. The blacksmith took on the preparation of strong drinks, and the young man prepared food for the table. The girls left talking among themselves. Mora asked if Shelina had come up with the name, to which she agreed, and then the blacksmith added that if a person does not have a special goal, he is unlikely to come here. And Gale was glad that he opened his store together with real friends. Now he had a place where he could feel like himself, so it was hard to even describe in words how happy he was. On the door to the shop hung the Bell of Coolness. They say it belongs to the guardian who comforts the souls of children near the cemetery and sends them to another world. Its ringing can be heard from far away, and where it now rings, unique cursed artifacts are displayed on the shelves. When it was already dark and the stars appeared in the sky, Gale's attention was drawn to a noise outside. The guy heard people coming in and greeted them, saying that the store had not yet opened, but these were not ordinary guests, but a paladin. Cash walked in proudly, looking around, and then greeted the master of cursed items, insulting him. Gale backed away, not understanding what the team was doing here, but Cash was accusing him of ruining many people's lives and now enjoying life. The door flew off its hinges from a strong kick. The entire Cash team and 4 other unknown people burst into the room. Gale asked what they needed since his store wasn't even open yet, and the black magician asked them to go out to Lisnet Street. The 4 of them left, and Gale wondered why they needed so many newcomers. His thoughts were interrupted by Norris, who said that they could talk now. The master was taken aback. They themselves kicked him out, saying that he could open his own store. What business did they have with him now? The guy's voice was shaking, and he himself could not even move his legs. Cash explained that they came so that Gale could remove his curse from them, which surprised the guy even more. Meanwhile, outside, one of the assistants asked if the lady was sure that this was Gale Hamilton and why they left him with the Cash team. The girl explained that this way they would be able to see what this guy was capable of. However, she herself still doubted that he was the creator of the artifacts. Gale assumed that Cash was talking about the curse placed on the equipment. The negative effects of the curses should not affect the team. He used the skill of placing a curse on the equipment so that the effects would only affect Gale himself. But he did this out of a desire to help his team, especially since he had lifted this curse long ago. Gale still didn't understand what kind of curse he was talking about, but Cash was sure that the guy had put a curse on them out of anger and hatred for being kicked out, and he grabbed one of the goods with a threat. He threw the damn mummy on the floor and crushed it with his foot, while Gale shouted that it was his main product. Melissa said that the breakage of such goods was only for the best, and Luke, taking out his knife, added that he would do everything to ensure that no goods were fit for sale. Knives flew at the goods on the shelves, and the dark mage began to use attack magic, not at all worried about the possibility of a fire. The guy rushed to stop the guys, but Cash grabbed him by the collar and demanded that he immediately remove the curse from them, because he was tired of talking. The master said that even if all their stats were returned to their initial state, they would not become higher. Then Cash asked again, "Does that mean they are weak?" He threw the boy against the wall, onto the floor, and slowly pulled out his sword. He no longer cared about the princess's task. He threatened that if Gale did not want to remove the curse, then he could simply kill the caster, to which he received the support of all members of his team. Cash thought they were stuck in a wilderness full of losers, and he was just itching to get away. The master asked again what the paladin had said. And then he hit him with his fist with all his might so that the guy flew back. Gale didn't know all the details. What he did was just a reflex. In a cramped space where it is impossible to swing large weapons freely, fists will quickly defeat the enemy. Standing in front of Cash, the guy declared that he would not allow the store provided to him to be smashed. He demanded that the adventurer crew stop doing all this. Gale could tolerate insults directed at him, but not at his friends from the farm corner. Standing menacingly over the captain of the Wolf Fangs, the master declared that it was time to finish and clenched his fist tightly, full of uncontrollable rage. Everyone went outside, and Lisnet thought that after this fight she would decide to kill Gale or kidnap him. In any case, everything went according to her plan. She let the wolf fangs finish their last mission by calling them simply grinning dogs. Cash assured that he would not give in, and Norris added that in the event of such impudence they simply had no other choice. The captain took out a bottle. He had foreseen such a situation, and since things were going well for the team, he bought himself an expensive buff in the capital. The whole crew drank it, and Melissa haughtily replied that it was a pity to waste such an expensive thing. Suddenly, the area was illuminated by a light coming from the fore, which made Gale cover his face with his hands. He squinted and analyzed the situation. It was an item that allowed one to increase the power of all abilities, but the guy was more bothered by its familiar smell. Cash boasted that it was a high-class item from the Adventurers Guild, a very expensive item that increased abilities. He laughed that someone like Gale had never even seen such a thing. The entire team rejoiced because with the help of this potion they returned to their state before the curse. And although the young man denied that he had cursed them, everyone quickly rushed into battle. They surrounded the guy from all sides, as if he were one of the monsters. Norris explained that since the guy was always behind, he did not participate in their team tactics, but now he will see it, their main feature, the wolf discharge strategy. Gale, being a former member of the team, knew that while you were looking in one direction, you would immediately be attacked from the other, and if you concentrated on one of them, you would immediately find yourself surrounded. The young man thought that Cash was the main threat and strength of the team, and therefore he should not be lost from sight. However, when the boy concentrated on Cash, Melissa attacked him from behind, asking where he was looking. He noted that her stats had improved and her movements were faster than he thought, but he was able to dodge the first blow because he knew that style of fighting. Then came the second blow. Gale deftly dodged the sharp knives of the robber who promised to pierce him. He understood that the combination of Cash and Melissa was tolerable, but Luke's attacks were a problem for him. He threw knives, but on the tip of which there was an unknown poison. Even a small scratch can be fatal. Meanwhile, the team captain was already behind the guy. But the young man again deftly dodged, to Cash's surprise, as if he had predicted every step and movement. But the most important thing for Gale was to watch Norris's fire while casting spells, because it was important not only to dodge it, but also to prevent it from entering the city. Cash didn't like how brazenly Gale dodged. He used the summer rain slash and ordered the others to surround him to prevent him from escaping. Melissa and Luke rushed towards the quickly running Gale. And then he managed to do what he planned. The entire team was within reach, and he unrolled the cursed scrolls. The young man not only dodged their attacks, but also lured the enemies, and they only froze with anger and fear. If Cash and the others use items of enhancement, it is enough to even slightly reduce the effect of their action. He gave them a taste of the power of the cursed items they hated so much, using debuff against the boost. Gale cast the amulet of an innocent prisoner. A huge grate appeared over the team's heads, and they themselves were grabbed by something dark while they tried to understand something in horror. This amulet is a one-time use item, activates after selecting a target, and has a short range, but it applies a weakening effect to the target, located a few meters away from activation. This interesting artifact is made from the ashes of a prisoner who spent his entire life in prison, where he was unjustly sent long ago in his youth. Even though its area of effect is not very large, all the bitterness, sadness, suffering, and heaviness of the prisoner falls upon the one who gets into the zone. In one of the buildings abandoned due to monsters, Gale found an undead creature walled up in the wall, which interested him, and he could not pass by. She was emitting a particularly strong curse, but she was clearly unable to move, and then Gale began to wonder what was causing this phenomenon. He reached out to the skull and asked if he would come over and tell the undead its sad story, and then he used his dispel, and the corpse seemed to dissolve. It was an old man who honestly admitted that this young man was the first one who came to talk to him. Tears flowed down the cheeks from the closed eyes of the elderly man, and he himself told his story. And he merged with the wall when he became undead because he always leaned against it, even though it was cold. Compared to the effect of improving all abilities that both Cash and the rest of the team used, this amulet can provide, although not as strong, the effect of reducing all abilities by 3 times. While Cash and the others were shouting that all this and the curses were just nonsense, Gale was already quickly running away in the other direction. He called them to follow him to continue the fight. The plan was simple: the inhabitants could not be allowed to suffer, and therefore it was necessary to take the fight to another place. Even though he hadn't arrived here for long, he knew the area much better than Cash and his team, and so he thought about where to take them: to the catacombs, an abandoned church, or a hospital. He glanced back and saw 4 silhouettes there. The wolf's fangs really did pursue him. Then he told them to keep up the good work and not fall behind. However, at this time someone was talking near his shop. It was Cash's team. They couldn't even walk. Their bodies had become unbearably heavy despite the expensive boosters. They had boosted their stats, but something was wrong. The captain wondered angrily why Gale's curse was not working as expected and turned to Liznit to ask for an antidote or something that could help, but she and the others was no longer anywhere. And while Cash was indignant about where their assistants had run off to, they had already been running after Gale through the night forest for a long time, not allowing him to hide. Shortly before Gale's escape began, Liznit, seeing the amulet of an innocent prisoner, was convinced that this was the person they needed, Gale Hamilton, who possessed a huge number of artifacts. The assistant asked what they were going to do next. Liznit replied that they couldn't allow a stir because even though this is a village, the guards can come at any moment. It was necessary to act quickly and not allow people to gather, since it seemed they were already late, because the sounds of the guards' footsteps could already be heard in the distance. Liznit ordered her assistants to take care of the onlookers and was about to move, but she froze as if petrified. Her whole body seemed to be wrapped around a snake, not allowing the girl to take a single step forward. The girl grabbed herself by the shoulders. She felt the presence of the devil's heart, but she couldn't believe it. It seemed like it was all just nonsense. She immediately ordered her people to retreat, and it didn't matter what would happen to the people. The main thing was to save themselves. Seemed that the seal of the devil's heart had been removed, and the girl, having fallen to the ground, was coughing greedily, swallowing air. The assistants who had surrounded her were worried about what was happening to her. Even though the seal she left for her subordinates was securely hidden and sealed, and it was not so easy to remove the seal, she could not shake off the strange feeling. The girl turned to the Kasha team and realized that the devil's heart resonated with Gale's artifact, considering it equal in strength. The dark magical substance reached out to the girl again. She demanded even more strictly from her assistants that they run away because it reached out to them too. Liznit managed to break free and rose to her feet in horror, thinking about what to do next. The guys felt something. It was a debuff, an area attack. It immediately gave the feeling of a sharp decrease in stats despite the very light touch. This was the power of Gale Hamilton's artifacts. The girl felt that the trembling and sweating all over her body did not stop. This was not just a debuff, there were other stat anomalies. Liznit was able to identify several of them, such as slowing down, decreased defense, increased fatigue, fear, and impaired perception. Among experienced assassins like them, trained to be especially sensitive to stat changes, there are hardly any who know this better, but even Liznit has never heard of such a complex debuff. She felt exhausted just by lightly touching that black light. If she had a direct hit, it was unknown how many more of them were hiding there. The girl ordered the boys to disperse and not touch the black light. However, he kept catching up with them, but he clung especially fiercely to their mistress Liznit, who tried with all her might to break free. However, she noticed that the target was lost. Hamilton used the artifact to weaken Cash, but why was he running away? There was little time, and so the 4 of them rushed into the forest after the young man without any discussion. The guy didn't spare the powerful artifacts he had put aside for the escape. It was definitely that same Gale. And apparently he headed to the outskirts of the city, which means his accomplices won't be there. Liznit was happy. That meant there would be 4 of them against 1 Gale. There was no way to retreat. And when asked what they would do with Cash's team, Liznit answered without even thinking that they didn't care about them at all. Gale was heading towards an abandoned hospital on the outskirts of the village. Once upon a time, those who died from an epidemic were buried there. The girl laughed. He, in front of them, living in darkness, rushed into the grave himself. What a fool. The guys seemed to have regained their strength and sped up, expecting an unequal fight. However, after a while, they could not catch their breath. Their pursuit speed was not comparable to usual, but in order not to lose sight of him, they have to make great efforts. The killer suggested that he was using a booster, although it could be that his base stats were simply geared towards speed. In addition, Liznet was very close to him. Although she did not receive a direct hit, the girl was still exposed to the influence of his artifact. She knew she had been careless in watching the battle between Gale and Kasham. If she had missed him because of this, it would have been a mistake for life. After all, he is a man capable of upsetting the balance in the state. They could not let him go at any cost, and they had to capture him dead or alive. They were anxiously aware that they were gradually falling behind, but they made every effort to complete their mission. However, in their desire not to lose the pursued, they did not notice that they had neglected the usual precautions and vigilance towards their surroundings, which is not typical of them. They have yet to discover what kind of danger they have attracted to the outskirts of this city. Meanwhile, Cash and his company were slowly trying to reach Gale, when the captain declared that they now looked more like a gathering of turtles. Suddenly, a girl appeared and asked if all this noise and what had become Gale's store was their fault. Then Cash angrily asked if this lady had any problems. From the pose and appearance, the wolf fangs realized that it was Mora standing in front of them. They stared at her outfit and then asked how dare the one who abandoned them after Gale's expulsion come here. After all that had happened, they really came to the farm corner together. The dark magician, realizing what he thought had happened, hit himself on the forehead and declared that now everything was clear to him. He thought that in such a remote place it would be impossible to find Gale, but Mora was there too. Did the others really believe that this was just a coincidence? It turns out that Mora Glaris was Gale's accomplice from the very beginning. This is the accusation that the magician made against the girl. Luke, Melissa, and even Cash froze in shock and surprise, but Mora just pretended to find it funny. She asked if Norris was a bit dumb, although she had always thought he wasn't very smart, but now he was going too far, but explaining everything was a waste of time. The boys, meanwhile, nodded knowingly, pretending that they thought so. The magician raised his head and said that such deep thoughts were clearly beyond the capabilities of a young lady with a cleavage to the very bottom. He believed that he could read her thoughts like an open book. He asked Mora if he had hit the nail on the head. The furious girl said they were all terribly wrong. Cash wanted to say something, but the sorceress interrupted him. She said that it was they who kicked out Gale, and she joined their team only at their invitation. How this made her an accomplice, the girl really wanted to know about this and what exactly she did against them. Cash couldn't utter a single normal word, and the girl kept pressing. She asked if she had put a curse on them and how she had become Gale's accomplice. When the guy fell silent, she stood up, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, and when she turned away, she addressed her former leader. He came to such a remote place, destroyed someone else's store, and after all this, he still dares to insult a departed team member. Mora asked sternly if this boy had been taught as a child not to do anything that would hurt others. Then she began casting some kind of spell. She assured, standing in a fighting pose, that this should not be done under any circumstances. Team Cash decided to switch to wolf tactics and defeat the angry Mora. Cash assured that even though they had slowed down in their movements, it was only Mora in front of them and she was all alone. However, the young man was unable to even hold his sword. The girl asked if this was an attempt to Ka Impulse May. She then said that thanks to them putting a bunch of debuffs on her, she had increased her strength and agility and was ready to show them the real pulse of May. Mora began to furiously attack the Cash team. Holding their team captain by the collar, she said that she would do to him the same thing they did to Gale's new store. Maybe then they will understand what it's like to be in his place. However, Melissa ran up to Mora from behind, swinging her arm to strike. She self-confidently noted that the girl was looking in the wrong direction. But Mora, not even afraid, with one sharp movement hit the rude woman in the face who attacked from behind and without even turning in her direction. Then the sorceress noticed that Gale had placed serious debuffs on this team, which meant that this fight was no longer 1-on-4. The girl said that they would lose this fight 2-on-4. Luke told Mora not to be arrogant. He also noted that the main thing is not to let her get close because they have long-range weapons. The robber shouted that her pathetic tricks would have no effect on them. Norris and Luke were preparing to attack from different sides of the girl. The robber promised to riddle the girl, but when he wanted to get at least one knife, it turned out that he had already spent everything. And while he was remembering that he had left a lot in Gale's store, Mora had already approached him, swinging for a blow. She punched Luke in the stomach with all her might, making him double over with a painful cry, and then flew back several dozen meters. Then the mage prepared one blow that was supposed to kill her, a hellish bullet. However, his magic shone brightly. Then the girl thanked the magician for illuminating himself and threw a bottle of alcoholic drink at his head. It flew right on target, smashing against his head. The bottle made the dark mage fall to his knees. Mora replied that it was very easy to hit him. The entire Kasha team lay like trash on the ground, unable to even open their eyes and look past their enemy. The sorceress stood menacingly nearby. The assembled crowd watched as the girl continued to taunt the team, begging her to stop, but Mora laughed because they weren't done yet. She turned to the bottle she was carrying as a gift and said sadly that she was sorry to have this wine for the opening ceremony, but it was more important to find Gale now. The girl squeezed her way through the crowd of people that had gathered to her friend's shop. When she managed to enter it, she was just wandering around the display cases in surprise when a mummy on the floor caught her attention. She carefully picked up the figure that had fallen to the floor. With no less effort, the girl carefully held it, remembering how Gale had diligently corrected it. The guy said that this product was special, while Mora was occupied with completely different thoughts. The girl carefully placed the mummy on the table, but suddenly a noise was heard from behind and a question was asked about what had happened here. It was the blacksmith Shelina who had a heavy barrel on her shoulder. The girl had come to celebrate the opening. Mora jerked, realizing that she urgently needed to go and find her friend. Then the blacksmith grabbed her hand before she ran away and demanded an explanation of what had happened here. Gale was missing and needed to be found as soon as possible, although Cash's team clearly couldn't defeat him, but Mora was still worried. She understood that most likely the guy, not wanting to create problems for the residents, was trying to get the enemy out of the city. Then Gimli appeared on the threshold and reported that the boy had gone to the other end of the city, to an abandoned cemetery. The girls were pleasantly surprised to see the master and asked how she knew where Gale was, to which she replied that she found out by accident. And then, looking away, awkwardly noted that the wolf fangs were very strange people. The girl herself came to hand over the materials that she had received. These were animal organs that emitted a simply terrible odor. Gimli said that the Master of Curses was being pursued by some group, clearly more experienced than Cash and his team. Frightened, Mora thanked the girl and, despite her outfit, resolutely rushed to help her friend. There was no time to change clothes or take a weapon, and everyone understood this. The blacksmith asked to wait. It seemed she was going to go with Mora. The girls took the weapons from Cash and Norris, cheerfully assuming that it would be better than nothing. After which they proudly set off on a special mission to rescue Gale Hamilton. Gimli volunteered to accompany the girls and then asked, "Now is the situation when every second counts. Probably Shelina is not used to this." In addition, the girl noted that she was experiencing an unpleasant feeling. Mora asked if it was about those who were pursuing Gale, but the master explained that she felt the presence of something inhuman. The tail and horn she brought were part of the hippopotamus, she explained to the girls. And then she added that those who are now chasing Gale came here from the royal capital. They failed to kill the behemoth and it escaped. But beast-type monsters are quite tenacious, and S-ranked ones are also smart. That's why they can carry out strategic attacks and command the herd. In other words, it's no wonder they followed them so far, relying on their keen sense of smell and waiting for the right opportunity. It turns out that the girls had a chance to run into a hippopotamus, which made the task AA difficulty level. But after the cockatrice, the girls didn't really want to deal with such monsters. Meanwhile, Gale had already reached the abandoned hospital, which was also a cemetery. He was standing on a tree trying to catch his breath after such a run. The guy jumped down and turned around, taking a fighting stance, inviting his opponents to come out and show themselves. Killers slowly emerged from the bushes and asked the guy to wait a bit while they caught their breath. He obeyed them without hesitation. Gale wondered where he had seen these guys before, and suddenly he realized that they were Cash's comrades, which caused a negative reaction from Liznit. She was angry and upset to hear that she was a comrade of these pseudo-heroes. The girl pointed and asked what his problem was. How could he run so fast? But the guy explained that he was sure that Cash and his gang were chasing him. Then the furious Liznit said that they would never be able to catch up with him. But the girl's throat went dry from screaming. Then Gale said that he understood her, and therefore she could calm down, and offered her a drink. He did not have water, but he did not have time to explain what he had because the lady greedily snatched the liquid from his hands. She drank it all down to the last drop and then asked what it was because it stuck to her throat and smelled strange. The young man replied that it was a prototype of a potion for removing petrification. And then he added that it was the amniotic fluid of a cockatrice, which left Liznit stunned. The girl tried to spit out everything she had drunk, which the young man did not understand at all. She angrily asked why he had given her this to drink, but her assistant pointed out that the girl should first check what she had been given before drinking it, but she did not want to listen to the comments addressed to her. Gale was upset because he didn't understand why she was spitting out the medicine that healed petrification. Despite the fact that these were the bodily fluids of a monster, there is a saying that good medicine tastes bitter in the mouth, and in general she herself said that she wanted to drink. Liznit raised her head and, taking out her weapon, ordered all the assistants to immediately grab Gale, who was already completely confused about what was happening here. The girl ordered to surround the boy and capture him, alive or dead. The young man raised his hands and apologized, asking if the potion was really that terrible, but it seemed that it didn't matter anymore. The killers rushed to attack the guy, who, apparently, had not yet figured out how to defend himself. The boy dodged Liznit's well-aimed blow, to which the girl immediately told him that he shouldn't even try to run. When the boy fell, she struck again, but he dodged and kicked the girl. Then 3 blades of the girl's assistants flew at him, but he was able to calmly dodge them with sharp movements. The girl noted that he was dodging all their attacks perfectly, but the young man said that it was not about him, but about what was under their feet. The whole team lowered their heads. The whole ground was strewn with piles of all kinds of bones, and in some places there were also wooden crosses. The girl clearly didn't like the sight, and Gale noted that there were even more bones hidden underground. Liznit concluded that he was an adventurer accustomed to graveyards, but his legs were definitely fine. The boys reasoned that although there were more of them, there were too many obstacles and they were separated and could not get together. The young man assumed that they would soon give up. Neither powerful attacks nor well-thought-out joint strikes would help here, and the crunching of bones and other sounds of debris gave away all the team's plans. The girl threw a knife that flew incredibly close to Gale's face, but she was more surprised not by how he dodged, but rather by the fact that the guy was in no hurry, as if he was waiting for an opportunity. All around there were only graves that had been knocked together long ago and obviously in a hurry, and the rain and wind had turned the hospital building into ruins. All this left me wondering what was waiting for Gale in such a terrible place. The guy interrupted his thoughts and said that he didn't want to seem rude, but he would still suggest leaving. It seemed like the team had gotten used to moving around here, but that wasn't why he chose the cemetery. For him, this seemed like an ideal place to ambush cash because good materials could be collected in this area. And so, he honestly comes here so he knows the area very well. Something began which clearly pleased the young man. The Master of Curses really belonged here, with scattered bones and remains and lost souls wandering everywhere. The reason why Liznit's team had to go home was very simple and had already appeared from the ground. The guy assured that the team was being escorted out, and at that time, all sorts of undead began to rise and crawl out from all sides. The guy, not being afraid of this, joyfully spread his arms out to the sides, foreshadowing his victory. Liznit and her team assumed there was an ambush, but quickly realized from the smell, dirt, and appearance that there were walking dead here. Princess Carla lay in her chambers and admired the leaflet about the search for Gale. She thought about how soon this guy would be brought to her. Vivian asked the high priest to look at the princess's condition, because she constantly thinks only about Gale Hamilton. She didn't understand what was happening because he was a man the princess had only seen once. The high priest noted that the guy had saved her life. The priest and his assistant decided that the princess had fallen in love with this young man. Vivian asked, so instead of preparing to die during the attack, the princess had fallen in love. But ignoring the question, the man noted that Carla and Gale, with their special tastes, complemented each other. While they could not meet, the brain itself completed the drawing of the ideal person. The men tried in vain to calm Vivian down. Meanwhile, in the farmer's corner, Liznit and her team were guarding against the undead in the cemetery where the hospital used to be. Then the girl realized that this was part of the Master of Cursed Objects' plan. He made them think that he was being followed, and he surrounded the opponents with undead, setting a trap here. The boys, pressing their backs to each other, noted that it was the first time they had seen so many undead at once. Dodging a flying monster, he replied that if he fought 1 to 4, he would have very little chance of winning. And the 4 people he was talking about were supposed to be Cash and the others. Gale wondered what was wrong with them. Liznit snapped back that they were different from these fools. After all, they are killers who live in the shadows, which means they will never lose in a battle with the undead. After these words, the entire team rushed into battle, which impressed the master. However, the undead were not going to lose either. They were overwhelming Liznit's team with numbers, surrounding and clinging to the opponents. The guys fought with all their might. They heroically covered each other and tried not to leave blind spots so as not to lose. Liznit ordered a circular defense to be formed and maneuvered to lure Gale into the circle. They were going to kill the guy right then and there. However, a huge monster appeared right in front of him, which was quickly cut down by the girl. She noted with satisfaction that this was clearly the guy's trump card and he was indeed close to winning. But in any case, Liznit also had a trump card, namely a trump card called the Heart of the Demon King. However, it had too many restrictions and it was impossible to simply waste time. Then she realized that the moment when they destroyed all the undead would be the single best chance to use this artifact. Meanwhile, Gale's reinforcements were racing through the night forest. The girls discussed the fact that experienced assassins were targeting Gate and about 4 of them. Mora noted that they needed to get there as quickly as possible to even the odds. Kuznets, without slowing down, said that only after a person leaves do you truly realize how important he or she is to you. She screamed that Gale was under her protection because they had to create many more cursed items and bring an agricultural revolution to this farming town. And he is her partner. The guild master bowed her head and noted that she agreed because without Gale she would have much more problems. And Mora thought that the next time they met, she would note that even a master of cursed items, as stupid as he is needed by someone. She promised herself that she would tell him everything exactly like that. Shelina, still running as fast as she could, asked what they would do if a wounded hippopotamus appeared. Mora noted that assassins and a hippopotamus would be too much, while Gimli thought about it. She told that the master of cursed items can acquire unique skills that cannot be compared with a normal profession. Mora asked what kind of skill, and the master told about the change of failure. It is a perfect evasion skill called surprise luck. The girls asked in surprise what kind of surprise luck was this. They noted that reversing bad luck was a very powerful skill, and if it allowed them to avoid death, then everyone would obviously want it. But unfortunately, this is an extremely rare skill that cannot even be activated at will, so girls can only hope for the best. Meanwhile, Liznit and her team had already knocked down a huge pile of undead, still fighting for their mission. The girl noted that they somehow miraculously managed to destroy all the undead, but she did not have the strength to even approach Gale. She raised her hands and admitted that they were giving up because there were so many undead and Gale was still effortlessly summoning more. Liznit admitted her defeat. The captain of the assassins extended her hand for a handshake as a sign of acceptance, and Gale, without thinking much, hurried towards her in order to return the outstretched hand. When the boy approached, Liznit said she was just joking and ordered him to throw her the jar. She deftly caught the sealed curse. And then, explaining that this was their trump card, she opened the jar, releasing the creature inside. Taking out this creature, she decided to tell the guy about it as a gift for his life. She held out the artifact on her palm and explained that it increases physical abilities to the limit by taking away life force in return. It is the most terrible and powerful artifact. However, Gale noticed something behind the girl. She turned around and saw a hippopotamus running straight towards them from the thicket of the forest, the same one without one horn and one eye. Liznit didn't understand what this monster was doing here, but there was little time to think because it was already flying towards them. And Gale, preparing for the best possible circumstances, decided, save the killer. The guy pushed the girl, who hesitated and prepared to take the full force of the blow on himself. The heroine's head snapped around, her eyes widening in surprise. Her lips twitched before she breathed out Gale's name. She was in genuine shock. The huge creature strikes Gale with its horns. The blow sends him flying into the air and dust rises from the ground. Liznit watches, amazed at the force of the blow. The girl clenched her fists, looking at the clouds of dust that rose from the place of the blow. She whispered that it was with this blow that he ground him into dust, her voice a mixture of fury and cold awareness of the enemy's strength. Among the rubble of the roof destroyed by the body's fall, Liznit clenched her fists as she watched. Despite all his eccentricities and endless chatter, she couldn't deny it now. He was the one who saved her life. Her face still has a gloomy expression. She thinks that the man, despite everything, was quite unlucky. She stands confidently before a massive, horned opponent. Her posture is straight, her gaze is focused, she is not afraid. The heroine admits that he stubbornly followed them and showed persistence. The ruins and debris emphasize that the situation is extremely dangerous. The girl took out the artifact, carefully turned it over in her hands, and then began to tell her story with intrigue. The artifact in her hand shimmered as if echoing her mood. She didn't even bother with direct threats, just an icy look and a phrase about how she liked persistence spoke for themselves. Black vortices or streams of energy emanate from the artifact. The heroine, with a mad grin, raises her hand in which the sinister artifact sparkles. With triumph in her voice, she says for it to absorb her and the heart of the Demon King. The artifact quickly begins to absorb the girl's body, enveloping her in dark magic from head to toe. The artifact's power has clearly gotten out of control, filling the space with chaotic, frightening energy, and Liznit can be seen biting her lips hard. The heroine was enveloped by many dark tentacles. At the same time, various abilities were activated, including instant stun resistance, fatigue resistance, and increased strength. All this demonstrated the increasing enhancement of her combat potential. The tentacles continued to cover her body, additional abilities appeared, an endless supply of magical power and immunity to pain. The power of the artifact reached its peak, turning the girl into an extremely dangerous opponent. The hippopotamus froze, its massive body tensed like a spring. Its yellow eyes followed the girl's every move without blinking, and the phrase that the moment for an attack had been missed hung in the air. Now any move would be too late. The heroine took a fighting stance and declared that it was time for a rematch. She also added that this time Behemoth would not be able to escape. Everything about her appearance spoke of complete confidence in victory. On the battlefield, two opponents approached each other, a girl with an activated artifact and a massive monster resembling a rhinoceros. She rushed forward, preparing to attack, while the beast let out a threatening roar. There was a huge hole in the roof of the building, indicating that Gale had landed there after a huge impact. A dark shadow appeared against the night sky, breaking through the foliage. Someone uttered a short exclamation of surprise. Gale lay on his bed looking stunned. He admitted that he seriously thought he was going to die. Then he noted with relief that he had been incredibly lucky, landing right on his bed, having fallen through a hole in the roof. Gale was in a room with many beds. He was sitting on one of them and there was a big hole in the roof above him. Looking around, he noticed that this could be considered a truly happy place. He thought that if he fell to the ground, he would be seriously injured. Sitting in the semi-dark room, he thinks hard about what happened. Thoughts rush through his head. He is almost sure that he did not get a good look at that monster. However, he remembers how the creature in the form of a beast suddenly pounced on them. With a sudden change in his expression, he remembers the zombie animal. The image of a distorted dog comes to mind, but the next second he dismisses the thought, realizing that it was something completely different. He continues to ponder, noting that the creature had one broken horn, one eye was missing, and its tail looked ragged and damaged. He realizes with amazement that he has never seen such a creature before. However, despite this, its appearance perfectly matches the description of a zombie animal. With this thought, he falls onto the bed, lying down and trying to comprehend what he saw. He continues to reflect on what happened, recalling Shelina's words about the villagers being alarmed by a creature attacking the fields. It was probably originally a wild boar that later turned into an undead creature. He stood up abruptly, knowing there was not a moment to lose. Gale had said that perhaps this monster could be a danger to Liznit. With a confident smile, he said that as a master of curses, he should do this. He also added that working with the undead was his direct responsibility. Cautiously peering out of the door into the dark room, he said with alarm that he was somewhere far away. It was dark all around, and he didn't know at all where to go. Liznit continued to fight the monster, who had an evil expression on his face. She tried to hold on and not retreat, despite the threat. At this time, Gale was quickly approaching to help her, but the question arose whether he would make it to Liznit. Gale walked forward, shown from behind. There was a tense atmosphere around him, and the question arose whether he would meet anyone along the way who could hinder his haste. The furious battle with the monster continues. The monster and the girl met eyes with a determined gaze and simultaneously launched an attack. The three observers watched the battle with anxiety and tension. Fear and concern were visible on their faces. Their eyes widened. The heroine descended swiftly from above, concentrating and preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Her movements were confident and precise, reflecting her determination in this decisive battle. Her sword fell to the ground and broke. It was clear that she had struck the monster's unyielding horn, after which he became angry, and evil rage was reflected on his face. After the blow, the girl fell to the ground, and at that moment a piercing and ferocious roar of the monster was heard. She managed to lean on the monster's horn to keep from falling completely. The observers shouted at Liznet, and thanks to this she managed to catch herself in time and, instead of falling, smoothly assumed a fighting pose. She raised her head, gathering her strength and preparing for the next move. She said that she wanted to gouge out the monster's other eye, but even for the Demon King's heart, the artifact she used in battle that enhanced her physical strength, it was too difficult. Observers said Liznet needed a replacement weapon, but she said it was not necessary. She claimed that she had torn off the monster's tail, an important and powerful part of its body, with her own strength. The girl said that this time she would tear the monster's head off, revealing his face and his fist. However, before she could finish speaking, she began to cough. The coughing got worse and the girl lost her strength, falling to the ground. On a dark background, they began to show the girl's heart, as if it was beginning to beat with difficulty. She lay on the ground, raising her head with effort, making a weak wheeze. A dark spot was visible in her heart, as if something black had begun to spread inside. The others anxiously asked what was happening to Mrs. Liznet, looking at the girl lying on the ground, unable to get up. She lay on the ground, could only lift her head, clenched her fists tightly and bit her lips, trying to hold back the pain. One observer said with alarm that this was impossible. Something black in the girl's heart began to grow, spreading more and more and causing a noticeable weakness in Liznet's body. The heroine rolled over onto her back and began to hold her chest in the area of her heart, feeling increasing pain and discomfort. She couldn't breathe and the others quickly approached her, concerned about her condition. Her eyes were wide open, her breathing became ragged and heavy. She began to choke, unable to cope with the growing internal tension. The artifact's tentacles began to wrap around the girl's body. The effects disappeared one by one: death resistance, strength enhancement, fatigue ignorance, and infinite magic power. The body quickly lost support. She still lay there with her eyes wide open, unable to breathe, overcome by weakness and a lack of understanding of what was happening. The man who approached, lifting her body, said that the curse had gone out of control for the second time. It seemed that the effects of the Demon King's heart had begun to fail. He concluded that the artifact would likely only stop once it had completely absorbed Ms. Liznet. A monster began to approach them from the opposite side. One of the observers gave the order, "Two must stop the hippopotamus." The two quickly approached the monster, taking up fighting positions and preparing for the upcoming fight. Liznet tried to stop them, saying that they couldn't handle this monster. The monster's powerful blow sent the two of them flying in different directions, and stones flew up and scattered around them. She was half sitting, leaning on the arms of one of the observers, and they looked at what had happened with alarm. Her eyes were wide open and sweat was beading on her forehead, betraying the tension and fear of what she was seeing. Two of them flew off with the stones, spitting blood. Traces of blood were visible from their mouths, which indicated serious injuries. The monster roared ferociously, and Liznet shouted that it was enough. She shouted at one of those present to clear his head. He answered tensely that it didn't work. He cried out in despair that the Divine King's tears were ineffective. This was impossible, as the artifact was considered a top-tier church item. He cursed and dropped the artifact on Liznet. The drop immediately evaporated without even touching her skin, as if it had been rejected by something inside Liznet. The girl looked at him with anger and said, "Has this curse really become so strong that it can't even be dispelled?" Liznet's eyes rolled back in her head and blood began to spurt from her mouth. The man holding her cried out in horror, calling out to her, panic and desperation in his voice. Liznet, who had undergone extensive training and developed a high tolerance for pain and loss of consciousness, continued to endure. She clenched her teeth tightly, trying her best to hold back the suffering, not allowing herself to lose consciousness. Her body is shown convulsing, her limbs shaking. Death cries are heard from deep within, and the Demon King's cursed heart beats with unnatural fury, as if it were trying to break out. Scattered around were numerous bodies of fallen undead, lying motionless, some in unnatural positions with distorted faces and remnants of darkness. The battle grew more and more furious, as if attracting not only the hippopotamus, but also another dangerous opponent to this royal battle. A dark creature began to appear, its outlines distorted and sinister. This creature was considered the closest to the underworld. Its very appearance violated the laws of nature. The air around it thickened, filling with oppressive darkness. From a high mound of undead corpses, a dark figure began to rise. The creature emerged from the mass of bones, decaying bodies, and the stench of death. Its presence seemed to be the embodiment of doom. The skull-faced silhouette said it was magnificent and that he could feel the stylish aura of death beginning to unfold. Liznit heard a dry voice like that of an old man and turned her head in that direction to see the source of the sound. She noticed a figure that was even darker than the shadows cast by the dead bodies. The heroine saw a glowing lantern that emitted a dim but noticeable light in the surrounding darkness. The scythe wielded by the dark figure was huge and ominous, with a long curved blade that reflected the dim light of the lantern. Lizette's eyes widened in doubt, and she thought it couldn't be. Something vague was visible, and the silhouette gradually began to appear. Gradually, the features of the dark figure began to emerge from the darkness. It was gloomy and inescapable. Behind it, the silhouette of her long and sinister braids slowly appeared, which seemed even more threatening. The figure of Shinigami appeared, the god of death, who comes to this world when he senses a strong presence of death. His role was to collect the souls of the living and direct them to the world of the dead. Liznit said the hippo was unexpected, but this creature's appearance was even more unexpected. The figure of Shinigami appeared, an unusual and frightening creature, causing everyone to be surprised and afraid with its mysterious power. This creature belongs to the type of gods or demigods that do not usually appear on the surface of the world. This entity is said to be the ruler of death. Although such creatures are rarely seen, this time it appeared in the world of heroes, causing a sense of horror and inevitability. The creature slowly opened its arms, as if greeting everyone present or intending to embrace everything around it with its sinister power. Opening his arms, he began to speak in a slow, deep voice. He addressed those present, calling them the children of men who hunt for life in the company of their accomplices. Liznit's eyes widened when she heard the voice. The one holding Liznit in his arms managed to say that he couldn't even move. His voice sounded tense, and his body seemed to be frozen by the powerful pressure coming from the mysterious creature. Liznit and her companions were completely paralyzed. Their bodies did not obey, as if they were pressed to the ground by an invisible weight. All this because of the terrifying voice of death, awakening a primal fear, suppressing the will to move. The creature chuckled and uttered a short, chilling sound, but the overwhelming effect was not limited to Liznit and her companions. Even the monster, who had been growling ferociously until then, stopped. No one could move. Even Behemoth, an exceptionally powerful, indomitable monster, froze as if he was chained to the ground. The creature tilted its head slightly to the side, as if listening to the silence. After a moment's thought, the creature slowly lowered its gaze downwards. Its empty eye sockets, hidden in the shadow of its skull, settled on Liznit. Half-sitting, her body trembling and barely breathing, Liznit raised her head. Her eyes, full of pain and tension, met the empty gaze of the creature. The creature squinted down at Liznit and, as if assessing her will and strength, said with a slight irony and coldness in his voice, as if playing with words, that he was interested in what they had here. The creature let out a low, sinister laugh and, looking at Liznit's chest area, thought of the Demon King's heart, as if hinting at the hidden power or threat emanating from it. Even the Demon King's heart stopped beating, as if it was holding its breath. The Shinigami glanced back and forth between Liznit and the hippopotamus several times, carefully assessing both of them. The Shinigami, raising his eyes to the sky and opening his arms, exclaimed that he could not contain his surprise at such a magnificent spiritual offering, calling it truly wonderful. Liznit held her chest as she thought that her soul would be consumed by that scythe, and even if she managed to dodge its strike, the Demon King's heart would still consume her. She thought that if the Demon King's curse was lifted, the hippopotamus would tear her apart while looking at the monster. She looked down and concluded that lifting the Demon King's curse would result in the behemoth destroying her. She began to understand her situation. Shinigami was hovering over the battlefield, a hippopotamus was nearby, and Liznit was sitting powerless on the ground. Inside herself, she realized that death was near and she might not get out of here alive. Suddenly, a mirror appeared behind the demigod. He explained that this mirror reflects people's thoughts. He turned to Lisette and said that he was now going to show her two important things. Then he started telling her that it would be a memory from her life. Lisette thought about seeing all her memories before she died. She began to remember her life, born into a poor family and sent to work as a servant to reduce the number of mouths to feed. She recalled being treated like an animal very harshly. She served a noble family. She thought that in that house there was a girl about her age, whom she saw when she was drawing water from the well. Lisette remembered that a girl about her age was looking at her coldly, and it made her feel a little afraid. She recalled that every time she was reminded of her birthplace, the image of that beautifully dressed girl would appear before her eyes. The feeling that a person's birth determines absolutely everything would resurface in her memory over and over again. Lisette's memories flashed to her of losing her patience and taking a step forward toward freedom, toward a life she could choose for herself. Her feet step on the ground covered in dark liquid. Ultimately, as the heroine recalled, her path to freedom led to her participation in a murder case. Her own frightened face appeared before her inner gaze. The memory ended and the scene returned to the present. Lisette stood silently in place, her head down. The heroine remembered how she once stood on a mountain of corpses, overcome with pain and loneliness. Then she told herself that no matter where and how she died, she would have no regrets. Lisette, without raising her head, said with grim resignation that her life was meaningless. She thought about how this was karma. She never imagined that her end as an assassin whose job it was to take lives would end with Shinigami himself coming for her. Shinigami, looking at her, said that now the second part has begun and that's all. Shinigami continued, talking about what kind of life could await her in the future. At this time, Lisette, having gathered her strength, rose to her feet and took a fighting stance. She responded with bewilderment that her life here was being interrupted, not accepting Shinigami's words about the future. Lisette looked at the demigod and thought about what he was talking about. She recalled that after the murder case was closed, the noble families continued to use her, causing pain and humiliation, as shown in the background where the man pulls her hair. She continued that she was sent to Burial, the first prince of the empire, and that the situation had not changed since then. Lisette remembered running away, always dreaming of freedom and hating all restrictions. She jumped over the fences, remembering those moments and thinking about how she ended up trapped in restrictions again. She wondered, what if the place where she ended up? She looked up, wondering what had happened. The heroine remembered how she arrived at this farm. She stood by a tree and watched the village from afar. Lisette thought that although the farm was not economically rich, its nature was much richer than that of the city. She remembered that people find happiness even in this simple, humble life. Lisette looked towards the door with a slight hope and uncertainty. The heroine approached the door and thought about what if there was someone who would accept her as she was. From that moment on, she began to dream of a quiet life on this farm, reaching out to the door with the intention of opening it. Despite the uncertainty and fear, she opened the door. The memory of her desire to live peacefully on the farm is interrupted. It seems to be shattered before it can be realized. Her memory is interrupted, and Shinigami screams at her to forget it. Shinigami said that thinking about the future and the past on the threshold of death is pointless. Lisette looked through the broken mirror. At that moment, the demigod compared the soul to a dish to which the finest spices were added and clutched his scythe tighter. He raised his scythe and said his parting words, looking at Lisette's small body in front of him. Lisette, overcome with tears and rage, said that she was fed up with all this and refused to put up with it. She looked at the raised scythe and her companion, instinctively feeling a threat, wanted to get closer to her, trying to protect her. Just as she raised her hands in an attempt to defend herself, someone suddenly appeared next to her. It was Gale, who stood between Shinigami and Lisette, raising both hands to hold the scythe. He, still holding the scythe in his hands, turned his eyes back and looked at her. Shinigami looked at him with bewilderment, and the heroine was surprised that he was alive. Lisette asked him incredulously and astonished how he could move under such pressure. Gale was surprised and asked what the pressure was. At that moment, the cursed bracelet activated. He smiled and said that the cursed objects were very convenient. Shinigami was very surprised and irritated. The demigod asked why the hero was here. The hero, also irritated, replied that it was him again. His rival was annoyed that Gale appeared wherever there were undead. Shinigami raised his scythe and began an attack against Gale. He looked straight at the demigod and raised his hand. The hero used dispersal magic against Shinigami. There was a strong splash. At that moment, the demigod began to disappear. All three looked at the scattering effect. Liznet looked at all this with surprise. The three of them continued to watch Shinigami disappear. The heroine said that he dispelled the demigod in a second. Gale said goodbye to his enemy with a smile, and at that moment the bright light in the sky could be seen gradually disappearing. The enemy's body fell to the ground along with the scythe. The three of them watched the place where he had fallen without moving. Liznet looked at the undead body with disdain and was surprised that it was a dead body. She, looking at Shinigami's body, asked Gale if it was possible to kill a demigod despite his status, and noted that he still defeated Shinigami. Gale turned his head towards them and explained that he had simply lifted the spell. He explained that if he killed a demigod, he would not be able to obtain quality materials while still lifting his opponent's scythe. He took the Shinigami's scythe with his bare hands, much to Liznet's surprise. As the hero raised his scythe, a skull with a spine began to appear around him, creating an ominous and frightening aura. Looking at one of the skulls, he said that it always appeared so suddenly. Lizette thought to herself in confusion, asking why he was surprised by this. She noticed that even the Demon King's heart was inactive and silent. At that moment, the heroine began to cough. A guy nearby called out to her, worried, and approached her, and Gale looked at them in surprise. She said that she was fine and needed to defeat the hippopotamus. At that moment, she realized that after Shinigami disappeared, the artifact inside her began to move. Gale looks at Liznet with concern. He is clearly concerned about her condition and has noticed something. He senses or notices something, indicating the presence of a dark force within her. Liznet is in the foreground, kneeling, holding her hands to her chest. She straightened up with difficulty and weakly asked how he knew this. The hero sat on the railing, looking at her, and explained that he had not been able to see her curse before. Liznet confirmed with a bitter smile that this curse was indeed unique. She stated that it was the only one of its kind in the entire world. When Gale said that it was the heart of the Demon King, he himself looked shocked by his own words. Repeating the name to himself, he couldn't believe what he learned. He talks excitedly about the curse, calling it alive and powerful, and Liznet is surprised by his fascination. The church potion lying on the ground, even it couldn't deal with the curse. However, she said that Gale could try. The heroine, with a serious look, warned Gale, if he touched the creature, it could possess him. The hero answered confidently he was ready to take the risk, but at the same time he made it clear that he was taking the artifact for himself. At that moment, Liznet was suddenly seized by a fit of coughing, and she could barely stay on her feet. She fell on him. Realizing that time was running out, Gale got straight to the point. He concentrated and began to dispel the artifact attached to Liznet's chest. A dark, smoky substance began to emerge from Liznet's chest. Gale didn't stop, continuing the dispersal until the end. Liznet looked at her chest in surprise and confusion as the dark, swirling energy of the curse slowly emerged from there. Her eyes widened as if she couldn't quite believe that this was actually happening. The curse left the body completely and rose above them. The dark curse coming out of Liznet's chest compressed into a dense ball and smoothly moved into Gale's hands. The curse on Gale's hands began to rage, and he smiled, amazed at its agility. This dark gift showed its energy. Gale spoke with interest about his desire to break the curse into small pieces and create objects from them in order to study it in full. Liznet, sitting on the ground, marveled at how quickly the curse dissipated. The heroine, looking at him, thought about how steadfastly he resisted the Demon King's heart. He held a vessel of liquid in his hands and handed it to the heroine, asking her to drink it, while still holding the curse with one hand. She said with irritation that she had spat out the liquid too stupidly. He explained that this liquid increases physical parameters and its main effect is to remove petrification. He smiled and said that living things contain nutrients. That is something that cannot be ignored. At that moment, something distracted him. At that moment, the hippopotamus monster was looking at them, and Liznet drank what Gale gave her. She began to rise, thanking him for his help. She stood up and warned Gale that he had to run while he was still alive. As she approached the monster, she hoped that it had not yet recovered from the pressure of the Shinigami. She looked at the monster with determination and said that in the end, she was his target. He spoke as a vicious monster was shown in the background, explaining that the animal had taken the body and that it was a miracle that she had survived. Gale enthusiastically called the monster a zombie animal, and Lisette responded with boredom and confusion. She asked him why he thought that, looking over her shoulder, annoyed. Gale responded enthusiastically that those were the main characteristics of an animal. He was missing body parts, so he was a zombie. She wondered to herself if he was out of his mind. Seeing him suddenly start to get up, she loudly warned Gale to run away. Seeing him gradually rise, she decided that the hippopotamus was already beginning to recover from the pressure of the Shinigami. Holding Shinigami's scythe, Gale said he would handle it himself. The villagers had been complaining about the beasts, and he didn't want any harm to happen to any of them. Taking a fighting stance and raising his scythe, he declared that he would destroy him here and now. He began his attack while the monster rose to its feet, preparing for battle. Lisette tried to stop him cautiously, saying that she shouldn't touch the thing with her bare hands because it might curse her, but Gale calmly replied that it was all right and began to talk. After all, with some pride, he declared that he was the master of damned clients, and Lisette looked at him with wide eyes in surprise. The behemoth approached them as Gale got into a fighting stance, preparing to fight. They looked straight into each other's eyes and the tension grew. The battle was about to begin. The hero said that Shinigami's scythe was so sharp that it could cut through flames, storms, and even waves. There was nothing it couldn't cut. With these words, he used it in action. He chopped off the hippopotamus' head with one powerful swing, and Lisette watched in shock as it fell to the ground. Looking at the ground where the hippopotamus body lay, Lisette thought that Gale was a true master of cursed items who was able to defeat even the Shinigami god. She also thought about banishing the Demon King's heart. Looking at the hippopotamus head, she thought that Gale had defeated him too. Looking at Gale, she thought that she had already saved him 3 times, and loudly called out his name. He looked at her with a smile and turned his head in response. She fell abruptly to her knees. She thought with admiration at how wonderful he was as she looked at him. He approached her with a worried look. The severed head of a monster lay on the ground. At that moment, the head suddenly opened its eyes. He walked up to her and called her. When he called her, she looked at him sharply. He started to lift her up, and she apologized and said that she was okay. She said with admiration that he had defeated the monster and looked at him through it, with her eyes wide open, as if she had noticed something. The headless body of the hippopotamus began to rise up right behind Gale. Lisette screamed a warning at him to look behind her. With a scream, Gale used the scythe again and smashed the hippopotamus body. The body split into 2 parts. Standing next to the body, he thanked Lisette, saying that the monster had almost caught him off guard. She looked at him in surprise. Lisette, looking at the monster's body, thought to herself about its unwavering strength and determination. Despite being decapitated and dying, it continued to attack with only its torso, maintaining its fighting spirit and relying only on its sense of smell. Looking down at his body, she thought that he was worthy of admiration, even as an enemy. Remembering their fight with the monster, she thought their first encounter ended in a draw, and the second time, Gale saved her. She thought if they fought 10 times, then he could probably survive 9 of them. Looking into his lifeless eyes, Lisette bid farewell to the fallen beast, calling him a fierce fighter who lived to fight, and wished him peace. The heroine thought bitterly that if even one thing had gone wrong, she would have lost her life. Holding her hand, Lisette wondered in confusion what to do next, while Gale calmly handed out the cockatrice liquid and other potions. Watching him laugh with the others, Lisette felt relieved, comforted by the thought that he was alive. Looking at him, she suddenly realized that she had completely forgotten about her mission. After all, she had to kill him. The 3 who had just been helping each other up stood next to each other, and next to them, Gale watched calmly. Lisette looked closely at his smile. The heroine looked at the 4 and informed them that Prince Beril's mission had failed. Gale's eyes widened as he looked at her, and she said they were giving up. After these words, 3 people bowed before the hero. At that moment, when he was surprised by the sudden bow, someone called out to him from behind. Gale said Sharina's name in surprise, and in response he heard that she was not alone here. A girl was looking at them in surprise. She looked from Gale to the other girl, wide-eyed, not believing her eyes. The girl, with tears in her eyes, thought to herself how happy she was that he was safe and how much she wanted to see him. Gale looked at the girl in surprise, and she, looking at him, thought that the time until they saw each other seemed like an eternity to her. Without holding back her emotions, she rushed towards him, running to close the distance. Running up to him, she wanted to hug him, enthusiastically thinking that she would never let him go again because he was close, alive, and that was all that mattered now. Looking around, she noticed the corpse of a behemoth, a pile of undead, wounded mercenaries, and a bloody reaper's scythe, traces of the battle she had just survived. Mara, almost overcome with emotion, was about to hug Gale, but stopped. There was an eerie atmosphere around that made her freeze. The two girls exchanged impressions, noting that what was happening around them was so intense and dramatic. Gale, demonstrating the scythe, told Sharina that it was a very sharp weapon that could be used to make good farming tools. The girl with the sword, looking at the chopped-up body of the monster, thought that everything has its own limit of sharpness. Gale continued to explain to Sharina, adding new details to his story. He started talking about Sharina's store, and she listened to him attentively. Gale revealed that his former teammates destroyed the girl's shop. Although he managed to prevent further damage to the area, he was unable to avoid the consequences completely. He said he was sorry. The girl replied with a smile that she would just take something from her workshop. The hero calmed down after hearing the girl's answer, and she smiled in response, confirming her words. Sharina and the girl with the sword congratulated Gale, noting that he was able to bring back the creepy style, and were surprised at how quickly he dealt with such a scary look, while encouraging him with pats on the back. The craftswoman watched Gale, who couldn't tell whether he was being criticized or praised. Then the two girls explained that it was actually both criticism and praise at the same time. She turned to Lisette, noting that they had met again, calling her Miss Killer. She replied that her journey was already over. The girl began to tell that recently an event had happened that had completely changed her outlook on life. At that moment, her three comrades noticeably lowered their heads as if they felt the weight of what was happening. While Lisette acknowledged that her outlook on life had changed, she added, head down, that it didn't mean she had any new perspectives or plans for the future. The craftswoman listened to her attentively, showing genuine interest and understanding. The girl informed the guild master that they would not be staying there for long. They needed to rest, as she and her subordinates were badly injured. In response, the craftswoman promised to provide them with clothes, food, and shelter until they fully recovered. Gale offered her and her team temporary work at his store so they could recover and not feel like a burden. The girl asked doubtfully if she was sure. The hero answered with a smile that the store was in a difficult situation now, and until it started working normally, he would not be able to pay much. Gale explained with a smile that Lisette would heal over time and that working as a salesman would not harm her wounds. She looked at him in surprise and with some hope. She thought if there was someone in this town who would accept her as she was, then she would like to spend peaceful days with him, and now she couldn't help but wonder if her wish had come true. Looking at the ground, Lisette couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears came to her eyes. She bit her lip to keep from crying out loud. Seeing her tears, he instinctively took a step forward, looking at the girl anxiously. His hand rose slightly as if he wanted to support her, but he froze, not knowing. He hesitated a little and began to walk in circles around her, carefully asking what happened and if she was in any pain. She wiped the tears from her face and watched as he fussed, explaining that he was out of cockatrice fluid. She smiled at his kindness. Despite her tears, she laughed and said he was so stupid. Sharina watched their interaction, smiling quietly. She thought to herself that she had always known Gale to be kind, and smiled. She recalled that he was one of those who listened attentively, even to the stories of the undead. But it's a little strange to me, she began, frowning. It was obvious that she was a little offended by something. She decided that she would tell him everything sometime later. Next to her, the girl with the sword laughed at her. She smiled and turned to the craftswoman, noting that all's well that ends well. The craftswoman nodded in agreement. Gale walked up to the three of them and tried to show them something. Seeing this, the craftswoman's eyes widened in surprise. The craftswoman began to question Gale and Lisette if this was indeed the heart of the Demon King. She confirmed it. Lisette explained that the Demon King's heart was divided into 6 pieces belonging to different empires, and that piece was hers. The girl said that Gale had helped her get rid of a piece of the Demon King's heart before it completely consumed her body. The master listened to her attentively. The craftswoman, looking at the item in Gale's hands, understood that even 1/6 of the cursed equipment with the essence of Palad demons was mortally dangerous, an ordinary warrior would die and a priest would not cope with it. The craftswoman continued to think with a serious face. She thought that Gale was a true master of curses, capable of removing even such a dangerous power, looking at his surprised face while he still held the artifact in his hands. Night had already fallen, and the craftswoman was thoughtfully reflecting on everything that was happening. With the first rays of the sun, an indignant cry was heard over the village. Someone loudly, almost irritably, shouted that they were an S-rank team. 4 guilty men are sitting in a small cell. They are very indignant and express their feelings with great indignation. One of the prisoners is clearly angry and asks with emotion what kind of unbearable and unacceptable treatment is happening to them at this moment. Meanwhile, the girls, calmly seated at the table, are having a leisurely conversation. Mora sighs deeply and tiredly, expressing her opinion that today this place is very noisy, but she hopes and believes that this unpleasant moment will soon come. Her interlocutor, resting, leaning her elbows on the table, quietly agrees with the girl. She realizes and understands that the wolf fang that was the source of this fight could not be simply released without any punishment or consequences. The girl is sure of this and feels the seriousness of the situation. She also knows and understands that it was for this very reason that an important meeting was organized in the city, where the trial was planned, but suddenly an unexpected intervention occurred, coming directly from the royal capital, which significantly changed the course of events. She reflects on how, due to the various debts that have accumulated, there have been requests to postpone the punishment of Cash and his entire group in this city. She agrees with the decision that has been made, but still deeply understands that they were under no obligation to carry out this order without question. The girl came to the conclusion that this was an amazing, completely urgent and unexpected message from the royal capital, which is why they, albeit reluctantly, obeyed. The girl understands that they had the opportunity to refuse to carry out the order, given the official statement that all damages would be compensated. She fondly remembers that Sharina, who is the representative of the farm, temporarily suppressed her anger and calmed down. Gimme asks the girl if she thinks Gale is currently in his workshop doing something important. She says he was talking about having a moment of inspiration and he's in a hurry to use it. The girl, noticing that her interlocutor seemed not to be listening, called out her name. Gimme, lightly poking Mora on the nose, jokingly asks what is with her serious expression. She wonders if it is because she does not see Gale at the moment. The girl, blushing, denies her words and, embarrassed, asks why she is talking about this, to which her interlocutor at the table tells her not to worry because she understands what the girl is talking about. Mora becomes even more embarrassed and, changing the subject, says that this quest turned out to be interesting and she will go and kick him out right now. Gimme smiles, holds the paper in her hands, and understands that what a girl is not straightforward in such situations. Both women agree with this and have no doubt that there are people who will not be outraged even by the heart of the Demon King. The girl says that it is quite common that if a person has outstanding skills and special talents, then he inevitably becomes popular and attracts attention. She honestly admits that to some extent she can understand why Mora and Lizinette are in love. Her face lights up with a sincere smile, and then she becomes a little sad. Raising her head and looking with confidence, she says that the woman who truly desires him is, without a doubt, herself. She tells how their clan of dark elves was cursed by the Demon King himself, and because of a terrible 1000-year curse they are now on the brink of extinction. The girl realizes that it is time to be strong and not let their clan disappear. She remembers the fragment of the Demon King's heart that they so desperately wanted to obtain and which, fortunately, fell into their hands. The woman reasons that there is also a person who can remove this terrible curse. Gale, doing intense work, says that he did not sleep or rest but continued to work without any breaks. The guy is happy that the time for completing his work is near. The man proudly shared that he had improved the Demon King's heart, and it was truly a unique and rare artifact. He realized that the material that had fallen out had the property of suppressing the Demon King's heart, and naturally used quite a large amount of it. The guy says that thanks to the opposite factors, he was able to completely suppress all the shortcomings of the Demon King's heart without affecting its outstanding advantages. He realized that he could only weaken the negative aspects, but in addition, in order to restrain the wild tentacles when equipping, he cast many small spells. The man explains that he successfully suppressed the appetite that caused the artifact to absorb the owner's life energy. The guy then takes out the finished artifact and says that this is the heart of the Demon King, an improved version from Gale. Standing by the stove and smiling broadly, the boy is genuinely happy with his achievement. He says that this is the newest and greatest creation he has ever made. The man brought a letter for the man sitting at the table. He read it carefully and, indignant, asked what it was, whether it was really a letter from Liznit. The letter said that she was resigning due to personal reasons. The man was very indignant, stood up from his chair and loudly asked what happened to her Demon King's heart that he had given her. Suddenly, he looked at the letter again, noticing something. The letter said that she took 1/6 of the Demon King's heart as severance pay. The man fell to the floor in shock, wondering what kind of severance pay. The man says that after reading Liznit's letter, Prince Belial's face turned pale, and they say he looked worse than any undead in the area. The night girl and the princess look at the bound culprits in front of them, angry and indignant. They are clearly ashamed and look away. The princess addresses the C-rank group Wolf Fang. She admits that she suspects that they haven't realized everything yet, given their happy, unhappy faces. She says that she's been keeping them under surveillance all this time. The girl admits that she knows everything that happened. She says that she doesn't know who they think they are to destroy a personal store and gather all the guards. The girl speaks. The knight is indignant and says that it was an official order and what they did on the farm is a matter of the kingdom's incompetence. The girl says that she has already settled all the issues on the farm's side and it has been decided to consider the issue resolved and grant information. The guys look at them in surprise. She says that she doesn't need to consider their feelings because she can't allow such a disgrace to tarnish the history of their glorious kingdom. The boys are indignant, saying that they did nothing wrong. They admit that they were only trying to break the cursed objects that looked like trash displayed in the store. The girl looks at them in surprise. She covers her face with her hands, pitying Gale's wonderful creations. She asks him to hold on. Suddenly she turns with a stern look and says that if they follow such logic, she wonders what kind of punishment they deserve. The guys were scared by what they heard. The guy, worried, asks if they have been pardoned. He asks with hope if they will be released. To which the girl knight silently approaches and, waving a stack of papers, gives the guy a strong slap. The girl says that they opened an account in the name of Princess Carla, buying everything from the shops. The princess replies that after calculating their expenses and payments to the farm, they must pay 2,310 gold coins and 82 silver coins. She says that their expenses are for their stay and meals at the hotel and dinners at exclusive restaurants, as well as the bill for various items and equipment, but suddenly she asks what happened to their equipment that they bought. The girl admits that they covered all these expenses from the state treasury, but they will pay for them in full. She says that she knows that they will not be able to pay because they have spent all their money and have no savings. To which the man replies that it was all an expense. The woman starts to get angry and screaming, asks where it is written on the paper that the expenses are covered, because besides this was investigative cooperation. The girl predicts that they will be taken away, to which the guy gets indignant and asks where they are taking them. The girl replies that if they cannot pay, they will work off the debt with their own hands. She says that they will do unpaid work to the extent of their extravagance. The woman says it's a tough environment, but considering their bad behavior, they are lucky to have found a place that will hire them. The man looks at them in shock, realizing they will be forced to work unpaid. The guy is indignant and, standing up, asks how much they need to pay for everything. The girl, thinking with a cold look, answers that they will need about a decade. The boys are frightened by the verdict, realizing that it sounds like a life sentence. They are forcibly taken away from the place while the girl watches what is happening. Suddenly, a man comes up to her and says that starting today this task will be for them too. The man is indignant and asks what kind of task this is. He is interested in what kind of work they will be doing. To which the girl, smiling, says that for a start she will give them some peace and quiet until they start working. She assures them that they do not need to worry about work. The boys are frightened by the girl's face and behavior, to which the girl replies that they should not pay attention to her kindness, and the guards take the culprits further away. At this point, the princess peeks out from behind the door, asking the girl if they have left, to which the knight agrees. Then the princess turns her head and sighs in displeasure. She sits down by the window and I turn to the girl, saying that these guys did terrible things. The princess closes her eyes and, smiling, admits that they were useful after all, so she spared their lives. The girl opens her eyes, looking out the window. Looking ahead, the girl raises her palm up. She agrees, thinking that Gail Hamilton is in the farm corner. The girl insists that she has finally found him. She clenches her fist, a sign that the guy is now in her arms. The princess smiles, saying that she was just thinking about where she should go on an expedition. The girl turns to Vivian, saying that she needs to contact her father, to which the woman looked at her in surprise, not believing her words. The girl turns to her, smiling broadly and placing her hand on her heart. She admits that it is time to pay more attention to agriculture. Gale is on the farm, in his workshop, busily making something. Suddenly something happens to the guy. He lifts his glasses, worried. The man looks towards the door, calling Liznit. The girl peeks out from the other room, asking what happened. The guy apologizes, saying that he got carried away with his work and didn't notice that it was time for her to change. He thanks her for her work, to which the girl replies that there is no need to apologize, because it is better this way if she does not interfere with his work on the artifacts. The guy wipes away his sweat. He is very grateful to the girl, saying that she helps him a lot when she is on duty at the store. The guy understands that she meets clients when he doesn't have the opportunity, and smiling, admits that he even managed to make a laughing turtle during this time. The guy looks at the skull, which is an interior element made of a lynx skull, grinning creepily at the guests. The man turns to the girl, asking if there is anything wrong with this. The guy looks at his beautiful new girlfriend in uniform and admits that it's still better when guests are greeted by a person. The girl is embarrassed and worried, admits that this uniform is from the bar where she once worked part-time. She says that when it was deducted from her salary, she was angry because the salary was already small, and then there was the uniform, which would never be needed again. In the end, she had to buy a uniform. The girl admits that she was very angry then because of the violation of labor laws, but who thought that she would still need the uniform. The girl smiles widely, looking at the guy, saying that then she will take the offer and go first. Liznit says goodbye to her friend, saying that they will see each other tomorrow. Gale stands up, breathing a sigh of relief. He raises his hands, exclaiming that the artifact is finally complete, and it's amazing. He says that now he improves all abilities without debuffs, because, in addition, the tentacles that previously caused harm to the human body are now aimed at improved stimulation of points. The man cuddles up to his work, admiring it. The man admits that the most important thing about it is the cool design, because the idea with the tentacles is brilliant. He looks closely at the artifact, saying that of course it is cursed because, unlike normal curses, this one is accompanied by a musical solo, and sometimes he speaks to the owner in a quiet voice. The guy dances like a skeleton, admits that being alone, he will never get bored from loneliness. The man is surprised that this ability is only 1/6 of it. The guy understands that the world is so big and there are probably many more interesting things in it. He looks out the window and smiles widely, realizing that there are still many amazing artifacts unknown to him. The man decided for himself that now he will look for new materials and create more and more artifacts. The guy looks at the monster's head, realizing that since the improvement is finished, he needs to create something new from this thing. The young man, lost in his thoughts, carefully examines all of his ingredients, carefully sorting them out and wondering what he should use to refine the mysterious and alluring Demon King's heart. This question makes him think about what he is going to do with it next, because he should get other materials as well. The boy realizes that if someone wants to buy it, he should think about selling it, but for now, he will put it on display. The boy wonders if the Demon King decided to improve something like this, since ordinary dangerous things like this are either destroyed or sealed. The boy asks himself why he thinks so, since this is his hobby. Suddenly, the man, completely absorbed in his thoughts, notices something behind him. He turns around abruptly and is surprised to see a girl in front of him who is clearly thinking of something. This moment of surprise and anticipation creates a tense atmosphere. They look into each other's eyes for a while, taking in the situation, not daring to take any action, as if time had stopped, leaving them alone with their own thoughts and emotions. The man, having come to his senses, is suddenly frightened by the sudden and unexpected appearance of the girl, to which the girl, with a sly smile, looks at him and, as if in greeting, happily greets him. The guy, frightened, quickly leaned back and asked the girl why she had appeared here so suddenly and unexpectedly. To which the girl replied that it would have been better if he had asked, since when exactly she had managed to appear here next to him. She began to list all the words he had said earlier and heard. Well, the guy, embarrassed, covered his face with his hands, surprised to say that she had really listened to everything he had said. The girl, with a slight smile, admits that she actually heard his conversation and decided that there was someone else here, And then, seeing what was happening, she hesitated a little before speaking, waiting for the right moment. The man becomes even more embarrassed, admitting that her words seemed terrible to him. Suddenly the guy came to his senses and, getting up, asked the girl how she got here at all, because all the doors were securely locked, and he wondered if Liznit had forgotten to close the door. But deep down the guy understood that this, of course, could not be. The girl, laughing and with a slight hint of playfulness, hands the artifact back to the guy, admitting that she came here without asking and even decided to steal the heart of the Demon King himself. To which the man, embarrassed and smiling, takes the artifact back and says that he understood everything without further ado. To which the elf girl closes her beautiful eyes, smiling slyly, and the guy, in turn, replies that she shouldn't grin so widely, because he understands that in reality everything that is happening is an illegal entry into someone else's property. Gale, slightly perplexed, asks Gimli why she came here and wonders if she would probably like to buy his artifacts, since she couldn't come during the day because of her work as a guild master. He looks at the slyly smiling girl and asks what exactly she is interested in. The girl, embarrassed and a little shy, admits that she doesn't need the artifacts at all. After all, she only needs him, Gale himself. The guy, surprised, turns in her direction and asks what she means, and suddenly notices how the girl bowed before him. The man looks at the girl's actions in bewilderment and confusion, not understanding what exactly she means, but the girl, in response, only remains silent and looks down at the ground, as if trying to find the right words. Gimli, formally addressing the boy, says that he greatly appreciates his skill as the greatest creator of artifacts, and therefore she boldly asks him to listen to her. The boy looks at the girl's actions in surprise, not fully understanding what exactly she wants from him now. The girl begs him to hear the plea of her people, the Dark Elves. She slowly, as if gathering courage, approaches the guy, asking if he will refuse her this important request. The man, perplexed, reflects on how she, without her usual arrogance, with a sincere expression on her face, uttered such touching words that touched him to the quick. The girls, leaving the bar, cheerful and drunk, one of them, staggering, turns to Gale. To which her friend, holding her by the shoulder, says that his shop is still very far away. The girl, with a slight smile, replies that she met Mora by chance in a tavern, and they never celebrated the opening of his shop. The girl, humming to herself, says that then they simply must have a drink with Mora in his wonderful artifact shop. She confidently says that Mora's modest heart will not allow her to show herself to Liznit, as she believes that this stupid creator of artifacts is to blame for everything. To which her friend quickly and firmly agrees with her, saying that with the help of alcohol she is not afraid of anything and is ready to take any risky steps. The girls approach the door of Gale's shop, knocking and asking for the door to be opened for them. Suddenly, one of the girls pushes the door slightly and they realize that the door is not locked at all. The friends, embarrassed by their actions, begin to giggle stupidly, not believing their luck. Mora, still laughing, confidently declares that she is definitely going inside then, and with all her heart, she loudly exclaims, asking if he is home. She happily asks if they can have a drink and chat about life, to which her friend in the background happily and proudly supports her. Frozen by the girl's actions, Gale appears before them, standing and hugging Gimli, who are warmly and tenderly pressed against each other. The guy, still not understanding what is happening, asks in bewilderment what is really going on, to which Gimli slyly looks at the girls who entered the room, and Mora in turn is dumbfounded by surprise and embarrassment, not knowing how to react to such behavior. Beginning of form. Mora, with obvious surprise and not understanding the whole complex situation that is now happening around, with some anxiety, turns to the guy to clarify what is really going on here. To which the man, clearly worried and slightly nervous, replies that he himself would like to know. The boys, having gathered together, sat down at the table to have dinner and discuss all the really important and exciting things that were happening. The boy, looking around, noticed that the room where they were was very heavy, literally tense. Gimli, having collected his thoughts, begins to speak, addressing the boys. She says that they, the Dark Elves, are under a 1,000-year curse from the Demon King. And then the girl interrupts, saying that the wine they bought for the celebration might become tasteless because of this conversation, but not daring to delay, she tells her to continue her story. The girl continues her story. She says that the creature that was defeated by brave heroes 1,000 years ago was almost immortal and unbearably strong. The girl, collecting her thoughts, says that in the last battle they were unable to completely destroy him. So the ancient heroes divided his body and turned it into artifacts scattered throughout the world, and now no one knows where exactly they are. Mora, having understood the whole gist of the story, asks if the heart of the demon queen was not just a name, but actually the real heart of a demon. The guy, not hiding his surprise at what he heard, reacts in amazement, to which the girl smiles warmly and confidently confirms her words. She tells that the demon king wants to be reborn, gradually restoring his powers to his former form. But to do this, he needs to collect the scattered fragments of his body, parts of the Demon King, over the course of long and difficult years, which have now become artifacts. The girl, collecting her thoughts, admits that for this dangerous mission he used them, the Dark Elves, who were once close to the demon race and did not have much choice. She tells them that although they are sealed, they still have enormous magical power which they received from the Demon King, so he forced them to choose, cooperate with him or be destroyed. The guys sitting at the table are surprised by the girl's words. Gimli, hanging his head and admitting his inner turmoil, says that this is why they could not refuse this fateful choice, because when the parts of the Demon King are collected, there is a chance that he will be reborn again, as in ancient times. The boy admits that this is indeed a serious problem. He asks if it would not be better to turn to those who call themselves heroes as they did 1,000 years ago. The girl denies, saying that a significant part of the artifacts has already been collected in the village of the Dark Elves, but because of this, the village is subject to a strong curse emanating from these parts. She looks at the man, believing that this is why, in addition to searching for the parts, they were also looking for someone who could remove this powerful curse to save them. The girl continues to say that it was then that Gail Hamilton, the master of cursed items who could remove the curse of the Demon King's heart, appeared, bringing a sense of hope to the conversation. The guy listens to her attentively. The girls, paying attention to the guy, look at him, not believing what they heard. The man first thoughtfully, then looks at the sad G-Millie and tries to understand what to do next and asks what they should do. She, realizing that Gail has looked very thoughtful since their meeting, goes into her own thoughts, wondering if it was the right decision to reveal this important information to him or if it was completely in vain. The girl thinks that's something that is feared and avoided because even the Empire treated the heart of the Demon King as a weapon of self-destruction. She wonders if it was reckless and crazy, and if there will be someone who will fulfill this request. The girl becomes disappointed, thinking that there is apparently no hope. Suddenly, the guy, unable to contain his emotions, shouts out and loudly asks Gimli that in the village of the Dark Elves there are artifacts that, according to rumors, are not inferior to the heart of the Demon King in strength and power. The girl confirms the guy's words. She says that all the artifacts from the Demon King's parts collected in their village are comparable to the heart in their immense power. The man, enthusiastically getting up from the table, happily declares that he must definitely try to use them. The guy clenches his fists and says he has a feeling that with these artifacts he can create something great. Suddenly the guy takes off, declaring that he feels a real surge of inspiration. The girls, opening the door, note that this is amazing for him. The power of these artifacts exceeds even the horror of the Demon King. Gail says that for the hero this may not be just a typical excursion. The girl notes that they, the Dark Elves, did not swear allegiance to the greatness of the demons, because it is rather a feeling that they once joined humans and demons in a war against it. She says that for them it was just one of the interracial conflicts in the past, but now, after the defeat, they live without much hatred. The girl says that since humans are short-lived, they quickly forget, so almost none of them have negative feelings towards Dark Elves anymore, because many have even forgotten that they come from a demonic race. What kind of rock does Gail come to girls? Mora says that the very existence of the Demon King has become something of a fairy tale for non-humans, to which her interlocutor agrees. The elf says that therefore her relatives will be glad to have him, when suddenly a guy approaches, happily agreeing with her. Suddenly the girl asks to wait for them for a minute. She stands up and angry says that she doesn't like this story at all. The guys look at her in surprise. She looks at Gimli with a stern look and says that she does not trust these elves, to which the girl only smiles slyly at her. Sharina admits that they have known each other for quite a long time. She asks why she has been silent all this time. If she hadn't accidentally dropped in here with her friend this evening, she would never have found out about this at this very time. The girl bares her teeth, to which her interlocutor continues to tell her story. She says that information about the Demon King's parts is a top secret outside the village and threatening it is strictly forbidden. So before telling Gail everything, she carefully tested his abilities. Sharina starts to get even angrier, baring her teeth. Suddenly, the guy standing next to them felt déjà vu. Sharina couldn't resist taking a sip from her glass, asking the guy how he was doing and if he liked Farm Edge. The man, not understanding, asks her what kind of sudden questions these are. She says she just meant how good life is here, has he settled in, to which the guy replies that it's a nice town and it has good food and several suitable dungeons and no shortage of undead materials because that's very important to him. The girls just look at him in surprise. The guy says that if only the goods from his shop sold better, it would be quite good. Sharina says that despite the sale of goods in the shop, thanks to Gale, the infrastructure of this city has become more interesting. She admits that she has seen many masters over time and has no doubts about the guy's work, which confuses the man, asking if it is true. The girl continues to say that they have worked together for some time, but he is the first master of cursed items whose items she has ever faced. Gale says that this profession is usually not given much attention, because those who have talent, as a rule, having reached a certain level of skills, quickly change it to another profession. The guy admits that there is no craft that would be so worth bringing to perfection, to which the girl, looking at him, agrees with him. She says she doesn't think she's useless because all professions have their place and deserve respect. Mora says maybe she means that when you see them among the adventurers, you realize how hard it really is for her. The guy gets it and says that it should be acknowledged that this profession is simply useless, because in fact the master of cursed items plays a support role, but is not capable of fighting alone, to which the girl says that the guy fights in battle. The man looks down and says that Cash and the others constantly told him this. Gale recalls the man saying that he is completely incapable of combat, as he is just a craftsman, nothing more. The most he can do is throw knives without debuffs from behind his back. The man says he was told not to push forward and not to act like an advisor. Mora says that when they said that, all she could do was silently put stat buffs into their gear, to which the guy replies that he doesn't think he should have left before he was kicked out. Gale began to feel sad, saying that he had become so withdrawn that his outlook had become very limited. Suddenly, Sharina came up behind him. She patted the immunologist on the head with her palm, encouraging him and telling him that he shouldn't listen to such idiots. She says that it is understandable that once self-esteem is broken, it is not easy to restore it, but now that he is a resident of Farm Edge, he should stay here forever. The girl smiles widely and says that if he wants, she will take care of him. The boy is confused by the girl's words when suddenly Gimli says that she thinks Sharina also sees potential in Gale. When suddenly the girl says that they should return to their conversation. The girl says that the boy is not only needed by Gimli, because she also does not want him to leave. The girl asks if it is not better to turn to the church in such cases, to which the interlocutor denies, saying that ordinary priests cannot cope because they also had to turn to churches for help despite the shame. She admits that they kidnapped and forced famous priests to try to remove the curse, but everything was in vain. Mora asks if this is not a violation of the law, and the guy asks if they really let this man in alive. The girl asks why it is absolutely necessary to take Gale to the village of the Dark Elves, to which Gimli replies that there is no other way. Sharina notes that the guy is a very valuable specialist, so he should not be exposed to danger. She asks Mora that therefore there will be conditions, to which the girl agrees with her. The girls stand behind the guy. Mora says that she will also join the mission as support. Sharina, picking up on the situation, confidently declares that she will be a vanguard fighter. The boy is surprised by the girl's words and turning around asks what this means, to which Gimli quietly chuckles and asks if they really want to create a squad of 4 to lift the Demon King's curse. The man sighs and closes his eyes, saying that it makes him happy anyway. Then Sharina, gathering her courage, asks to be allowed to reintroduce their new group. The girl lists the names of the group members: Sharina, Gimli, Mora, and Gale. Sharina raises her glass in a toast, saying that she wants to wish them success in their new endeavor. The newly formed group clinks glasses, rejoicing at new beginnings and future events. The guys smile broadly, knowing that they are now very dear to each other. The guys spend the whole evening having a good time at the table, eating and drinking various drinks. The guy, looking at the happy girls, notes that when he was in the squad with Kashi and the others, he was rarely invited to drink like this, simply and calmly. And suddenly Mora comes up to him from behind and with a dazzled look asks the guy if he's had too much to drink. She worries about him and asks how he's feeling, to which the guy sighs slightly, saying that she's fine. The man realized that it felt like an eternity ago, even though it hadn't been that long. Maybe the guy should turn to the girls, saying that some things need to be taken on the trip and some left in Raqqa, but in any case, they need to make new cursed items. To which Mora declares that she is counting on him. Gimli returns home late at night. She climbs the stairs, heading to her room, and lies down on her bed, wanting to rest from a hard day. Suddenly, it seems to her that someone is talking to her. To this, the girl apologizes and says that she is very tired and asks to take it with her. The neighbor turns around, looking at the chest, thinking that there is a huge amount of money in it, but it radiates an ominous aura and seems to curse everyone who touches this wealth. The girl looks at the lady lying on the bed and asks if she is sure. Gimli admits that she heard that she made great efforts to carry it out of the village, to which Gimli replies that all her efforts were in vain. The girl says that the master of cursed items, Gale, is a really strange guy. She says that if the girl wants to take these treasures, then in any case, everything went well. She orders her to go ahead and prepare everything for the meeting. The girl says that she sent her regular reports to the desk and hands her a stack of papers. Gimli picks up the sheets, and after reading them, she realizes that the monsters have become active and thinks that she seems to have something to do with everything that is happening. As soon as the girl finished reading the letter, she was overcome by a blue memory. Gimli said that she remembered the contents, so everything will be fine, because suddenly the attacks of the cockatrices were activated, the behemoth went mad, and even death itself intervened and is waiting for part of the Demon King. The girl recalls all the early events that happened and realized that it was all somehow connected. She says that this was to be expected, because the king could not behave quietly for 1,000 years, and there is no doubt that there is something behind all this. Gimli realizes that she needs to find the best solution using the information from the Guild Network and the Dark Elf Intelligence Network, because Gale is a master of cursed items and his abilities are at the highest level, but he is too unpredictable. The girl writes that his fighting skills are about 0, but his curses can destroy even extremely dangerous creatures because he is both weak and incredibly strong. Having written this, Gimli breaks his pen out of anger. The girl, cowering in anger, says that this is a contradiction. She understands that it would be an impossible task for her alone to safely escort Gale himself, so she understands that it is good that she was able to include Sharina and Mora in the group. She understands that their entire journey lies mainly along roads, then down the river, and then they will need to cross the inland seas by ship, and then they will need to overcome a dense dark forest, real horror and danger. The girl understands that if they go there without preparation, they will die on the road before the 1,000-year curse, and there will be nothing strange about it. Gimli turns to his mistress Minerva, promising that he will definitely deliver Gale to her. Gale approaches Lysette, telling her that it's time for him to go, to which she replies that if her wound had healed, she would have definitely gone with him. He tells her that it will take some time for the Demon King's curse to completely leave her body, so she should focus on her recovery, to which she sincerely thanks him. The guy looks at his artifact, saying that he made an improved version of the Demon King's heart from the artifact that Liz once wore, but now it won't randomly attack its owner, but the man admits that he still hasn't fully studied it. The guy says that an ordinary person only needs to touch him for the curse to destroy his soul and body. Gale realizes that this is a truly terrible curse. Gale addresses Lysette, saying that the store is his soul and is as important to him as his life. He says that he will be at peace knowing that Liz will be there, but admits that his only concern is that all the goods may run out before he returns. The man turns to the girl, saying that in that case she should just take pre-orders from customers and promise to make additional batches later. The girl agrees, but thinks to herself that since she started working here, sales have dropped sharply, so such a situation is unlikely to happen. The girl sees the guy off, waving. She understands that despite the fact that he is about to face such terrifying curses, he is still so inspired. The girl admits that Gale Hamilton is truly an unusual guy. She looks at him with a sincere smile, wishing that luck will always be with him. A guy is walking through the city when suddenly girls notice him and Mora calls out to the man. The guy who notices his girlfriend waves to her with a warm smile. Shalina says that everyone is here. The guy asks if she is really the master of the Blacksmith's Guild. He wonders if she can really lead the department for that long. The girl replies that the guild will not fall apart because one of them leaves for a while. She turns her head and notices Gimli walking towards them. The girl tells her not to forget about their agreement because she convinced the Belgians to agree only on this condition, to which the girl straightens her hair, saying that she remembers this. The guy, not understanding, asks what they are talking about, to which Gimli replies that she decided to supply ore from her village to Shelina's forge. She says that usually its export is prohibited, to which the guys are surprised. Shelina gets angry and says that the girl can also lie, so it is better for her to check it herself. Mora asks if this ore is so valuable that even Shelina wanted to go. The guy is also interested and asks what kind of ore it is. Gimli says that since they are both going, then they can tell. She looks at them with a sly smile, to which the guys do not understand what is happening. The girl shrugs and says with a smile that it is orichalcum. Gale asks again what kind of orichalcum it is. Mora thinks for a few seconds and then asks menacingly if it is really orichalcum. The man is surprised by the girl's reaction, asks why she is so surprised, to which the girl asks why he is so calm. She understands that Gale knows nothing at all about rare materials that cannot be used to make magical items. Mora looks at the man with fascination, about to explain what orichalcum is. She tells that this legendary ore from which a sword can be forged is so valuable that it is enough to build a castle, and if you equip yourself with such armor, you will not be afraid of any battle because the ore has an unbearable hardness. The guy realized that this is for Gimli, and he will receive a valuable magical item and Shelina valuable ore. Gale says that it would be great if Mora got something valuable too. The girl, having listened to the guy, turns away and says with a smile that then she will also definitely try to get something. She asks him not to worry. Gale was surprised by the girl's courage, but suddenly Shelina says that it's time for them to go. The guys get into the cart, to which Mora says that she hasn't ridden in a cart for a long time. The guy looks at the girl, realizing that for him it is more valuable than orichalcum. The boys got into the carriage. Mara, looking carefully at Gale, understands that it is time to travel with him. The wheels creak along the road from Farm Edge. A caravan of several wagons heads northwest to a huge city far from the kingdom, to the trading city of Eblance, close to the Empire. Gale and Mora are bored on the road. The girl asks why this measured shaking makes her so sleepy, to which her friend says that the drink, on the contrary, always tastes better. Mora replies that for some reason she is not surprised by her behavior. The guy says it's okay because they've taken up the entire cart. Shelina replies that it's true that half of it is occupied by cargo, so you can't say it's very comfortable here. The guy looks at her and says that he asks if she really doesn't know the norm because the journey is still long. To which the girl replies that that's why she's drinking because there's nothing else to do anyway. Gale is curious and asks the girl where her village is. The girl says that it is in a dark forest. Mora sighs, realizing that it is still a long way away, and says that even if they hurry, it will still take several days. Suddenly she stops and asks if this is the dark forest. Gimli agrees, saying he doesn't know what forest the girl means, but she only knows one with that name, so it must be that one. Mora grabs her head, bending over. The boy, worried, asks if she knows about this forest. The girl gets angry, asking if this is not the same legendary forest where the army of the kingdom perished, to which Gimli replies that this really happened. She says that this is not a legend, but a historical fact. After that, the girl asks if this is still the same forest where the ancient dragons slumber. Gimli replies that this is not true, for in fact they are not dormant, but actively building nests. The girl, hearing this, begins to curse, asking if this is not the forest where anyone who enters will not return alive, and asks if she really wants to take them to the forest of death. Gimli says that it seems that the army of the realm was devoured by the ancient dragons, and admits that she saw them hunting humans for their young. Mora is frightened and asks if she really saw it all with her own eyes. She asks hesitantly what difficulty level this actually is for adventurers. Shanley explains that adventurer ranks can understand the level of danger. Gimli replies that it is at least a C-rank quest, maybe higher. The girls realized that this was their end. Gimli replied that they would not be going the route where the ancient dragons nested, so they should not worry, because as far as she knew, they were taking the safest route to the Dark Elves' village. The girls still looked at her with distrust. The girls get angry and say that they will go to bed to rest. But suddenly the guy comes to his senses, asking them to wait. Shanlina asks him if he remembered something. Gale says that if they go that route, they will meet many undead from that dead army. Shelina starts to get even more angry, to which Mora calms her down, saying that the guy should meet them in a dream. After some time, the boys fell asleep. Gimli says that of course she will lead them along the safest route she knows. She knows that relative safety does not guarantee absolute safety, so she asks them to be on guard, and this applies to everyone. And so the first stage of the journey ended. Gimli, full of joy, wishes for the boys to wake up and tells them to get up, because this is where they will change seats. The boys get off the cart and see a large ship. The girl says that she has made some arrangements for the journey and warns them that when the cargo is laid out, they should sit down as if in a cart. The guy wonders if she booked the ship in advance. The girl happily agrees, saying that unlike the cramped carriage, the ship will be more comfortable. Mara and Gale exchange joyful glances. Gimli says that they will sail further along the Cactus River, a large river that flows near the agricultural cities. The boys, approaching the ship, exclaim that they are glad that they will begin new adventures. Gimli called out that they were boarding the ship quickly. Shelina asked not to push because she would not run away. Gale set out on his first voyage, as did Mora. Stepping onto the ship, the young man said that it was rocking quite a bit. The dark elf said that it always happened like that at first, but once they sat down in their seats, they would stop feeling it. The sails filled with wind, and the ship smoothly began to move away from the shore. The ship majestically unmoored from the pier and set off on a long voyage. Mora said that sailing was much more pleasant than sailing under the scorching sun. The master believed that the measured sound of the waves had a special calming effect, helping to relax and forget about all worries. Gimli stated that it seemed they would soon reach their destination. The team gathered around the map, carefully studying every corner of it. They wondered if the map was made by the guild. The girl replied that it was not actually supposed to be shown at all, but an exception was made for them. The mage mused that acquiring such information from the guild must be quite expensive. Gale noticed that there were various markings on the map. Gimli explained that these markings were made by hand. The guy was genuinely amazed to find detailed information about underground passages and valuable artifacts on the map. His guesses were immediately confirmed. He was surprised that such valuable information was being shown to others. He was told that such information was strictly classified and was provided only for a separate fee. The magician expressed her admiration for the opportunity to become familiar with such unique knowledge. She solemnly announced that this map contained almost all the information the guild had on the surrounding regions, and even more. Shelina noticed that the map was old and included territories that she herself had never visited. Her companion next to her raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing such a confession, because it turned out that even such an experienced researcher did not have all the information. Gimli began to explain, repeating what she had said earlier in the wagon. There were several routes to the Dark Elf village. She emphasized that the party should take the relatively safe route, despite the fact that it would take considerably longer. Shelina asked the girl what route she would choose if she were to go alone. She unexpectedly replied that she would go straight ahead, causing genuine surprise among those around her. The girl added that she intended to pass unnoticed past the border fortresses. It immediately became clear to the team that such a stunt was far beyond their abilities. Mora pointed on the map with her finger, saying that they would sail down the river to its mouth, then transfer to another ship, cross the bay, and disembark at the port. After that, they would go into the dark forest. Shelina added that there are difficult places there, so they will have to go around. They will get into the village of dark elves through the back door. For the mage, the chosen path turned out to be a truly difficult test. Gimli calmly noted that this is exactly how it will turn out. Mora continued to explain that after entering the dark forest, the boys would have to dismount, since the main transport carts and ships would be left behind. In fact, they would have to walk only a short distance, since most of the route ran along water and roads. The girl also mentioned that they were now comfortably moving along the route calculated in advance by the Dark Elf. She confirmed the correctness of the chosen course, noting that thanks to this, the journey was easy and pleasant. Gimli came to the conclusion that this expedition represented a unique chance to lift an ancient curse that had weighed on generations. Her companions supported her opinion, recognizing the historical significance of the mission. The girl looked at Gale and thought that he was the one who would have to remove the ancient curse, so he definitely had to get to the place in the best physical shape. The boys began to take an interest in the castle symbol depicted near her village and noticed that something unusual was in the middle of the forest. The Dark Elf replied that it was the Demon King's castle, and a heavy silence fell on the ship. Everyone began to look at each other anxiously, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Gimli hastened to calm those present, saying that the castle was now destroyed and only ruins remained. According to her, the builders used the building's materials to erect new buildings. The boys were surprised and called this an incredibly brave act. Mora noted that the Dark Elf village was located at the foot of the Demon King's old castle, and given the close relationship between the Demon King and the Dark Elves, this circumstance should not be surprising. Gale noted that looking at the map, it becomes clear that the sea is truly huge. The magician agreed, emphasizing that this is a long-known truth, understandable to every child. After all, the sea is so big that no one can dispute this fact. They noticed the center of the map, where a giant squid was depicted. Shelina was amazed to learn that squid lived in those waters. She suggested squid fishing, adding that the shellfish could be cooked and enjoyed with a good drink. The young man wisely assumed that a sharp knife could be useful in everyday affairs, so he prudently took it with him, relying on his ingenuity. The girls were sincerely happy with this decision because they knew that he masterfully prepared delicious dishes, turning ordinary products into real culinary masterpieces that could please any appetite. Gimli remarked that while it was reasonable to suggest that a knife would be useful, such a large squid would hardly be suitable for a simple snack. The other participants in the conversation became interested and asked her to clarify what exactly she meant by her remark. She said it was a sign of the Kraken. Mora feared that this sea demon was capable of sinking ships. Shalira asked if she had made a dossier on all the sea monsters. The Kraken is a giant squid that often attacks, and those who stand in its way are doomed to die. The boy thoughtfully asked what to do if they suddenly had to come face to face with this terrifying creature, and whether there was any shelter at all that could save them from inevitable death. The girls trembled as soon as they imagined it. The magician screamed loudly that she did not want to die at all and insisted on returning immediately. Gimli tried to calm the others down, urging them not to panic, while the two wondered out loud if they would somehow manage to avoid the Kraken and how well everything had been planned before starting the journey. The Dark Elf added that this was a common trade route, regularly traveled by numerous ships, often without incident. She hoped that their ship would slip through. Gale noted that this was just an attempt to escape from reality. Mora dreamed of returning home, but the Dark Elf emphasized that it was impossible to just get off the ship. The others cried out that she had taken into account absolutely every possible circumstance. Gimli knew that an encounter with the Kraken would leave them with little chance of escape. However, their crew would have no other way to reach the Dark Elves' village except by sea. In addition, they have a curse master with the ability Stunning Luck, and if the enemy cannot be defeated, it is better to avoid meeting him at all. She placed great hopes on the Master of Curses, believing that his abilities would be the key to the success of the expedition. Meanwhile, the owner of magical powers himself was in complete relaxation, enjoying the warm springs and completely forgetting about all the dangers of the upcoming voyage. The girls warned Gale not to try to spy on them in the women's bathhouse. To this, the guy casually retorted that even if he wanted to, the high walls made such an undertaking impossible. He called it pure bliss and did not expect to find a hotel with hot springs on his way. The men noted that it was obvious that the young man liked it here and added that here you can enjoy alcohol and bathing at the same time. They continued to say that where people gather, money and resources are concentrated. This is where boatmen mainly stop, transporting goods along the river. There are many inns along the Cactus River. He was asked his name and where he was from. Gale replied that he was from the agricultural town of Farm Edge. The men explained that they were traveling merchants, traveling around cities and selling various goods. The young man responded by saying that he had recently opened his own store under his own name, noting that trading was not easy. His shop displays rare items that are hard to find in other stores. However, things are not going well so far. Sales leave much to be desired. One of the interlocutors noted that worthy goods do not always find their buyer. He also emphasized that simply having good products and the ability to produce them is not enough. The main secret of successful trade is the ability to correctly announce your product and attract buyers. Gale found the advice valuable and promised to take it into account in his work. He then clarified that the store was currently being looked after by a girl with health problems. On the one hand, it's good that the girl isn't so busy with work. They said that the guy left his wife for trade, hinting at the difficulties of family relationships. The guy explained that he went for goods, but the woman is not his wife. He thanked them for their helpful advice and asked their names. The men replied that they were just ordinary people and that he did not need this information. The young man confidently declared that they were free to do as they saw fit. The others, hearing this, began to whisper animatedly among themselves, discussing the goods and admiring this wonderful place. They headed off resolutely to look at the stock in the young salesman's shop on Farm Edge. Gale did not yet understand that at that moment he had met brothers robbers who traveled to different places under the guise of merchants and engaged in robberies. The men decided to make the shop that Liznit was looking after their next target. Shelina admitted that she has serious doubts about Gale and Mora's relationship. Also causing her companion's indignation, she added that discussing romantic stories late at night in a hotel room is a real classic of women's conversation. Even back then, when the girl first saw them together, she thought that in front of her was a couple in love who had secretly escaped from the capital. But she was told that all this was just a coincidence of circumstances. Mora proceeded to explain that Gale had simply transferred to a new team because the old one was so bad that he had decided to leave in search of a better life. They had, quite by chance, ended up in the same carriage and had arrived at Farm Edge by chance. A friend called such events too many suspicious coincidences, and she added that it seemed like they really did run away together. But Mag stubbornly denied this assumption, claiming that the guy turned out to be a decent person and repeatedly came to her aid. Gimli stated that they had survived mortal danger together, and a genuine affection had inevitably arisen between them. However, Mora was extremely indignant at such assumptions, insisting that her friend was talking nonsense. She continued to insist that if the nature of their relationship had to be explained in detail, it meant that they were just loyal comrades. The magician jumped out of the water and loudly exclaimed that they were just comrades. However, her friends looked at her strangely and felt a change in mood. Gimli noted that therefore the other girls also had a certain chance of winning the heart of the young man, and Shelina expressed the opinion that Gale was very talented and could probably become a worthy successor to their guild. Mora was shocked by such a statement and was well aware of what it meant to become the successor of the blacksmith's guild. It was tantamount to adoption. Understanding the full significance of the situation, she turned to the last participant in the conversation and asked if she wanted to become this guy's mother. Shelina cried out that no one here was a mother at all. The mage explained that elves and dwarves lived longer than ordinary people, and she was worried about the significant difference in years. Then the first rudely ordered her to shut up and then turned to Gimli with bewilderment, asking the reason for her joy. The girl continued, saying that this young man was attractive even to the eldest of them, especially recalling the night when they visited the young man's shop, and reminding that it was then that the latter was going to take some steps. Gimli said that she found Gale an attractive young man, but if the other girls openly expressed their firm intentions regarding him, she would not object. After all, she had long been accustomed to patiently waiting for her happiness. Is this comparable to the weight of a 1,000-year curse? Mora insisted that she and Gale were just friends. Then the girl suggested taking advantage of the moments spent in the hot springs and enjoying alcoholic beverages, although drinking while bathing should be done only in moderation. The mage sat with a glass of sake, thinking about her own words spoken earlier, about how she and the young man were just comrades. And she thought that until he himself showed interest in her, they would remain friends. While the young man was on a long journey, not a single customer crossed the threshold of the shop left in the care of Liznit. The girl was inexpressibly bored, there was emptiness all around, the store was wide open, but the customers seemed to have evaporated. There was a sudden loud noise, and Liznit was instantly overcome with a wave of panic. The skull, bursting into laughter, suddenly broke loose and fell rapidly downwards. For the girl, what was happening looked extremely unusual. It was unclear why the figurine fell on its own and, on top of everything else, was damaged. Her heart told her that the situation was going badly and that unpleasant events were coming. She was worried about whether something bad would happen either to Gale himself or to herself. Or perhaps disaster will befall them both. The crew on board the ship was actively engaged in fishing. Shelina complained that after 3 whole days of sailing, the young man was unable to catch a single fish. Then he added that the misfortune had affected everyone, no one had been bitten more than 0 times. Gimli reassured them, saying that there was nothing to worry about in such a situation. The main thing was that they had avoided meeting the Kraken, which meant that fate was clearly in their favor. Mora added that there was sufficient food supply. The dark elf asked Shaylin if she was not hungry at all. She proudly replied that catching a fish yourself, cutting it up, cooking it, and eating it with your own hands was a very special pleasure that you couldn't miss out on. Gale admitted that he, too, had dreamed of trying out the new knife in action if only he could catch a single fish. Upon hearing this confession, the entire team froze in amazement, their eyes wide open and staring at the blade. Shalina stated that it was easy to handle even a huge fish with such a knife, and then asked a rhetorical question about whether this tool was an artifact. Mora confirmed that she had a strong sense of déjà vu, as if she had encountered something similar before. Those gathered were puzzled by the question of whether this unique thing belonged to the legendary weapon, the Scythe of Death. The young man calmly explained that he had converted it into a regular agricultural tool and turned the remaining parts into a handy knife. Gimli was genuinely glad that no one had managed to catch the fish, because with such a powerful tool they could have accidentally cut through even the hull of the ship. Shalina noted with disdain that such adventures seemed absolutely incredible, and said that she noticed something in the distance. She was interested in exactly when the small river managed to expand to the size of a full-flowing river. Mora noted that the shores were almost invisible, and Gale added that the landscape now resembled a real sea. Gimli agreed, adding that one could feel the salty sea breeze and hear the quiet murmur of the waves. The team was treated to a majestic view of the endless expanse of water stretching far beyond the horizon. Shalina felt the gentle breath of the sea breeze, and Mora enjoyed the pleasant aroma and emphasized how close they had become to the real sea element. The girls felt joy from the light, refreshing smell of the wind, filling the air with pleasant notes of freedom and adventure. But soon the pleasant impression was marred by the unpleasant smell of rotting flesh emanating from the box where the mysterious object was kept. Gale guessed that the foul smell was coming from the material obtained from the slain undead he had recently delivered. He was immediately asked to close the lid immediately and to stop talking as if it were wine, creating false associations. From somewhere far away came the melodic ringing of a ship's bell, announcing the imminent departure of the vessel. Amidst the usual bustle of the city, the measured rustling of the sea waves slowly running up to the shore was clearly audible. The intermittent cries of the fresh fish sellers drowned out the disorderly and rough cries of the sailors who had been out for a stroll the day before. Gimli asked to take a closer look at the vast river harbor, where numerous ships lay quietly at anchor, waiting to load goods and passengers. Their final destination, the river port, was already very close. The boys looked at the huge ocean liners sailing past with delighted amazement, amazed by the size of the ships. Meanwhile, Gimli, laughing merrily, asked the boys to pay attention to their own facial expressions, reflecting genuine surprise and shock. She asked the boys to wait for her for a while, deftly jumped off and said that she would go look for a suitable merchant ship to which they could move, asking her friends to stay near the pier. The boys were unhappy that she left them alone in an unfamiliar place. This place, filled with the clean sea breath and the sounds of numerous screaming seagulls, is called Nanan Port. It is here that the huge inland bay connects with other countries, forming an important trading hub. Returning to her friends, Gimli happily announced that she had been fortunate to find a merchant ship that was about to set sail, and that fortune seemed to be on their side. She also had some pleasant information that her friends demanded she reveal. She continued by saying that there were rumors of a recent Kraken attack on a warship of one of the countries. Shalina wondered what positive side could be seen in such an event. Gimli added that the captain of the merchant ship claimed that the Kraken rarely attacked, destroying one ship and then disappearing from sight for a while. Mora joked that perhaps it was a way to relieve stress after a long rest. The first sympathized with those who had fallen victim. The dark elf specified that it was precisely because of this circumstance that one ship would wait for the right moment today and go out to the open sea. Then she pointed her finger at a ship standing nearby. The ship looked very worn and battered by time. People hurriedly loaded the ship with heavy bales and boxes. Each bag was carefully placed, as if it determined the fate of the upcoming voyage. Captain Nick sat smoking a cigar with a cheeky grin on his face, causing obvious irritation and hostility among the crew members. Mora sarcastically noted that it was clear as day that the captain intended to enrich himself at the expense of desperate passengers, taking advantage of the convenient opportunity to cross the sea before the Kraken appeared. Shalina added philosophically that any crisis situation is a chance to prove oneself and benefit. Gale intervened in the conversation, offering to first load things on board the merchant ship and offering to help carry the luggage. Shalina suggested stopping the pointless bickering and moving on to a constructive discussion of further actions. After all, despite everything, the sea route remained the only available option, and, as a guildmaster, she had an idea of the principles of organizing transportation. Mora frankly admitted that she still didn't see the full picture of what was happening, and Shalina decided that she would have to go over the details of the recent discussion again. She explained that no one in their right mind would have crossed the border if not for Gimli's persuasion. Even if they had officially applied for permission to cross the border, it was unlikely that it would be approved, especially considering that the final destination was listed as the Dark Forest. The kingdom's army has noticeably increased recently. There are rumors that the soldiers' behavior has become unusual as they are preparing for major military operations. Mora nervously asked what the consequences of such tension were, but her friend tried to calm her down, emphasizing that for now these were just whispered rumors with no reliable evidence. The guildmaster added that there were rumors of several failed assassination attempts on high-ranking people in the capital. Apparently, a serious political conflict is growing between the empire and the kingdom. Shalina finished her story by mentioning that at the very center of political intrigue, there is some powerful artifact that has the ability to overturn the foundations of the state. It is hard to imagine that such an object actually exists and is capable of exerting such a huge influence. Mora excitedly asked her friend to speak more simply and directly that it was true that this unprecedented artifact was now being passed on to other people. She asked her to shut up. Shalina added that the kingdom and the empire were said to have had a huge fight. Gimli concluded that the sunken warships were strong evidence. Mora was worried that the situation was so serious that the navy had intervened. The Dark Elf noted that both sides were trying to avoid the dissemination of any information at all costs. The girls explained that this is why they have increased security at the border. These are the security measures taken, and now the task of the fleet is to prevent the possible leakage of valuable artifacts. Mora stressed that the problem is real, as the use of land routes at the border has become impossible. That is why this merchant ship is the ideal solution for the upcoming journey. Shalina explained the situation in detail, emphasizing that in the current circumstances, the only possible solution is to go by sea. The girl also said that on the way to the Dark Forest, the borders of several countries will have to be crossed. According to her, there should be no obstacles to the movement of ordinary citizens. Otherwise, this situation will inevitably stop the exchange of goods between the countries. Mora, deep in thought, stated her position, finding it very strange. After all, she had heard that the relationship between the kingdom and the empire had remained quite stable until recently. Gimli agreed that her friend's arguments sounded convincing. Perhaps the states really were playing secret political games, hiding their true intentions from their own subjects. From the outside, such actions could be perceived as an attempt to maintain the balance of power. She continued the thought, arguing that once the balance was upset, valuable artifacts suddenly appeared on the market. Even the military potential of both powers, previously equal, is now capable of tilting in either direction, which dramatically changes the strategic situation. Now we can safely say that two powerful beings are fighting for a dominant position in the world. And one of the key players becomes the Demon King, eager to regain his lost influence and establish complete control over all nations and territories. Another key player is a mysterious being who is actively distributing artifacts among the peoples of the world. Shalina was at a loss as to the identity of the unknown player and his motives. Mora categorically refused to be drawn into a conflict between states, and Gimli confidently stated that all three were interested in only one character, the formidable Demon King. Even these three, who had personally experienced the power of Gale's magical items, could not believe that such a person could seize power. They could not possibly compare a global threat with a magic caster known for his utter worthlessness and failure. It turns out that the hero of the discussion mentioned by the girls turned out to be Gale. Gimli realized it was time to pack his things. Shalina said it was wrong to make the boy run back and forth. Moria added that they had to load all their belongings before the ship sailed and asked them to wait a little. They stood in complete amazement, looking at the young man loaded with an incredible number of huge bags. The two companions were puzzled as to how the guy managed to carry the luggage of 4 people at once and generally withstand such a weight. Mora explained that the young man was wearing a homemade bracelet artifact, designed specifically to make it easier to carry the load. She continued, noting that Gale had gradually become less of a human transport and more of a literal mobile storage unit. Each new flight brought with it more and more luggage, and the process was constantly expanding. Shelina noticed that the journey lasted continuously from early morning until late evening, and jokes about the young man were beginning to tire her. The boy was indignant, seeing how his friends laughed at him. Then Gimli noticed how impressive even the most ordinary artifacts were. She knew that the guy who seemed like a funny weirdo to those around him might be the one who would be able to turn the whole world upside down with his cursed objects. Gale asked worriedly what had happened. The girl was deeply confused, not believing her own thoughts. She jumped to the conclusion that her imagination was running wild and tried to get rid of these disturbing thoughts as quickly as possible. Gimli quickly apologized, admitting that she had been lost in thought, and assured him that she was already on her way after him. The soldiers complained that they had gone too far the day before, and standing at the post under the scorching sun turned out to be a real test. The warriors asked the crew to carefully inspect the baggage again before the ship departed. Gimli complained irritably that she would have to go through another inspection, although this was the last thing she wanted to do. Shelina suggested that the soldiers begin their inspection with her. The warrior appreciated her profession as a blacksmith and sincerely expressed gratitude for her understanding. The young man was checked next. Gale surprised them with a warehouse of corpses. The soldiers wondered whether Gale was a master of creating terrifying curses or a dangerous serial killer. But soon the anxiety subsided because the young man's unusual artifacts were safely placed on board the ship. From now on, the well-being of the entire team depended solely on the power of those very mysterious and dangerous artifacts created by Gale's hands. The rest of the crew expressed dissatisfaction, asking to remove the dangerous objects, but the guy himself perceived such a demand as rudeness and was offended. Gimli greeted her politely and noted that they had not had a chance to communicate before. The stranger identified himself as the bosun of this very vessel. The bosun explained that the merchant vessel had been in service for a long time, but it was a real veteran, having managed to travel many sea routes. Although the sails are noticeably worn and have seen a lot, they still cope well with the task of catching a tailwind. Moreover, by skillfully adjusting the tension, the team successfully copes with crosswinds. In addition, there is plenty of space for transporting goods, and the very presence of cargo helps to significantly increase the stability of the vessel even in stormy weather. The young man showed the girl an impressive crossbow, expressing the hope that they would not have to use the weapon on their journey. He was urgently called and he excused himself and left, and Gimli came to the conclusion that the ship looked much better than it had seemed at first. Mara and Shelina began to feel seasick. The girls complained that the sea waves rocked them much more than the usual river waves, and they frankly missed the calm of their native river boat. The girlfriend worriedly asked the young man if he felt okay in the middle of the sea. Gale explained that he was wearing a special choker that had a magical effect of preventing seasickness. It seemed to her that the decoration resembled thin, bony female fingers, as if trying to squeeze the throat with an invisible grip. The guy said that the accessory was made from the bones of the hands of the wife of a sailor who became a legendary hero. According to legend, the wife stood on the shore of the cape every day, despite the bad weather, and fervently prayed for the safety of her husband. Mara instantly realized that the decoration was made from the remains of the worshipper. He added that his girlfriend had been right from the start, and the story had a sequel. This sailor had been gambling away his earnings in every port, accumulating huge debts. The girl assumed that he had set sail only for the opportunity to gamble again. Gale continued the story, adding that the sailor, among other things, had a passion for starting romances in every port he visited. Rumors claim that he had several official wives. Shelina chuckled, noting that this fellow loved to drink, gamble, and have fun at the same time. Even when mistresses began flocking to their home and creditors demanded payment of debts, the woman finally learned the whole truth. When her husband returned home again, his wife squeezed his neck with all her might. Mora quickly asked him not to tell her any further details. Shelina clarified that this is not a simple accessory, but a choker imbued with the feelings of anger and despair of a grief-stricken woman. Gimli also added that regardless of the intensity of the deceased's emotions, the stabilization effect during sea rolling really works stably. The guy apologized to the girls for only having one such item and was worried that he had left his team members behind. However, his girlfriends reassured him, saying that they did not want to experience the sensations that come with putting on such an ornament, preferring to endure the motion sickness. Gale was wondering out loud why no one appreciated the miracle cure for seasickness he had created. His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected noise. Chaos broke out on deck. The sailors rushed about the deck in panicked disarray, shouting incomprehensible orders at each other and trying to figure out what was happening. Shelina asked if they had arrived yet. Gimli replied that it was impossible, as there were at least 3 more days of sailing to the designated point. Meanwhile, the first quietly remarked that she saw something suspicious. Suddenly, a small mound appeared from under the water. Gimli didn't understand what was happening and said that they couldn't see anything yet, but it looked like a ship. Mara, remembering the ships, added that it wasn't surprising since it was a trade route and other ships often met there. Gale smiled and suggested that it was probably a pirate ship, a play on words. One of the girls laughed, noting that the likelihood of meeting real pirates was negligible. A loud alarm siren suddenly sounded on the ship, and Shelina impatiently asked for the signal to be stopped because the noise was giving her a severe headache. One of the sailors loudly announced that a huge, suspicious body had been spotted and decisively gave the order to immediately take up combat positions. The people on board immediately rushed to arm themselves, seized by the growing panic. Shelina shouted that something was definitely wrong with that sailor. Mora asked if a giant kraken had sunk a warship and that pirates were now operating nearby. Gale insistently demanded not to joke like that, warning that they would definitely not be able to handle the pirates. Gimli was in a state of complete shock from what she saw and the dark suspicions that overwhelmed her. She recalled the recent news that monsters were becoming more active than usual. This information caused her great concern, since such events rarely boded well. A sailor armed with binoculars spotted a suspicious object ahead. Looking more closely, he realized that this monster was the famous giant kraken. A moment later, doubts disappeared completely. Giant tentacles rose from the depths, confirming terrible fears it was the kraken. The sailor continued to scream shrilly, warning the crew that a terrible kraken, which had recently destroyed an entire warship, was heading straight for them. Gale knew that such an attack did not fit into the planned scenario. Mora was excitedly shouting that the plans were clearly going awry. Shelina, in turn, was tensely watching the rapidly approaching threat, noting that the monster was moving incredibly fast. The team froze in fear, watching in fascination as the colossal monster tore apart the surface of the sea with a powerful movement. The crew stood paralyzed with fear, watching as the giant kraken ripped open the surface of the water, shaking the hull of the ship with the mighty blows of its tentacles. The crew shouted that the kraken was astonishing in size. It was not just big, but almost equal in size to their own ship. It is speculated that the influence of the returning Demon King extends not only to land creatures, but also to the inhabitants of the deep sea. The sailor strictly ordered everyone to gather together. Then the young man commanded in a commanding voice to raise the sails and prepare to leave the danger zone as quickly as possible. Captain Nick screamed nervously in a trembling voice, asking himself painful questions about why the monster's attacks had become more frequent lately, and why exactly the kraken had started hunting ships again. Gimli irritably said that now was not the time to build theories. It was important to survive in the current critical situation. The girl emphasized that fruitless discussions were pointless and could cost the lives of each crew member. Instead, they should have concentrated on developing an action plan that could stop the deadly monster. The sailor told the captain with conviction that running was the only reasonable way out, otherwise there was no chance of salvation. The captain accepted his subordinate's opinion and loudly gave the order to move forward at full speed. The ship picked up speed and tried to distance itself from the terrifying monster. The kraken suddenly dove back into the depths of the sea, disappearing into the dark waters. The kraken rushed straight towards the ship. The sailor screamed shrilly that the monster had not only caught up with the ship, but had also gone around it. The captain realized with horror that the monster was moving too fast. Gimli reminded herself that octopuses were among the fastest sea creatures. This animal is able to hang motionless in the water thanks to its developed fins, which allow it to instantly brake and accelerate sharply in any direction. A huge kraken appeared right in front of the merchant ship, causing wild terror among the passengers and crew. Looking at the nightmarish size and terrifying appearance of the sea monster, everyone felt helpless and despairing. This monster pulled its gigantic tentacles out of the depths of the sea, menacingly extending them towards the ship. It seemed that there would be no limit to this endless movement of flexible limbs. The monster began to destroy the ship with powerful movements of its tentacles, causing rage and indignation in Gimli. First, the kraken crushed the main mast and tore the sails, depriving the ship of the ability to maneuver and maintain movement. The sailor cried out in despair that there was no more hope. Then the captain called for someone to come to help. Shelina cried out that the captain must continue to perform his duties no matter what. Mora, in turn, reminded that the crew was armed specifically to repel threats and must engage in battle to drive out the enemy. The sailor responded emotionally that the idea was crazy. The ship's equipment was designed exclusively to protect against small predators like sharks. It is unimaginable that a merchant ship would be equipped with means to fight such a giant as the kraken. Gale pointed out to the others warily that someone was fearlessly jumping straight into the choppy waters of the sea. Shelina desperately tried to hold the man back, arguing that he would certainly die of hypothermia in the cold water. Gimli sadly admitted that the unfortunate man had gone mad with terror and was no longer able to adequately perceive reality. Apparently, the poor guy preferred to die himself rather than face the kraken's cruelty. Now the friends had to rely solely on their own strength. The whole team united in a desperate fight with the monster. Gimli announced that she would take up an observation position at the top of the mast, from where she would transmit information on the kraken's activities. Shelina approved of her friend's initiative and gave the signal to the monster to prepare for an attack. She felt the monster's heavy gaze fixed directly on her, and her heart began to pound wildly from a feeling of inexplicable horror and anxiety. The girl screamed hysterically, struck by the sight of the monster's huge and terrifying eyes, inspiring mortal terror. Gimli quickly informed her friend that the monster was ready to strike from the flank. Moria immediately activated a special strengthening skill, transferring energy to her companion. The guild master used a rare double activation skill, causing the rest of the party to express genuine admiration and surprise. Mora realized that she had used a new ability granted to her by a special quest, the evolutionary enhancement magic. Its effect doubled, giving her friend enormous power, but at the same time, her energy consumption increased. Believing in the success of the operation, the girl put her whole soul into supporting her friend. Shelina turned to her friend, inspiring her to remember the glorious feat of defeating the cockatrice. Trusting her experience, she activated the enhancing effects of her weapon and used the combat skill, Scorching Heat. The girl militantly proclaimed that together they would burn the hated octopus out of the ocean by bringing down the fire of her burning hammer on it. She shouted triumphantly that the kraken was making a mistake in underestimating their strength. Initially, Shelina set a goal to deal with the annoying tentacles that were hindering her progress. However, the attempt failed, encountering the extraordinary strength of the skin, leaving the girl in extreme disappointment and bewilderment. The rest of the battle participants froze in amazement, seeing that the powerful blow was unable to cause any harm to the enemy. Gimli realized that the slimy covering of the monster's body effectively cushioned the blows. She was shocked to think that any attacks would be useless against such an opponent. Shelina vented her irritation at the monster, loudly uttering angry speeches. However, the reaction was immediate. The kraken instantly wrapped a tentacle around the girl's hammer, lifting her high into the air. Gimli called out to her friend with concern, urging her to release the weapon, otherwise the next tentacle would easily capture the owner of the hammer herself. She added that the kraken's attacks are not limited to physical grabs and blows. According to rumors, it is capable of swallowing its prey whole. Shelina cheerfully encouraged herself by stating that she was too muscular and tasteless, so she asked the kraken to refrain from trying to eat her. Realizing the inevitability, the girl made up her mind and released the handle of the hammer, allowing herself to fly down freely. She realized that she was in a very difficult situation, and her comrades screamed with tension as they watched her rapidly descend. Shelina was intercepted in time by a sailor and a captain who kept her from falling. The girl realized that she had been saved by an old, long-damaged safety rope. The young man sighed with relief, glad that even such a trifle could provide real help. Gimli admitted that although she had heard stories of such behavior by sea monsters, this was the first time she had seen such a confrontation with her own eyes. The dark elf realized that the main danger lay in the kraken's long, flexible limbs with which it deftly captures its victim, subjecting it to destruction and death. The monster's tentacles act with lightning speed, instantly crushing its victim. The victim then turns into fine dust, dispersing into the air and becoming part of the sea foam. The girl understood that falling into the embrace of the monster meant an inevitable end, and passionately urged her companions to stay away and avoid contact with its tentacles. Mora's legs shook with a slight tremor, barely holding up under the weight of her body, gripped by panic fear. She was clearly aware that the enemy in front of her was much larger and more dangerous than the giant cockatrice they had defeated earlier. Shelina's hammer, which defeated the adult cockatrice, could not overcome. The monster possessed enormous attack power, capable of turning any opponent into a cloud of dust. Moreover, they are in the open sea, where the monster feels complete freedom of movement, possessing an absolute advantage, and defeating it seems almost impossible. The kraken stared with its massive, saucer-like eyes at the girl, frozen in horror, her figure petrified with fear. Gimli knew that in addition to their many unique physical abilities, squids were highly intelligent and had a unique ability to learn new things. She also understood that the destruction of the mast and sails was not an accident, but the result of a deliberate strategy based on the high level of intelligence of the monster. Moreover, judging by the fact that he met them for the first time, Kraken had already figured out that Mora played a key role in the group of guys. The dark elf cried out in alarm, urging her companion to exercise utmost caution. The Kraken's tentacles closed around the girl's fragile figure with lightning speed. Shelina was well aware that her trusty hammer was no longer in her hands, and now she had to rely only on her own ingenuity. Besides, she understood that any aggressive action taken by her unarmed would lead to only one outcome. She herself would end up captured by tenacious tentacles. The girl frantically tried to think of what decision to make next. Suddenly, Gale materialized nearby, imperiously demanding that the monster immediately release the captive girl. Gimli noticed the blade of the knife and realized that even the cunning Kraken had failed to predict the actions of the most unpredictable member of their squad. Gale cut the tentacles with a quick and precise movement of his sword, instantly freeing the girl from the monster's deadly grip. Mora was extremely surprised. Small particles of Kraken's flesh were slowly circling around her, creating a strange, ominous dance in the air. The girl's heart was pounding wildly, mixing fear and relief. She was still alive, but now she had to fight on. The guy returned her gaze and noted that this blade, made by him personally for himself, turned out to be very convenient to use even against such a giant. The Kraken, accustomed to reigning in the depths of the sea, was shocked and confused by the pain of losing a tentacle. Facing resistance for the first time, it felt weak and its dominance threatened. The young man quickly ran up to the girl, carefully looking into her face, and excitedly asked if everything was okay with her after the attack. She looked warmly at her savior and sincerely expressed gratitude for his courage and quick reaction, thanks to which she remained unharmed. Mora couldn't believe that she had lost her head in the middle of a battle, but when the monster grabbed her with its powerful tentacle, adrenaline rushed in, returning clarity of thought. Moreover, it was at that critical moment that she unexpectedly discovered the enemy's weak point, which could become the key to victory. She explained that this knife is the blade of the world's most powerful reaper of death. In battle, it must cut through absolutely everything. And even the massive tentacle of the Kraken, invulnerable to all previous attacks, was easily and quickly cut off with a single graceful blow of the magic blade, demonstrating the true power of the legendary weapon. However, there was a major drawback. In order to strike, the owner had to get very close to the enemy, risking being counterattacked by the giant creature. The mage looked at Gimli and firmly ordered her to continuously monitor every movement of the huge Kraken, warning her of any changes in the monster's position. And she ordered Shaline to focus her attention and efforts on the remaining active tentacles of the monster. The girl said that if he could hold back the other tentacles, Gale would have the opportunity to get closer and attack the Kraken. She added that in turn, she would cast support magic on Shaline and the young man, enhancing their combat capabilities and increasing the chances of a successful attack. The mage clarified that she would be able to cast magic on 2 people at once, since she had recently achieved a new level of mastery that allowed her to master such a complex technique. First, she decided to remove the influence of the rocking of the water and the ship on the boys, and then activated a spell that ensured simultaneous adaptation to the surrounding conditions. Mora then buffed each fighter's abilities, granting extra defense and improving reaction times. At the same time, she reminded the team to timely switch between attacking and retreating, gradually cornering the monster and weakening its defenses. Gale knew that if the remaining 9 tentacles were cut off, the Kraken would be unable to attack. Shelina added that, in addition, they would no longer have problems with cooking squid dishes. The Kraken came to its senses, regaining the ability to move and actively defend itself, preparing to repel the next wave of attacks from the heroes. Gimli let out a fearful cry, warning her comrades as the remaining tentacles of the monster began to attack aggressively from both sides, forcing the team to quickly regroup and defend themselves. The young man clearly realized the seriousness of the situation. The situation had escalated sharply, and now every wrong step could lead to the death of the entire team. Shelina made the obvious conclusion that the loss of the tentacle only enraged the Kraken even more, turning its attack into a real storm of fury and destruction. Now it sought to destroy its opponents at any cost, becoming much faster and more aggressive, making the situation more difficult for the guys. The guildmaster activated the blacksmith's kick technique. Gimli was surprised to see how her friend skillfully deflected the Kraken's flexible, whip-like tentacle. Mara was clearly aware that casting multiple spells at once would result in a significant drain on magical energy. The main question that troubled her was, what would be exhausted first? Would the heroes gain the upper hand over the monster, or would she be the first to collapse, losing strength from the excessive expenditure of her own magical energy? Shelina smiled slyly and called out loudly to the Kraken, mockingly declaring that it was nothing to worry about. He had only lost 1 tentacle, gesturing invitingly with his hand, inviting the beast to try to regain the lost advantage. But as soon as the monster tried to get closer, the girl began to attack, taking advantage of the slow movements of the wounded enemy. As the young man panted, catching his breath, Gimli suddenly noticed that the magical enhancement was still in effect, maintaining his physical form and allowing him to endure the intense battle. She understood that Shelina was successfully distracting the monster's attention to herself, and her partner, who had only recently recovered from fatigue, was again rushing to the offensive, ready to use his accumulated strength for a decisive blow. In her opinion, the young man was desperately trying to come to Mor's aid, but hesitation was visible even in his actions. Gimli concluded that if the enemy was not one of the undead which the boy specialized against, then such a development was inevitable. Initially, putting a rearguard fighter in the vanguard position was extremely unwise. Then the Dark Elf decided to join the support of her fighting allies, unleashing a powerful charge of fire on the monster. An expression of hatred was visible on her face as she looked at the terrible bulging eyes of the Kraken, causing a feeling of disgust and a desire to end this nightmare as soon as possible. However, the large, bulging eyes proved to be an easy target, and Gimli took advantage of this, attempting to disable the enemy's vision, making them less dangerous and effective in battle. Despite the failure, the girl knew in advance that such a method would hardly cause significant damage to the monster, because his body turned out to be much stronger than it initially seemed. In addition, she had the foresight to activate a special smoke grenade, which created a thick cloud of smoke upon impact, providing temporary cover and the ability to maneuver. Gale rushed to the attack. Gimli's loud call, confident that now was the right moment to strike the decisive blow. The guy used a special skill. He activated the grinding mode, which allowed him to deliver powerful cutting blows that could literally saw the monster's flesh into pieces. The Dark Elf realized that for the young man to be successful in his attack, it was necessary to completely deprive the enemy of his sight with a thick smoke screen. Otherwise, an accurate strike would be impossible due to the Kraken's quick reaction. Moreover, Gale was a paradoxical combination of weakness and strength at the same time. His fragility made him easy prey for powerful enemies, but his mastery of weapons allowed him to deliver decisive blows that changed the course of the battle. Huge chunks of shredded tentacle flesh rained down from above, filling the space with the foul smell of blood and entrails, creating a terrifying picture of chaos and destruction. Shelina exclaimed happily, proud of the successful series of strikes that Gale had delivered. Mara, who was watching, noted that such talents were reminiscent of the skill of an experienced chef, masterfully wielding a knife. Gimli counted the remaining number of tentacles and noted with satisfaction that the monster was deprived of half of its limbs. Only 5 dangerous appendages remained, which significantly simplified the detachment's further actions. The cloud of smoke began to clear, and the Kraken gradually regained visual contact with the guys, once again becoming a threat to the entire team. The Dark Elf ordered the young man to immediately retreat to a safe distance from the reach of the tentacles, preventing possible surprise attacks from the monster. The guy quickly started running, constantly looking back, assessing the situation, and choosing the safest path to retreat. However, a huge kraken rushed right after the running hero, whose size and proximity caused genuine shock and panic in Gale, knocking out the last of his confidence and self-control. Gimli, overcome with anxiety, shouted the boy's name loudly, hoping to attract his attention and warn him of the danger. The kraken released a huge burst of black ink. The ink released by the monster formed a powerful wave that crashed onto the deck of the ship, sweeping away everything in its path and plunging the ship into pitch darkness. The wave was so strong that the sword slipped from the boy's hands, spinning helplessly in the flow of liquid and landing on the deck. The girls screamed as they realized that Gale had fallen right under the destructive wave. The guy coughed convulsively, trying in vain to get rid of the viscous remnants of ink that had clogged his throat and lungs, feeling very dizzy and short of breath. The boy realized that the ink had penetrated deep into his eyes, burning the mucous membrane and temporarily depriving him of vision, making the situation even more dangerous and unpredictable. Gimli remembered that the kraken, like a common squid, had the ability to release jets of ink, using them as a means of defense and to disorient the enemy. The boy's vision was now completely blocked, leaving him in a state of total blindness and dependence on the help of others, until the irritating liquid ceased to affect his senses. The sailor stared at the blade, thrown back by a powerful wave of ink. Deciding to take advantage of the moment, he intended to pick up the mysterious blade and use it against the kraken. However, his partner abruptly stopped his friend, warning that the object emitted an unhealthy dark aura, possibly being the subject of an ancient curse. Gimli stated that although the owner had modernized the blade, it was originally the same terrible scythe of death. Therefore, it is impossible to predict the consequences if someone else takes up this knife. She continued that this blade could cut everyone here, without distinguishing between friends and foes, or even cut off its own head. The bosun assessed the situation with a sober look, coming to the conclusion that this artifact was simultaneously the most powerful and most dangerous weapon of all the objects known to him, capable of bringing both great benefit and irreparable harm. Shelina tried to draw her friend's attention to what was happening, insisting that unusual changes were clearly beginning to occur with the kraken, requiring an immediate response. His huge body began to vibrate slightly, as if experiencing internal spasms that foreshadowed a new phase of the battle or an attempt to do something extraordinary. To the hero's surprise, the monster managed to regenerate its lost limbs, regaining a full set of deadly tentacles and significantly complicating further confrontation. All participants in the battle froze in complete bewilderment and alarm. They realized that their progress in fighting the monster had been nullified. Gimli pointed out that although the kraken had indeed regenerated its tentacles, the monster's overall energy and vitality had noticeably decreased. The team managed to properly organize the battle tactics, luring the kraken to a strategically advantageous place, where he was limited in movement and forced to confront several attackers at the same time. Shelina worriedly said that Gale was in a dire situation, completely blinded by the ink, and no one else was able to handle the blade properly. Mara agreed, adding that the team had lost their only effective way to weaken the monster. The kraken's wrath reached its climax, focusing on the young hero whose stubborn spirit and talent had brought the monster so much pain and humiliation. The young man continued to rub his eyes vigorously, gradually noticing the return of his vision, although it remained cloudy and blurry, which slightly increased his chances of surviving the battle. Having felt some restoration of vision, the guy carefully opened his eyes and asked with concern what had happened during his temporary blindness and what role he could play in the further development of events. Before he could finish speaking, one of the kraken's long tentacles instantly wrapped itself around the young man's body, squeezing him tightly, leaving no chance for him to free himself on his own. The curse master hung high in the sky, held in the tentacle's tight grip, desperately trying to free himself from the sea monster's clutches, using every ounce of effort and magic he could muster. Gimli suddenly realized that the Kraken had activated a special ability, Deadly Destruction, which turned every movement of its tentacles into a potential threat to the life of anyone who got into the affected area. Mora was horrified to realize that the same thing would happen to Gale as happened to that hammer. Shelina, overcome with anger and anxiety, tried her best to shout over the noise of the battle, calling on the monster to let go of her friend, who was in mortal danger. However, the Kraken rudely cut off her indignation by throwing a free tentacle in the direction of the girl, throwing her aside with great force, causing Mora to experience excruciating anxiety for the fate of her friend. Gimli was overcome with a deep sense of guilt and regret, lost in doubt, wondering why she had ever brought her beloved friend on this dangerous journey, full of unknown threats and the risk of losing a loved one forever. Her soul was tormented even more by memories of the past, because it was she who involved a young man unknown to her in the secret affairs of the Dark Elf clan, drawing him into a conflict where the stakes were incredibly high, and the cost of a mistake could be fatal. The girl's soul was torn apart by heavy thoughts. If she had not insisted on his participation, the young man would have avoided the inevitable meeting with death hanging over them all in this last, desperate duel. I would continue to lead a quiet, measured life, spending my days in a cozy little shop, doing what I love and enjoying simple human joys, far from bloody battles and the constant threat of death. Gimli quietly whispered words of forgiveness, sincerely wanting to atone for her guilt for her participation in the fate of the young man, considering herself the culprit of the tragedy unfolding before her eyes. Mora, overcome by a feeling of unspoken love and the acute injustice of fate, was unable to accept the cruel reality, hysterically screaming the name of her loved one, as if hoping to stop the inexorably approaching end. The Kraken launched its most powerful ability, Deadly Destruction, sending streams of destructive energy capable of turning any living creature into ash. The girls stood motionless, frozen in horror, paralyzed by the spectacle of the catastrophe unfolding on board their ship, powerless to influence the fateful events unfolding right before their eyes. Suddenly, Gale activated his unique ability, Reverse Death Destruction, sending destructive waves back towards the Kraken, tearing apart the monster's body from the inside and weakening its defensive barriers. The girls looked on in amazement, trying to figure out what was happening, amazed by the unusual turn of events that had arisen thanks to the resourcefulness and courage of their companion. Gimli was particularly surprised to realize that the effect had worked in reverse, reversing the energy impulse and turning the destructive force against the wielder, something she had previously not believed possible. Mora was shocked to see the Kraken instantly disintegrate into countless pieces, while Shelina was confused as to what phenomenon caused such an effect and what consequences awaited their group further. The two turned to the young man. The guy slowly turned around, meeting the girls' curious glances and giving them a slight smile, filled with confidence and the inner calm of a winner. Gale explained to them that the whole thing was caused by the artifact hanging around his neck. Carefully removing the jewelry, he gently placed it on his palm. But as soon as he finished the sentence, the necklace shattered into small pieces with a crash, scattering across the deck of the ship. Mora suddenly realized that the destroyed artifact was the very same legendary cursed necklace. Gale detailed that when receiving a crushing blow, the damage is doubled and then returned back to the offender, causing a special effect called Wife's Revenge that multiplies the effect of the first blow many times over. Shelina called the unusual amulet a symbol of great justice and revenge, repaying any aggressor 100-fold for the evil caused. The guy continued his explanation, noting that the Kraken first regenerated its lost limbs, depleting its own strength, and then received its own deadly technique back, doubled, which quite naturally led to its instant destruction. Regardless of the number of sunken ships for which this sea predator was famous, fate decreed that it ended its life as food for small fish, clearly illustrating the capriciousness of life cycles and the laws of nature. Shelina asked the young man whether he had expected such a development of events and received a negative answer, emphasizing the randomness of success and luck during the struggle. Gale clarified that he was fully engaged in the execution of his mission, focusing on saving the lives of his comrades and achieving the common goal, completely not expecting such an unusual outcome of the conflict. At the same time, he emphasized that if the Kraken's technique had been different, for example, a direct blow or sucking the victim in, then there would have been no special effect from activating the artifact, and the fight would have ended completely differently. Mora could not hide her joy and relief, convinced that all her friends were alive and well, and the threat had passed, giving hope for a happy future. Coming closer, she tenderly embraced the young man, expressing in words and actions her deep affection and joy at the successful completion of the test. The young man reminded her that she risked getting stained by the ink left on him, hinting at the need for caution. But for Mora, this circumstance turned out to be unimportant, because the happiness of being next to a loved one outweighed any trifles and inconveniences. She passionately confessed to Gale that the feelings of discomfort and anxiety caused by the unpleasant grip of the tentacles made her replace the unpleasant sensations with warm and pleasant embraces that gave her peace and confidence. By touching the man's shoulder, the girl caused genuine bewilderment in her partner, who was embarrassed by the frank displays of feelings and tenderness, especially in the presence of outside witnesses. The young man took the initiative carefully, gently running his fingers through Mora's hair, trying to calm her down and express his own concern and sympathy. Gimli cheerfully announced that the destruction of the leader meant ridding the trade route of the threat of other members of the species. It appears that Gale's luck and unique skills will play a major role in ensuring the safety of future travel along this route, helping to avoid many potential dangers and ensuring the steady development of trade. One of the crew members expressed bewilderment as to the cause of the Kraken's explosion, but his colleagues unanimously raised a fuss, declaring that the main thing was victory and no one was particularly interested in the details. The crew raised their hands in a triumphant gesture, joyfully proclaiming the salvation of the ship and the elimination of the main threat, noting the importance of the achieved result for the general prosperity and well-being. Gimli was well aware that despite their heroism and important achievements, their feat would remain unnoticed and unpaid by the authorities, since the world is arranged in such a way that true heroes rarely receive the reward they deserve. Captain Nick asked incredulously if the Kraken had retained any signs of life, which caused the girls to become very stressed and excited, causing them to carefully examine the sea from the ship's deck. The sailors enthusiastically asked the captain to return to the ship. The captain insistently asked that boats be sent to pick them up from the scene. They were told that once the damage to the ship was fully repaired, the mission would be officially considered complete. However, the bosun hastened to make a correction, apologized, and informed those present that he had an unpleasant surprise. The blade that had cut the Kraken remained lost, and the crew was forced to leave it on deck, fearing the possible consequences of the curse associated with using the weapon. During the powerful explosion, it was probably blown into the depths of the sea. The disappointed sailor added to the story by mentioning that even the huge mast broken by the monster disappeared without a trace, as if it had dissolved into the ocean, emphasizing the scale of the disaster and the depth of the losses. However, the man admitted that the loss of property was incommensurate with the lives saved, and he resigned himself to the loss, believing that the main thing was to stay alive and healthy. The guy agreed with this. Gale reassured the bosun, convincing him that no apology was necessary since the materials for making a similar blade were easy to obtain, and soon, upon returning home, he would create a new weapon that was in no way inferior to the previous example. In addition, most of the negative effects of the material, about 99%, were eliminated, making the item safe to use without the risk of negative consequences. The boy was too busy concentrating on clearing the sticky ink stains from his eyes to pay attention to the discussion, remaining deaf to the important details of the conversation. The girls were in utter amazement when they heard the guy's statement about the availability of rare components for creating a new blade and almost complete neutralization of the curse associated with these materials, not believing their own ears and suspecting a prank. Shelina pulled the guy to her, asking him to stop joking because his nerves were already on edge. The young man said that he was not trying to joke at all, but was telling the truth. Meanwhile, Gimli came to the conclusion that this man really was capable of surprising her with the most incredible possibilities and discoveries. She leaned tiredly on the ship's railing, immersed in deep thoughts about the events of the past day and her impressions from meeting the young master who managed to win her heart. The girl was about to return home soon, anticipating the moment of introducing this man to Madame Minerva. This is how Gimli imagined Gale Hamilton's unique talent and ingenuity, proud to introduce him to her loved ones and show the world his outstanding abilities. The woman sat down to rest on a large gray stone located nearby, exposing her face to the rays of the warm sun and enjoying the silence of the forest. It was Minerva, the wise and majestic ruler of the Dark Elf clan, who foresaw the coming events. Besides, as the folk wisdom says, troubles rarely come alone, and even such an experienced and insightful person as Gimli could not imagine what trials awaited her and the team ahead. This was a new maritime threat. This new danger was rapidly approaching the ship on which the heroes were traveling, promising to come face to face with the crew in the near future and force the young warriors to show courage and fortitude. Laying out the remains of the broken object in front of him, Gale sadly recalled the once beautiful artifact that served him as a reliable companion and source of inspiration, and was now forever lost and useless. The girls encouraged the young man, reminding him that the main goal, defeating the Kraken, had been achieved, and the artifact had fulfilled its mission, saving the lives of the team. The guy politely agreed with their arguments, but immediately clarified that for a craftsman and collector like him, the loss of unique pieces is a special sadness, comparable only to the personal loss of a dear friend. What upset Gale most was the lack of recognition for the genius of the design that went into creating the artifacts, and the disappointment that no one appreciated the originality of the concept and the beauty of the product. Suddenly his face lit up, realizing a simple and elegant solution that could correct the situation and restore justice. It often happens that the artist's creative vision remains incomprehensible to the general public, and recognition comes years later, sometimes after the author's death. The only one who truly appreciated the young man's exquisite taste in choosing cursed artifacts was one girl who shared the guy's passion for studying forbidden sciences. So Gale felt a pleasant excitement when thinking about his future meeting with the girl, looking forward to hearing news of her adventures and personal experiences. Vivian approached Princess Carla and stated that she intended to accompany her on her inspection of Pharma Edge. The princess asked if it was possible to resolve the matter without the girl's participation, to which she responded with a categorical refusal. Brightly colored birds gracefully soared high in the sky, gliding freely over the surface of the sea and illuminating the surroundings with bright flashes of their wings. Jelena was focused on repairing the ship, and periodically she heard apologies from the sailor, who was trying to ease the tension after previous disagreements. Although he told her that she was a passenger but helping them with the repair, but she replied that although she did not have professional ship repair skills, the girl resolutely stated that as an experienced blacksmith she would make every effort to help the team complete the work on time and efficiently. So far, through joint efforts, the travelers have managed to prevent a catastrophe by sealing the holes and strengthening the ship's hull so that it does not sink. The sailor noted sadly that the biggest problem was the damaged central mast, which had been damaged by the Kraken's tentacles and had sunk to the bottom beyond repair, and such a loss could not be repaired with the available resources and tools. Gimli rightly pointed out that without a repaired mast, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to navigate the ship, and alternative solutions must be urgently sought to reach the location. Thus, the situation was extremely unfavorable. The crew was effectively isolated on a damaged ship in the middle of an endless ocean, in need of urgent assistance and supplies to move forward. Gale commented that their ship now resembled a larger vessel than a sailing vessel, but Mora added that given the difficulties they had been through recently, it was at least worth rejoicing that the ship was still afloat and had not sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Gimli good-naturedly agreed with her friend's opinion. She began to feel a sense of isolation and loneliness that spread to the entire crew, who found themselves in the middle of an endless ocean, causing internal anxiety and uncertainty about the future direction and rescue plans. Over time, this feeling will intensify and be accompanied by increasing hunger as limited food resources begin to run out. Of course, passengers and crew members finding themselves in such isolation and facing a shortage of resources risk losing control of their emotions and sanity, which is fraught with the emergence of conflicts and unrest caused by the struggle for the last available supplies. Gimli prayed fervently to the gods, sincerely hoping that the situation would change for the better long before open conflict began, and hunger pushed the passengers to extreme measures for survival. Captain Nick appeared with an optimistic speech, reporting that, judging by preliminary assessments, the sinking of the ship was unlikely, thanks to the successful efforts of the crew and the absence of major leaks. In addition, it was time to demonstrate the skills of a captain who loved the sea with all his heart and received mutual love from the water element. Mora asked doubtfully whether it was really possible to control the ship in such an emergency condition, but the man confidently promised that now everyone would witness the real art of control and be convinced of the correctness of his decisions. It turned out that the captain's actions amounted to nothing more than releasing simple signal smoke. The man explained that they would be rescued by some randomly passing ship and that everything depended on luck. Mora suggested not to make a show of lighting signal fires. Shelina wondered what the probability was that right now, in the middle of the vast sea, a suitable vessel would appear. Gimli added that the only consolation was that the sea was relatively calm at the moment, but since the sails were badly damaged and normal setting was impossible, if a storm came the crew would have to endure the ordeal with fortitude and hope for a favorable outcome. Shelina added that repairing the hull is only a temporary measure and does not guarantee the integrity of the structure. In the event of a strong storm, the damage may worsen, and it is impossible to predict where the water will start coming from, creating a real threat of the ship sinking. Mara looked warily at the horizon, noting the sharp change in cloud color and wind direction, which indicated an imminent change in weather conditions and a possible deterioration in the situation. Gale noticed a strange phenomenon nearby. It soon became clear that the object of observation was a ship. The observer confirmed that the ship was heading straight for the accident site, which left Mora delighted and relieved. Shelina, with a grin, reminded the captain that the ship had appeared surprisingly quickly, confirming his reputation as a favorite of the sea elements. The heroes loudly and unanimously called for help, attracting the attention of the crew of the approaching ship and expressing their willingness to share the details of the misfortune that had occurred. Mora suddenly lost her color, staring into the distance and saying that the approaching ship looked strange and abandoned. Shelina confirmed her friend's fears, noting that the ship's appearance aroused strong suspicions. It looked even worse than their own vessel. Gimli was terrified to realize that the driving force with which the old ship was moving towards them seemed supernatural and defied the laws of physics, suggesting the intervention of otherworldly forces. She said with horror that it was a ghost ship. There is an old superstition that an encounter with a mysterious ship that continues to sail despite significant damage to its hull is considered a bad sign, foreshadowing great trouble and possible misfortune. Gale's words sent a chill of fear through the girls. Their hearts began to beat faster, and the young man, carried away by the discussion of details, did not catch the growing atmosphere of horror and tension that was hovering around him. Feeling acutely alarmed, the bosun began to frantically ring the ship's bell. Panic spread among the crew, with the voices of men and women merging into a common chorus, warning that following their victory over the Kraken, they were being pursued by a terrible ghost ship, concealing an invisible threat and promising new suffering and hardship. Gimli suddenly saw the familiar symbol of the Empire emblazoned on the ship's mast, recognizing the official standard of the Imperial Army, which evoked conflicting emotions and associations. Recalling previous conversations, she realized that the warship sunk by the Kraken belonged to the Imperial Army flotilla, which meant that we were talking about a real ghost ship that came to life after the death of the crew and continued to exist as a phantom. Captain Nick, watching the events closely, pointed out that the mysterious ship had turned its front part towards them, expressing hopes that the mooring ropes would allow the meeting to be carried out without risks to the crew and the ship. The bosun explained that a ramming attack is a maneuver in which a ship at full speed hits an enemy vessel with its horn-like stem. Shooting, firing from ballistas and catapults, and boarding are well-known tactics of naval combat. Captain Nick added that if they were rammed, a huge hole would inevitably form in the ship's hull. Gimli realized that now the ghost ship wanted to ram their merchant ship, and remembered the saying about being hit from all sides without being given a breather. She noted that it was impossible to escape pursuit on their damaged ship. There were no forces left for defense after the battle with the Kraken, and the only way out would be to try to negotiate with the attackers so that they would stop the attack. The Dark Elf suggested that the ghost ship contained the souls of those who had been sunk by the Kraken, therefore they had already taken revenge and there was no reason for a new attack. The captain asked her not to talk nonsense as it was impossible to communicate with ghosts. He suggested that she take a closer look at the figures on the deck of the ghostly ship. arguing that it was necessary to verify the reality of what was happening and to understand the nature of their supposed opponents. The captain explained that the consciousness of these people had completely disappeared as a result of the horror they had experienced. These creatures are satisfied only by bringing grief, sorrow, and failure to other people. They are not living people, but the incarnate form of death, disembodied spirits of drowned people, who retain only the desire to sow destruction and chaos. The man could not even imagine that one day he would meet the undead in the middle of the sea. The bosun declared that the time before the collision was the last minute granted by God, and decided to write a letter to his wife and daughter, who remained in the port, put it in a bottle and throw it into the sea, praying that the message would reach its addressees safely. Overwhelmed with fear and stress, the man could barely hold his pen, writing uneven lines that were almost illegible. Seeing his despair, Shelina dryly noted that since there was no way out, they had to have one last drink. Gimli mentally addressed Lady Minerva, complaining about the hopelessness of the situation, and Mara, agreeing with her, understood that the drowned were driven only by envy of the living and the desire to punish them for their existence. Suddenly, an epiphany came to her. The girl said that they had someone who could talk to the undead. Gale expressed surprise, saying that no one expected to meet the undead in the middle of the sea. The dark elf sighed theatrically, emphasizing that everyone was repeating the same phrases, but only one person looked at the problem differently. Shelina, surprised, turned to the young man with a question whether it was true that he was able to enter into a dialogue even with representatives of the world of the dead.